Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The plot tells us that the game Dantalian is a virtual reality roguelike game. The guy was lying on a chair. We were told that the elements of the game are generated randomly each time, which causes even more awe from the high degree of difficulty. The guy imagined many abilities. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. People were in the desert. The plot says that the feeling of reality that could be felt through the virtual space. The dragon was looking at the frozen people. People were delighted with this game. The guy imagined the planet. We are told that at the same time, the figure of 3 million users on the network indicated its worldwide popularity. But one day, a strange message appeared in the game. A notification popped up that the character and the user were synchronizing. If the character dies, the player dies too. Turning around, the guy asked what it was. His body was pierced by a monster. A message came that the character and the player were dead. Blood was running down the guy's face. He noted that this could not be. His gaze went blank. The player's capsule began to shake. A scream was heard from it. Blood was spraying in different directions. The guy was screaming in pain. We are shown many capsules and told that one by one, the corpses of users began to appear and all the players who ignored the system's warning died. Many people were listening to the man. He was standing at the microphones. We are told that it began simultaneously all over the world and everyone who was connected with this game also died a strange death from cardiac arrest. And specialists could not offer any solution to the problem and there was only one way to put an end to it, to go through the 72nd floor in the game Dantalian. Many corpses were lying near the tower. The plot told us that however, this level was too difficult and none of the users could pass it, as if it was intended. The guy introduced the girl and said that his sister was stuck inside the game. She was lying in the capsule. The guy put his hand on the capsule. He began to leave. He said that he had no other choice and he would pass this game. The guy climbed into the next capsule. His face glowed blue. His character began to appear. A notification popped up that all the settings were complete and he chose the monk class. A message popped up that user Mike had logged into the Dantalian game. His eyes were closed. The protagonist woke up. Looking around, he asked if the start was there. The girl said that it looked very simple. Mike suddenly turned around. She said with a smile that she knew the protagonist would choose this image for himself. A message popped up that Clara, the manager, joined user Mike's stream. The plot introduces us to Clara, Mike's friend. She plays Dantalian under the nickname BJ and acts as an assistant who gives Mike various tips during the stream. Pointing his finger, the protagonist asked if she goes on stream in such clothes. Clara asked what was wrong with her clothes. A cloud of smoke appeared around her. Clara slammed the table and asked Mike to stop his dirty fantasies. She said with a serious expression that she always streamed like this. She turned into a small character. The protagonist asked if he had said anything. Clara flew next to him and said that only Mike could see her in the game. She could not directly influence the game, but she could act as an observer. Clenching her hand into a fist, the protagonist noted that she only needed to remember one thing. Looking at the fist, Mike said that even now, Mary was still waiting for them. A message appeared that the protagonist's character was a level 1 monk. Messages came from the blue cube asking who Mike was and if there were any more crazy people who went to Dantalian. Many cubes were discussing the protagonist and the fact that he could die in real life. Enraged, Mike asked who these fools were. The cube said that the protagonist turned on the broadcast himself, and now he was complaining. Clara hovered near him and told him that if the protagonist wanted to be the first to complete Dantalian, he would need their help, as there were too many random settings in this game for her to keep track of everything. She noted that they were certainly noisy, but they would be something like a navigator for him. People were discussing whether Clara knew Mike. Standing in the wasteland, the protagonist greeted them and asked them to watch him reach the end. Mike began to warm up and asked in his mind if he would check the moves. He swung his leg. The protagonist made acrobatic moves. He thought about how fast he was and that this was very different from that game with synchronization. He assumed that there would be no big problems. Mike began to throw punches. People asked what kind of moves he was, adding that it usually takes beginners an hour to master the attacks. The protagonist stood in front of the blue cubes, which assumed that he was a ranker from another game. A grin appeared on the cube. He said that this was the very stage. They started saying that the skeleton tower was the hardest stage among the initial ones and Mike would play there and die. The main character's face was dissatisfied. The skeleton pulled his hand out of the ground. Mike's face was serious. The main character saw skeletons. Viewers wrote that these were the strongest of all the monsters of the first stage, cursed skeletons. A purple aura emanated from the skeletons. A notification about cursed skeletons popped up. The evil aura contained in the tower penetrates the bones of dead players and revives their skeletons. During the attack, the curse effect is activated. Clara looked at Mike in surprise. Dumbfounded, she thought that this was a failure and not only were the skeletons cursed, usually such opponents can be defeated in a team of 4 players. She screamed for the main character not to let them hit him. noting that their attacks imposed the curse effect. The skeletons began to run to attack. Mike asked her not to worry. The skeleton's eyes were glowing pink. The protagonist's face was serious. He dodged the attack and mentally noted that he had already prepared himself and thought it would be difficult. Mike swung his fist. The protagonist hit the skeleton and noted that there was nothing special about them. Looking at the fist, Mike emphasized that his fist was on fire and that it was a full synchronization level. The skeleton's head fell to the ground. People began to ask if the protagonist was really a newbie. A message came from a person who said that this fool would soon die there. Mike smirked and said that he remembered his login. He prepared himself for a dash and said that if he smashed them all and got out of there, he would cripple the guy himself. The protagonist rushed into battle. The skeleton was furious. Mike dealt a powerful blow to it. The protagonist rushed through the horde of undead. He killed one skeleton after another. He climbed the tower. Mike stood in front of a message that said that he had passed the second level. He asked with a surprised look how many levels there were. Clara said that the first floor of the tower was for the dead, up to the third level. The protagonist suggested quickly clearing everything there and moving on. People said that Mike was destroying everything very quickly and it felt like he had already completed 100 levels. The dissatisfied protagonist asked if he had to listen to this stupid chatter all the time. Clara said that he had better not relax, and some say that the second level of the Tower of the Dead is considered the hardest. The skeleton hit the floor with a blade. The monsters were walking towards the protagonist. Surprised, Clara asked if Mike could hear the rumble. The skeleton stood in front of him. A message about armed skeletons popped up. These are the dead bodies of armed hunters. Their attack power is 5 times higher than that of regular skeletons. Surprised faces appeared on the blue cubes. They wrote that armed skeletons had already appeared on the second level and they usually appear as a boss monster on the third level. Clara, dumbfounded, suggested retreating and coming back later, noting that they needed to at least think through an attack tactic. Mike grinned and noted that he was an experienced player after all. With his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked what would happen to his reputation if he was shaking because they came out with swords. The skeleton swung his blade. The protagonist watched the monster closely and thought that if he reacted as he usually did, this game might seem too difficult, but now the synchronization level was 99%. It felt like his reaction speed had doubled, and if you compare it to those he had fought in games before, these skeletons were as fast as a turtle. Mike saw every move of the skeleton's blade. He dodged the undead's attack. The protagonist struck a powerful blow. He began to beat the skeletons. He struck them with a series of attacks. The dumbfounded spectators said that these were amazing physical capabilities. Mike jumped on the skeleton. A puzzled Clara thought that she knew the protagonist was good at playing, but she didn't think he would fight so perfectly against an armed opponent. Mike delivered a powerful kick. He continued running along the tower. He saw a door and screamed that all he had to do was climb up there and that was it. He ran towards the door. He swung his leg. The protagonist asked if this was finally the boss monster. The skeleton was emitting powerful energy. A message popped up that this was a giant skeleton. No hits until level 2, a hidden boss that appears if you enter the boss room for 10 minutes, a strong player in life who turned into an undead. There was still no case of passing this monster. Mike was standing in front of a huge skeleton. The protagonist picked his ear and asked what it meant. Clara, dumbfounded, screamed that this was a giant skeleton, the boss of the skeleton tower, which no one had managed to destroy yet, and she thought it was just rumors. Mike dodged the attack. He jumped up from the ground. Clara, with a serious look, screamed that his level was much higher than those monsters and he should remember the features of the map when he dodged. The skeleton clenched his fist. Looking at the destroyed wall, the protagonist said that he was strong and asked if Clara was saying that he was different from those weaklings. Clenching his fists, he said that he did not know what kind of monster he was, but he was ready to fight hard. Mike took a stance. The skeleton delivered a powerful blow. The protagonist dodged the attack. The skeleton delivered multiple attacks to the wall. Clara watched the fight and said that a pillar was falling on Mike. The skeleton destroyed the pillars. The protagonist rushed into battle and thanked her. The skeleton swung his fist. Mike jumped back from the attack and noted that he had a special move for such big guys. The skeleton turned around. The protagonist watched him. Mike hit the skeleton in the legs. He thought that if such big monsters lost their balance, they would be finished. The huge monster began to fall to the ground. The protagonist stepped on the ground. He clenched his fist. He was preparing to make a powerful attack. The dumbfounded viewer said he remembered this move from an old war game, King of the Fist. He saw an image of a man behind Mike and said it was the same one who had won for 5 years in a row, the strongest of the strongest. The protagonist hit the skeleton with great force. His head flew off his body. The monster's skull flew through the air. Mike caught the skull on his finger. He twirled the skull on his finger. Smiling, he said that now he understood what was what. Frightened faces appeared on the cubes. They began to shout that Mike was the best. The protagonist threw the skull on the ground. He approached the gate. Mike began to open the gate. The gate was open. The protagonist entered a dark room. The guy came out of the darkness. There was a smirk on his face. He stopped Mike's attack. Holding back his fist, the guy noted that he was waiting for the protagonist. Mike asked with a serious look who he was. Two capsules stood opposite each other. The guy was shouting that the final battle of the King of the Fist ends with his signature move and a complete victory, and this is an unprecedented result, 5 victories in a row. The guys were standing near the capsules. A voice was heard that the player Mike won again. The capsules began to open. The guys looked at the main character. He stood up. Grinning, he thought that he was the champion of the King of the Fist. The audience was empty. He was unhappy about this. The cleaner began to wash the floors and said that they need to prepare for the next game. Mike thought that this game has already lost its popularity. The bus was driving along the street. Cars were driving along the road. People were walking along the street. The main character was standing near the wall. He brought the phone to his ear. His face was serious. Looking at the phone, he heard that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable. Holding the phone in his hands, Mike said that she was playing this Dantalian again. He saw the name of the game and began to read that the virtual game Dantalian is a roguelike, an exit from a fantasy labyrinth. The synchronization of the connection with the body of virtual reality is 99%, not a single repeating element, even after hundreds and thousands of attempts to play. Mike imagined many monsters. Standing in the alley, the protagonist read that gamers all over the world are delighted with the advanced technology of Dantalian, as well as with the game King of the Fist, which until recently occupied the first place in the ranking. A tall tower appeared in Mike's imagination. He noted that the strangest thing is that many users have tried to play this game for 5 years, but no one has completed it to the end. Looking away, the protagonist asked if it was really that interesting. He imagined tongues of flame. The building was engulfed in flames. Mike watched the fire. Tears streamed down his face. He hugged Mary, thinking that he and his sister lost their parents when they were little, so since then they relied only on each other. He continued to hug her. The protagonist approached the capsule. He stood in front of it. Mike assumed that he was unable to make up for their loss, so Mary became very interested in virtual games. Lowering his head, the protagonist noted that he believed that his sister would overcome this grief someday. He began to look around. The protagonist wrote to her that he won. Looking at his phone, Mike asked if he should buy her favorite tteokbokki today. He walked out of the alley. The protagonist covered his face from the bright light. He saw breaking news on the building that 20 million players had died in Dantalian. Mike was taken aback by this. He looked at the girl on the news, who said that a system error had occurred in the virtual game Dantalian, which had claimed the lives of many users. A state of emergency had been declared worldwide, and there were currently about 300 million people online. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that this was the game Mary was playing. He looked at the girl on the news. Clara called him and told him to go to Mary right away. Mike dropped his cup and started running. The night sky enveloped the building. They rushed home. Mary was lying in the capsule. They stood in front of the capsule. Clara looked at Mary's indicators. She said with a smile that her physical indicators were normal and she was still alive. The protagonist sat down on the sofa. Holding his face, he heard from the news that governments of different countries had blocked the download of the Dantalian game. There were currently 300 million users online. As a result of the search for those associated with the Dantalian game, the chairman of the company was found missing and the director was found dead. Mike was watching TV. The girl said with a serious look that in case of death in the Dantalian world, there would be a fatal outcome in the real world due to an error in the pain system. Control was impossible. It was necessary to immediately stop the game and evacuate to a safe place. The government was taking all necessary measures. Clara was looking at the phone. She showed the phone to the protagonist and said that the Dantalian streamer was transmitting real-world news to the game itself. There was a high probability that Mary was with them. The guy was sitting on the ground and saying that he didn't want to die. Turning around, the guy said that they were on the 6th floor. The guy with a smile on his face asked them not to worry, noting that this was the Messiah who would go through Dantalian and save 300 million people. Mike was dumbfounded. Getting up from the couch, he asked if there was any way. Frowning, Clara replied that they could only be saved if they completed the game to the end. Clara presented a scroll on which the rules of the virtual game Dantalian were written. The 0 rule stated that after completing all the levels, the exit occurs automatically. The first rule is that there are no restrictions on passing. The second rule is that all creatures that are inside the labyrinth can be killed. Clara looked at the 0 rule. She imagined the people from the news and said that when the game had no problems yet, this point did not make much sense. But after the users were stuck inside, this rule took on a completely different meaning. A drop of sweat ran down Clara's face. She noted that if the developer had made the rules with this situation in mind from the start. Looking at the protagonist, she said that she had heard that there were rankers among the users and that they had to wait until they had completed all the levels. Mike said that the best result in Dantalian was the 50th floor. Clara was surprised. The protagonist's face was calm. He looked at Clara and noted that he should go there himself. Dumbfounded, she cried out that hundreds and thousands of people had tried to complete it, but no one had succeeded. Mike replied that this was why he had to try. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked who knew virtual games better than him, noting that he had won the King of Fists 5 times in a row. Frowning, Clara said that this only applied to the King of Fists and that the protagonist had never played Dantalian. He stood in front of her and said that he had Clara. Her face was sad. Mike thought that Clara had reached the 38th floor in Dantalian and that she was a streamer, and a pretty smart one at that. Clara bit her lip. The protagonist emphasized the fact that she was his childhood friend and someone who loved Mary as much as he did. Clara lowered her head. She looked at Mike and said that in exchange, he would have to start broadcasting so that she could help him. The protagonist agreed with a serious expression. Enraged, Mike said that he would smash this Dantalian to smithereens. The guy caught his fist and said that he was a rank 71 demon king who was in charge of floors 1 through 3. He smirked and said that this was the ever-changing game Dantalian. He held Mike's fist. The protagonist, taken aback, wondered if he had caught his fist with one hand, noting that he had used enough force. Mike jumped away from him. The guy guessed that the protagonist probably had a lot of questions for him. Mike listened to him with a serious expression. The guy said that he could only say one thing. He pointed his finger upward. He smiled and said that the answer to all the questions was up there. He asked to go up into the labyrinth with a satisfied look, to do everything he could, in the most desperate state, with painful groans, shedding sweat and blood. The protagonist stood opposite. The guy said that it was quite possible that Mike would find what he was looking for. The protagonist was furious. He clenched his teeth. Mike rushed at him. He swung his fist. Clara was hovering in front of his face. She spread her arms and asked him to calm down, noting that otherwise he would not complete the game. The guy snapped his fingers. 3 doors appeared behind him. The guy looked at Mike and said that he had completed the first floor of the labyrinth. The protagonist saw 3 doors. The guy noted that these 3 doors lead to the next level. Behind each of them there are different tests, and it is unknown which of these tests will be more difficult. Surprised, Clara said that if you think about it, even the basic Dantalian system does not have any explanations. Looking at Mike, she noted that she will explain in simple language. Clara introduced a pixel character. She hit the character and asked if there was a problem. She took off his clothes. Clara stood in front of the labyrinth and told him that there were 72 floors of the labyrinth in this game and Mike would complete the game when he got to the very top. She said that after completing each level, the main character could choose a door. Clara imagined herself standing in front of 3 passages in the game. Clara jumped into the blue pipe. She told him that the blue color was a boost and he could go to the next level if his stats were slightly higher, and the boost effect was limited to the next floor. Wounded, Clara jumped into the green pipe. She jumped out of the pipe with full health. She told him that the green color was recovery, and that he could heal all the wounds he had received in the previous stages and go to the next one. Clara imagined herself holding a gold coin in her hands. She emphasized that the yellow color was a golden blessing, and that if he went to the floor next to this color, he would receive gold coins as a reward. She examined the coin. Clara stated that gold is the money of the labyrinth, which can be used at the transit points. Clara ran to the building. She noted that you just need to give gold to the merchant and buy a card of the equipment item. After purchasing the equipment, it will receive the synergy effect. She said with a serious look that the reason why players do not choose the golden door is very simple. The corpse was lying on the ground. Clara said that if the players lose on the next floor, no gold coins will help them anymore. It is better to choose buffing or healing than an unknown future. The guy with a smile on his face asked which door Mike would choose. Looking at him, Clara clarified if he knew that as soon as he opened the door, the next battle would immediately begin. The protagonist's face was serious. He began to walk forward. Mike began to open the door. He was standing near the golden door. He calmly said that it was simple, adding that the buff and recovery did not remain, and the gold remained with him. He walked through the door. The protagonist turned around. He saw the achievement that he was a lonely and perfect player and cleared the Tower of the Dead. A joyful Clara noted that he had 3 achievements. She said with a serious look that she had briefly explained it to him and asked him to open his cards. He began to look at his status window. Mike noticed that he had 3 more achievements. Clara introduced a blue man and said that there was no stat system in Dantalian and that achievements were important there, adding that the more achievements, the more physical abilities the character had. She introduced people with their numbers. Clara said that there was no big difference between the first, second, and third achievements, and when they accumulated and there were 10 or 20 of them, the difference would be greater. A huge 30th man stood above the first. Clara noted that this could already be considered the difference between a child and an adult. Mike touched his muscles and assumed that his body had become a little lighter. He saw a magic sphere. The monster's eyes were glowing brightly. Looking around, the protagonist clarified who this gloomy weirdo was. Clara replied that it was a non-player character randomly generated by the game. The monster extended his hand. Magic figures began to fall. The monster caught them. The figures were lying in his hand. Pictures of a labyrinth and a key appeared on the cubes of the figures. Surprised, Mike asked about it. A notification popped up that he had entered the stage. The protagonist appeared in a huge room. The monsters were behind the cages. They were trying to escape from the cage. Covering his ears, Mike asked what it was. Clara noted that it would appear soon. The monster hit the ground with a stick. Extending a trident, the monster said that the protagonist was an escaped prisoner. A message appeared that this was a labyrinth prison and that you need to find the keys, open the door, and enter the labyrinth. The enraged monster ordered to catch the protagonist. Clara held onto Mike's hair. The protagonist began to run away. He ran past many cages. Holding her hair, Clara thought that there was nothing difficult in clearing the prison labyrinth stage and that it was necessary to free the prisoners who would fight the guards, while Mike had to find the keys and the entrance to the labyrinth. She noted with a serious expression that the problem was that they did not know which of the prisoners would agree to help them. The monster tried to break free. The girl was suspended by chains. She was unconscious. Clara looked at her. Watching the girl, she noticed what she had found. Clara pulled him by the hair and asked him to collect all the keys on the floor and free the prisoner on the right. Looking around, Mike clarified whether she was talking about her. The girl was kneeling. The protagonist began to collect the keys on the floor. Clara began to scream for him to hurry up. The monsters saw him. They rushed to attack. The monster swung his spear and wished him death. The protagonist inserted the key into the lock and cried out that he had succeeded and opened it. The girl opened her eyes. Mike saw a monster attacking him. The girl parried the monster's attack. She knocked the spear out of his hands. The girl caught the weapon. She pierced the monster. Blood splattered around her. The monsters fell to the ground. A spear was sticking out of the monster's body. The girl was holding a bunch of keys in her hands. She opened the shackles. She threw them on the floor. The girl was holding her hand. Mike held his hand to his mouth and whispered if she would definitely help them. Clara asked him to believe her. The girl knelt down and said that she was a member of the First Knightly Order of the Kingdom of Teep. She closed her eyes and said that she was a knight of the Central Order, Jane. The protagonist was surprised. Jane said with a serious expression that she thanked him for saving her and her sister. A projection appeared near the girl, which said that she was Jane's younger sister and PC ready. Clara, taken aback, said that she was also such a little girl. Looking at them, Jane said that if they let her take her sister with them, she would help them get out of there. Turning around, Mike said that it didn't matter to him and that the main thing was to get out of this place. Ruddy held onto the bars and noted that if they went this way, they would not make it in the allotted time. She calmly said that she knew a shortcut. Confused, Clara wondered if this little girl knew the hidden path, noting that even she had never seen such a thing before. Mike looked at her and asked if she had saved the right people. The protagonist was killing monsters. Jane was running across the battlefield. Sitting at the computer, Clara was shouting that they needed to go left. Turning around, Mike said that they needed to go left. Ruddy opened the door and said that they should go that way. The dumbfounded protagonist asked when the exit would appear. They saw a turn. Mike turned right. He saw angry monsters. The protagonist hid behind the wall and apologized for disturbing them. Jane started walking towards them. Mike watched her. Jane grabbed the blade and said that she would deal with them. The monsters stood in front of her. They started running towards Jane. A red aura enveloped her body. Jane cut the monsters. Standing near the corpses, she asked them to hurry up. Looking at her, Mike clarified what she had just done, noting that it looked cool. Clara wondered if these were NPCs with skills. Clara imagined how people fought in various martial arts. She mused that along with skill cards, there was a single technique supported in Dantalian. She emphasized the fact that if high-level movements could be reproduced in virtual reality, it could be implemented in skills. Jane swung her blade. Ruddy pointed her finger, noting that there was an exit. She looked at the bars. Ruddy grabbed the bars. She was surprised to see that there were 3 keys. The protagonist turned around. The monsters were lying on the ground. The demon stepped on them. The enraged demon began to shout that they were fugitives. The angry monster noted that if they surrendered, they would not kill them. Jane knelt down. The monster's eyes glowed yellow. He declared that if they fell into his hands, he would treat them like last time. Saliva was streaming down his face. Jane frowned. Ruddy was scared. Her hands started shaking. Mike was standing next to her. Without turning around, the protagonist asked her to relax, take her time, and just think that the bedroom of her house was there. Warming his fist, Mike noted that he would take on this monster. Surprised, Ruddy agreed. The protagonist saw that he had 2 minutes left. The monster stood above him and said that some rat had gotten into the prison. Mike dodged the attack of a huge monster. The bars were broken. The monster was hitting many times. He swung his arm. Bouncing off the attacks, the protagonist thought that the monster, although strong, was just swinging its fists. He remembered Jane's face and noted that the girl had moved completely differently during the fight. Turning around, Mike asked if he could repeat those cool moves. Clara replied that skills cannot be simply activated and she had already explained about the skill level. The protagonist smirked and said that he had done this many times in Fist King. He charged into battle. Mike prepared to attack and noted that he had to focus on absolutely every step. Clara was taken aback and noted that it was a move from Fist King. The protagonist's fist was enveloped in a light aura. A bright light enveloped the room. Mike delivered a powerful attack using Transcendent Superiority, Whirlpool. There was a hole in the monster's body. The monster began to scream in pain. After delivering the blow, the protagonist asked if he had succeeded. Clara, dumbfounded, asked if he had activated the skills so easily. The monster fell to the ground. The lock was open. Ruddy turned around and said that she had opened it. Mike began to run away from the crowd of monsters. He ran to the door. He had 2 seconds left. The protagonist was getting closer to the door. He was looking at the exit sign. Mike managed to jump to the exit. Looking at the white projection, the protagonist read that he had passed the Labyrinth prison and received 13 gold. Standing up, Mike noted that they were on the verge of a hare. Clara informed him that he had received 3 more achievements. He looked at Jane and Ruddy. Jane bowed and thanked him. The protagonist introduced himself. Jane said with a serious expression that she would sacrifice her life for him. Clara flew next to him and said that Mike could go up the tower higher with the NPS he met on the floors. Ruddy took his hand. The protagonist was surprised by this. Ruddy held his finger and thanked him. Mike remembered his sister. They were standing on the street and Mary asked if they had fun today. She noted with a smile on her face that they would play again tomorrow. The protagonist's face was serious. Mike was thinking that it would be better for her not to follow him and that this did not bode well. The protagonist let go of her hand. Turning away, Mike said that they would interfere and asked them to go their own way. Ruddy and Jane entered the green door. The protagonist stood near the golden door. He opened the door and said that they had to hurry. Mike walked through the door. He saw a red glow. He entered the room. The girl looked at him and asked how long he would stand in front of the door. A notification popped up that the bored Queen Laura was tired of everything. Sitting on the couch, she asked why Mike was not coming in. The protagonist saw a message that he had to satisfy the Queen's whims. The bored Queen Laura was tired of everything. Everyone was trying to fulfill the goal of satisfying the Queen and her desires. The girl asked why the guy was not coming in. Mike was ridiculed in the chat. He was confused. Someone said that her appearance did not match her character at all. Clara said that Laura was included in this level. The guy asked who she was. The girl replied that she had just completed this level. 3 balls were juggling in the air. It was a yellow-haired guy who wanted to satisfy the desires of Queen Laura. Clara said that it was just a simple task. It was enough to satisfy the Queen's whims. The girl noted that the problems were not in Queen Laura herself. The ball rolled to her foot. The Queen picked it up and said that she was bored. She asked everyone to stop. Suddenly, her mood changed dramatically. The girl ordered to kill each other to complete the task. As a result, the Queen was not satisfied with anything. Clara said that no matter what the players did, she never liked everything and usually everything ended in a royal battle. Mike clenched his hand into a fist and said that he was not going to waste time on this. The guy resolutely gathered all his strength in his hand and asked if he could just fight her. Clara replied that this character was not created to fight her because he was too strong. After all, the 3rd floor. Mike came to his senses and noted that this was already the case. He felt the vibes of fear that the Queen was emitting. This was different from the previous ones. Mike also suddenly realized that there was something hidden in this room. The girl asked him how long he would stand in the doorway. The guy looked at her. Laura called the guy to her under the barking of her dog. Mike thought about it because he did not know what to do in such cases. The guy said that there was only one way that was worth trying in this situation. Clara asked him what he had in mind. Mike asked his companion if she believed him. The girl looked at him with distrust. The guy resolutely headed towards the dissatisfied Queen. He suddenly put his knee on the bed. Mike began to climb onto the bed himself, causing misunderstanding in Clara and Laura. The guy acted quickly and did not want to remember this moment. Laura licked her lips and noted that he was very cute. Clara was furious when she saw his sophisticated method. The girl got very angry. She asked what the guy was doing and if this was his way. The companion demanded to go down as quickly as possible. She noticed that Mike was really going to do it. The girl got very angry. She threatened the guy that she would tell everything. Clara did not believe until the very end that all this was happening in real life. She thought that it was impossible to show such things on the stream, so she said that if Mike made even one more move, she would not watch him anymore. The guy's lips slowly approached the lips of Queen Laura. Suddenly, Mike abruptly puts his right hand behind the girl's head and turns her away from himself. He grabs her by the neck and twists her head. He demands that she not move. Clara was in complete shock from what she saw. Mike said that he knew everything from the very beginning, because Laura is not this girl. The dog, looking at all this, began to grow veins and muscles. Saliva began to flow from its mouth. The guy pointed to the dog, which turned into a giant of muscles. This was the real Laura look. Clara asked how Mike even figured out about the switch, to which the guy replied that the girl looked too weak compared to the strength he felt from the dog. He said that when he got closer, he saw that she had a tag with a nickname. People in the chat wondered why a person was called by that name. Someone said that in this situation he has no rights. Cube caught the girl jealous, while she sighed with relief that the guy did not kiss another. Clara hit him and asked him to shut up. The girl Laura began to bite the guy's hand to get out. Mike squeezed her head hard and told the dog that if she wanted to see her owner alive, she should fight him. The muscular dog clenched his hand into a fist and swung with all his strength. His eyes were red, his mood was fierce. The dog broke some pieces of furniture with just one blow, but did not touch the guy and the girl. Mike had a scar on his cheek. The guy looked angrily at his opponent with a withering look. The muscular dog did not understand what he had done wrong. Mike squeezed the girl's head even tighter. She had no air left in her lungs. She asked her owner for help. Tears began to flow from her eyes. The dog stood up straight and thought. Mike thought that he had already thought whether his method would work. The dog began to stomp loudly and head towards the guy. After a few steps, she became a small harmless dog again. Her small narrow paws stood on the tiles. Laura asked the guy not to touch the girl. Mike asked the dog if she would be happy if he let the girl go. The girl said she would be very happy. Tears started flowing from her eyes, and she said she would be incredibly happy if the girl stayed alive. The sign marked the level passed. The guy entered a dark room, which was dimly lit by the light from the door. The double door behind him began to close, destroying the council that had just entered this room. Mike thought that it was quite dangerous because he could die if he started fighting with her. The dog was crying and hugging the girl at that moment. She said that she felt very sorry for her. Clara was offended by the guy. Mike asked what he had done wrong, that the girl said that she had nothing to do with it. Hysterical laughter was heard behind the guy. It was a fair-haired man who said that he had not laughed for a long time. He lost the tears of laughter from his eyes and said that finally at least someone was able to satisfy Laura. The guy recognized Sam and him. The opponent snapped his finger and a large sign appeared in front of the participants. It said that the guy had successfully completed the task of satisfying the queen's whim. Now he must pass the blackmailer's competition. Sam turned to the guy with an evil look. The guy asked if Mike had gone through all 3 floors that he had prepared for him. He said that it was finally the turn of the very floor from which the next test should be expected. Mike was thinking about the fact that this time there was only one door in front of him. He asked the guy if he should just go in there. Sam noted that there was only one door on every 3rd floor, so there was nothing to think about because there would be a rest area for them further on. The guy suggested looking forward to it. He said that the character could meet NPCs there who would help him during the game with other players. Mike looked at him with distrust. He asked Clara what she thought. Was the girl already there? The companion replied that she had logged into the game a long time ago. Perhaps she was taller than them, so they should just look for her just in case. The guy asked the girl to wait for him a little longer because he was going to climb up the tower faster than the others. Mike started walking towards the door. He was thinking only about the girl. When he reached the steps, the guy stopped. Clara hovered over his head. They both looked at the door. Mike saw his evaluation sheet on the door. He guessed what it was. Clara noted that it could have been left by the Demon King responsible for the floors. She said that he was evaluating how interesting the player's behavior was. This was Sam's evaluation sheet. Mike accepted the combination. He noticed that the guy had a rather unusual hobby. Clara said that there were levels from A to E, and if he got in a rank, he would be given 50 gold. The sign said that the feeling of the battle for the player was amazing. Because he was skilled, as if he had entered the labyrinth dozens of times, he exceeded all his expectations. The Demon King admired and could not contain his emotions. He hoped that his selfless play would make him raise the corners of his lips. A sign hung above the guy that the player Sam S rank received a reward of 100 gold coins. He noted to Clara that the guy was S rank. Clara was very surprised to see such a high rank. Gaming cafe bar. The players were talking among themselves and arguing that someone on the 3rd floor was pulling out cards. A blonde chubby guy asked if this was true. Gold coins fell on the floor. Mike ordered to give 1 card. The girl at the cashier was stunned to see such a large amount of money. The players in the bar also did not understand who he was and what was really going on. The chat room viewers were discussing how the guy himself was embarrassed that he was rich. A strange man came down from the 2nd floor and told the girl that he would see his guest out himself. She obeyed him. The owner reached out and took 1 gold coin from his hand. Her name was Molly. She said that she had already received 100 gold coins from the guy. The NPC recognized the abilities of the player Mike. The girl took a drink with a picture of a bull from a high shelf. A store of secret cards opened in front of the guy, one of which he could buy. The other players stood behind him and discussed all the secret cards. They could not believe their eyes. The girl began to shuffle the cards. She laid them out separately on the table for him to choose. Molly asked the guy to try to turn them over. Mike looked at the unwanted spectators with an angry look. The players surrounding him quieted down. The guy asked if he could watch alone, to which the girl replied that it was simply impossible and called him a fool. Laura was in a fighting mood. She understood that these were already dangerous phrases because appetite comes with eating. When a person sees an interesting thing, he wants to possess it, such is human nature. Demons show players a valuable reward to make them feel greedy. They want to make players desperately fight for this reward. Mark exhaled and began to turn over the cards. 3 of them had different images with different capabilities. Shouts were immediately heard from the crowd of players that the R level was possibly rare. They would like to have such a card. Clara was happy for her companion and said that rare items drop with a probability of 5%, and also in the rest area of the 3rd floor. In the chat, people were delighted that the guy got all 3 legendary level cards. They did not understand why they appeared here, because such a valuable item on the 3rd level is a good start. The order of card ranks in Dantalian consisted of normal, uncommon, rare, unique, legendary. Normal cards have one type of experience indicators and skills and equipment at the normal level. Uncommon card has 2 types of experience indicators, equipment and skills of the unusual level. Rare card, 3 types of experience indicators, rare level of equipment and skills. The digital cubes began to argue what the guy should choose. They agreed on the options of armor or the skill of purification with agility. Mike asked everyone to shut up because they prevented him from thinking. One of the cubes shouted at the others. He called them fools because it was necessary to choose the monk's belt and achieve divine synergy. The guy heard this and realized that synergy is still better. Dantalian has a synergy system that affects all equipment and an additional effect of the skill card. If you collect a certain amount of synergy, you can get a buff. The more synergy of one type, the greater the effect. The guy thought for a while and said that he chooses the monk's belt card. The girl behind the counter asked if his decision was final. The guy confirmed his intentions. She removed the 2 remaining cards and handed the guy the chosen one. The card immediately asked Mike if he wanted to use the monk's belt right now. The guy immediately agreed. Molly covered her eyes from the bright blue glow. A strong light came from the windows of the bar building. The monk's magic staff was around the guy. A status window opened in front of him where all the characteristics of the belt were written, class, monk. The chat began to discuss how rare the characteristic of this item was. People dreamed of touching it at least once. They could not believe that the guy got it on the 3rd floor. Mike looked back and looked at the players sitting at the counters. Their eyes were full of self-interest. They also wanted to get such a rare item. The guy noticed their anxious looks. Clara said that it was very good that you can't fight in the recreation area. On the way out, Mike said that he would have problems starting tomorrow morning. Entering the hotel, the guy said that there was no girl there either. He told Clara that he should rest now. His companion noted that the guy was probably tired. She asked him to turn off the broadcast and get some sleep. People from the chat tried in every way to dissuade him from leaving the game and turning off the broadcast. Mike lay down on the bed and calmly exhaled. He thought only about the fact that even in the game he needed to sleep. He did not like such rules. In his dream, Mike saw himself saving himself and the girl, calling his parents for help. His father ran up to him and said that there were still people inside. He asked Mike to stay with his sister while he went there. The guy asked him not to leave, to which the father simply looked back silently. He put his hand on the boy's head. The father said that he believed in his son. He asked him to take care of the girl. Mike saw his father's hand slowly moving away from his head. He tried to prolong the moment for a moment longer. Waking up, the guy quickly jumped out of bed with fear in his eyes. He sat up and thought about having such bad dreams. After what he saw, Mike could not catch his breath and realize what was happening. He thought that this dream was frantically realistic. He called the game again. Clara entered the chat. After the guy left the hotel, the girl asked him how he felt. The guy peacefully went down the stairs with his head down. He, going down the stairs, noticed people running towards him. Many players offered him to join them. They wanted the guy to simply exist in their team, and they provided him with everything he needed. There was genuine surprise on their faces, how the guy could even earn so much money. The man offered to go to him. After all, they already have an archer healer, and with them the guy will have a full team. Mike, having just woken up, did not understand what they wanted from him. Clara suggested that in the rest area you can hire an NPC to go through levels together. The better the skills, the higher the competition. The guy rudely replied that he did not need anything. He ordered them to move away from him. Spectators in the chat said that it was more difficult for loners at high levels, but it was better than getting an unexpected blow to the back from your teammate. Mike thought that there was no one he could fully trust. He was going to go without a team, because it did not matter at all. Clara confirmed his conjectures. The guy stopped in front of a single door. The players behind him looked at his back. They ran after the guy with the goal of passing this level with him. They wanted to get into the same team with him. The guy received a notification that he had entered the 4th floor. It was a clear forest area with bright sunshine. The players stood behind the door and thought about how to pass this level. Mike stood away from everyone and reasoned that there was only a forest on the 4th floor. Some players were directly watching him as if they wanted to follow him. Suddenly, a foot stepped on the ground. All the players looked excitedly towards the stranger. Clara, seeing the man, said that this was the Demon King, responsible for the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. The demon Agatha stood in front of the players. She carefully examined them all with her gaze. The girl said that the players' task in this forest was incredibly simple. She said that they should find beads. In order to pass the level, the players should collect 3 beads. After every 3 floors there is a rest area. This is a place where you can change equipment and rest before entering the stage of the next Demon King. Players who were separated can meet again in the rest area. Here you can buy cards from the NPC merchant and change equipment for new ones. The players looked at Agatha and thought about her words. The girl looked at the crowd and said that this time all sorts of rabble had gathered. She happily said that it would be even more interesting this way. Agatha repeated again that the players' task in this forest was extremely simple. They were required to find and collect 3 beads. The girl said that they only needed to collect 3 beads. The players did not understand what she was talking about. They began to complain that the girl did not fully explain to them what the specific goal was. They did not understand which beads exactly they were required to collect. Agatha got angry and decided to use extreme measures against the indignant ones. She turned into a big snake and bit off the dissatisfied guy's head. The girl standing next to him was shocked by what she saw because the snake had completely devoured the guy. Agatha sat on the snake. She asked the players if there was anyone dissatisfied with the task. Those present became very worried, but did not dare to say anything. Agatha said that if the guys had no more questions, then they should hurry, because she could not watch them just standing there so boredly. 3 doors appeared in front of the players. The girl stood in front of them and said that if they wanted to move on to the next stage, they should bring 3 beads from there. She noted that the more beads the player found, the better. The players began to complain again, because Agatha did not even tell them how to find these beads or where to go at all. Mike was surprised why this game began without training. Clara leaned on his shoulder. The girl took responsibility and asked the guy to trust and follow her. Mike suddenly took off. He started running and unrealistically fast. The peculiarity of this game was that the NPCs did not know anything about how to pass this game, and the guy had information from other players who had passed these games hundreds and thousands of times and shared their knowledge and experience about the levels, thanks to which he had an idea of how to somehow pass them. It turned out to be an advantageous position. Clara asked Mike to turn left. The task of this floor was to collect beads hidden in the forest and bring them to the girl, who was in the center of the clearing. These beads could be found in the creatures living in the forest. They could also hang on trees buried deep in the ground. According to Clara, the stronger the beast or the taller the tree, the more likely it was that the beads were with them. The girl said that the most important thing was to act quickly, because the number of beads was strictly limited. Usually, towards the end, some NPCs no longer tried to look for them, they just killed each other to take them. So she asked to quickly complete this level before the long-awaited massacre began. People in the chat did not understand why Mike was not looking for beads. They thought that the guy would not survive in the wilderness of the forest. Someone assumed that he was looking for a snake cave. Mike stopped at a large tree. He looked at its trunk. The guy asked Clara if this was really the largest tree in the forest. The girl answered that they were in the right place. Viewers in the chat said that the guy was really looking for a snake cave. They did not understand why he initially went there and did not meet predators. The guy received a donation of 10,000 won, or a player who knew the area pointed the guy to a snake cave, which was located near the roots of the tree. The cubes asked the guy to definitely kill this snake. Clara pointed forward and said that she had received useful information. They needed to find tracks, behind which there would be an entrance to the cave. The girl suggested that the guy take a break and wait while she searched. Mike asked if it was underground. The guy began to rub his foot on the ground and said that with such soil he would be able to implement the idea. Mike raised his leg and swung it with all his might. Clara asked her companion what he was going to do. After a powerful kick on the ground, a large fire sphere appeared after the blow. A rift formed where the guy's foot hit. The 2 participants fell underground. Clara was surprised that her companion had such skills. The guy replied that this could not be called a skill. In his opinion, he just tried what he had in the last game. It turns out it works everywhere. He told about the level change system. If the character breaks the ground from the way down, the levels will automatically change. The girl praised the guy and said that with such strength he does not need intelligence. Mike was taken to the second bottom and looked around. People in the chat were discussing how spacious the cave was. Some were inspired and some couldn't believe what was happening. The girl said that there was nothing alive inside. It was just that only one snake lived in this cave. She thought that the more space and the stronger the beast, the more chances there were to find beads, so it was here. This was in the cave of the boss monster of this level, a huge snake. Clara said that the monster was currently inactive, so this was the guy's chance to defeat it. Suddenly, something moved, stones began to fall from above, and another person fell after the guy. There were several of them. They were wearing hoods. The players praised him for finding this place so quickly. The guys from the chat noticed that these were the same people who begged the guy to join their team in the recreation area. The gray-haired man looked at the guy with an angry look. Clara noticed that these people were following them in the recreation area. The guy said that they were late. The guys in the chat told Mike to call the police because there were too many of them. The guy noticed something strange. Clara asked what it was. Mike answered that if you look closely, they were very strange. He compared them to zombies. The girl began to understand. She immediately told her companion that it could be mind control magic. The guy was surprised, hearing such a name for the first time. The gray-haired man said that he did not know about any control. He said that it is natural for people to obey those who are stronger than them. The man raised an artifact sword, which controls people with the help of magical tentacles. The girl was sitting at the computer and banged on the table, because she did not know where a person could get an artifact weapon on the 4th floor. The man pointed the sword towards the guy. He demanded to give up the rare card so that they would not kill him. Mike gave his opponent an angry middle finger. He told him to go to hell and said he wouldn't get the card. An artifact item is an item that has no synergy but has a special function. Sometimes high-level artifacts can be more important than cards. A high-level equipment card can contain synergy and be an artifact at the same time. The man laughed loudly. He ordered his subordinates to tear the guy apart furiously. One of the players attacked him with blades between his fingers. He tried to inflict heavy damage, but Mike dodged the blow. The guy decided that he could beat them because he simply had no reason to lose. Mike collected 3 achievements on each floor, which meant that he was ahead of them in growth. It was like the difference between a child and an adult. The guy knocked out one of the man's subordinates with 1 blow. The rest, as he ran up, also received heavy damage from the blow. The man stood above and watched how furiously the guy fought back. He admitted that he had previously thought that Mike was just lucky, who easily got the cards. The man said that the guy was stronger than he thought. Clara remembered the man. She realized that he was feeding the sword with his consciousness, and the man was too strong a weapon, not corresponding to this level, so the guy was inferior to him in strength. The man raised the sword up and asked Mike if he wanted to get it. Clara warned the guy to be careful and not touch the tentacles that could control him. The girl said that the guy now has no magic count, so 1 blow is enough for him. The man sent tentacles towards the hero. Mike barely dodged the attack. He looked furiously into the eyes of the man, realizing that he had just almost fallen under his control. The stranger again began to emit many tentacles, saying that the guy had no reason to run away from him. He asked Mike if he wanted to have such strength as he did. He sent a large tentacle towards the guy, saying that this was his superior strength. The shoot hit the head of one of the subordinates and infected all the veins. His eyes rolled up. The man began to make strange sounds. The veins of the stranger began to be covered with a bright pink paint. The fat man got stronger. He was full of rage. Mike barely dodged the man's attack. The fat man missed, but having hit the ground, created a large cloud of dust. The guy understood that he could not cope so easily now. The subordinates continued to attack him. Suddenly, the floor began to be cut into cracks by the subordinates, and did not look down and did not know what to do. Clara warned the guy. She said that it was necessary to get out of this cave as quickly as possible. Mike listened to her. The guy quickly jumped up and headed towards the exit. He jumped with great force, while the rest of the subordinates fell to the level below. Mike climbed up the mountain in several jumps. The man with the sword artifact received a stone in the shoulder and experienced severe pain while trying to get out, and in his hands unclenched from pain, and the sword fell into the abyss. The veins of the man began to converge in his eyes. At one point they lost their color, and the man lost his strength. He hung on one hand, holding him from falling into the abyss. Mike looked at him. The man asked for help. The stranger sincerely asked to help him, because he was a few steps from death. Her eyes were filled with tears. He pretended to repent. Clara asked the guy why he hesitated and did not leave. Mike thought about it and made an important decision. He extended his hand to the stranger to save him. The man clearly did not expect such a turn of events. He sincerely wanted to help him. The stranger smiled from ear to ear and said thank you. He grabbed Mike's hand with both hands and waited for the guy to pull him out. All this time, the man was pulling his sword towards the guy with one hand to kill him, but Mike knew everything and let him go in time. The last thoughts flashed in the stranger's eyes. Mike was surprised why this man was rushing for his weapon and was more afraid for it than for his life. As a result, the stranger fell into the abyss along with his sword. A few seconds later, even his screams were not so audible. The huge abyss sucked him deeper and deeper. Something big and unknown stuck its muzzle out from there. Mike asked in surprise who it was. From the abyss itself, a long body continued to emerge at high speed. The guy realized that it was that very snake. She rose higher than he could have imagined. Mike, sitting at the computer, fell on the keyboard. Clara said that she was afraid that the guy would die. She asked if he was okay. The guys in the chat were discussing how worried they were about the main character. They admired how he managed to get out of there at all. The guy looked at his palm. He was silent. He said that despite the fact that it was just a game, the feeling was still disgusting. Clara asked again what the guy meant, but he misspoke and said that it was time to go. Mike reminded that he had a purpose here, for which he was here. The guy walked through the area. Clara saw a place where there could be a snake. This creature bit and killed those who challenged it and put their corpses in its caves. Mike realized that among these corpses were the beads. In other words, it was an empty snake cave. Just like a box of beads, Mike stood in front of many torn corpses of creatures. The guy opened the mouth of one of the creatures and saw a huge glowing bead. He was notified about the activation of the effect of the bead of strengthening. The warning was repeated several times. Mike continued to find them one after another. He was glad that he had such an opportunity. People in the chat were amazed at the guy's work, because he alone collected 13 beads. In their opinion, after what they saw, a single game is the best choice. Someone said that before getting the beads, he had to fight alone against a family of NPCs. It was something. Mike clenched his fist and saw multicolored mana. He realized that each of the beads gives its own achievement. 3 beads means completing the task. However, Agatha said that the more beads, the better. The guy that the more beads he brings, the stronger he himself will become. He thought that this is a good investment in his abilities. Mike thought about whether he should go deeper. The boy looked deep into the cave that stretched far ahead. It seemed he knew what he needed most here now. It was something that could resist the magical attack that the player with the sword had. A strong light appeared before his eyes. It was a magical shield. An unknown substance hovering in the air strongly attracted the boy to itself. It was a snake scale that supported the effect of magic resistance and had the highest characteristics among the magical shields that could be acquired at the initial stages. Clara said that it was the first time she saw so many scales. Manga asked if it was enough to just throw them on herself. The boy reached out with his hand and tore off a piece. He began to be covered in scales that could save him in the future. His shoulders and arms began to be covered in black, impenetrable pieces of scales. The notification congratulated the boy that he had obtained the snake scales. He had successfully used this item. This time, Manga knew for sure that the magical defense was activated. On the surface, the grass was covered in blood. The roads were covered in blood. Blood was everywhere. A huge snake was devouring the participants one by one. After eating another of the players, it turned its attention to the guy. Its eyes began to glow purple. The snake roared loudly. It was outraged. This loud sound was heard very far around the circle. As a result, the snake fell to the ground. It continued to spit out the remains of the blood of its victims. It believed that it needed even stronger flesh. The snake saw in the guy what it needed to replenish its strength. It realized what it needed. Veins began to fill up in its eyes, which were painted pink. The creature decided that the guy was the one it needed. It was ready to kill Mike without looking back, using the tentacle sword that controlled the snake. Something strange was brewing in the magical forest. The rabbits sat among the corpses and watched everything that was happening. They were busy eating the dead participants. Suddenly the animals quickly took off and ran in some direction. The guy stepped on the ground in proud solitude. Clara asked him how he felt and if he felt stronger after everything he had done. Mike said that there was nothing to be happy about, since he himself did not understand anything. He was eager to check if the beads had made him as strong as he had hoped. Mike looked towards the participants. The players were walking along the road and looking for beads. They suggested that each other find a large cave, since there was a lot of this precious resource there. Suddenly the guys noticed something. Clara said that the participants had already reached this place. Mike said that they were already leaving. One of the participants noticed something above. A huge thick shadow appeared above the guys. It was a large bird that grabbed the girl and dragged her along with its paw. With its other paw, she stood on a stone and screamed. It was a giant falcon with white eyes and thick plumage. The participants did not know what to do in such a situation. They recognized it as a multi-beak, a monster that suppresses the enemy with natural power, has wings with razor-sharp feathers. Clara said that it usually attacks noisy prey first, since it likes to hunt magical creatures, because the stronger the creature, the more magical energy in its corpse. The guys asked the girl if she was okay. The companion tried to throw out help while she was being squeezed by a strong paw. The multi-beak screamed loudly into the sky. He fluffed up his wings and raised them higher. It seemed that he was preparing to attack, shooting his tips from his wings. Dozens of incredibly sharp projectiles flew towards the guys. The participants caught several of them with their bodies. The fat man died immediately, and his friend was completely shocked by what he saw. The friends ran away. despite the friend left in trouble. One said that she was finished anyway, and now the most important thing for them was to save themselves. In the chat, the guys were outraged by the impudence of the girl's friends because they abandoned her. Mike came out from behind the rock and said that friends do not do that. He said that it would be difficult for him to abandon a comrade in trouble. The guy squatted down, preparing to jump. One of the guys continued to run away without even turning around. Mike flew into the air like a bullet, trying to help the girl. The multi-beak was quite surprised by what he saw of the human's abilities. The guy aimed straight at the creature for one, to kill it with one blow. He prepared to deliver a signature blow. His fist, completely covered in the energy of the beads, headed towards the monster. The bird was defeated with just one blow. Before death, pain and screams were visible in its eyes. From the strongest shock, she threw the girl away in order to somehow save herself. The bird tried to fluff its wings to shoot the guy. Hundreds of bloody projectiles were directed at the target, while the bird tried to recover from the pain with tears. Mike took a defensive pose and began to dodge all of them. He was ready to start attacking at any second. The bird did not lag behind and continued to shoot all its stock. Clara did not understand where her friend was going to go at all. Mike was sure that even this creature has some kind of weak point that can be manipulated. Clara was not happy with the guy's choice. The guy crossed his arms and pointed his index fingers forward. He walked towards the bird, ordering it to shut up as he went. After the slightest touch to the stomach, the bird experienced the worst pain it could ever experience in its life. Its feathers were gutted and its tongue dangled nervously in its mouth. The guy said that his hands were reinforced with beads. They would bring him relief. Clara did not understand why she was even watching this spectacle. Mike noticed Clara also did not understand what was happening. He did not understand why the bird was acting so strange. Did he hit too hard? The guy begins to look at the many-beaked and said that if it does not back down, he will do it again. His eyes were full of determination and fury. The bird began to disintegrate right before his eyes. The guy crossed his arms again and grabbed it by the stomach. This time the bird tried to fly away, but the guy held it in bad condition. The girl who was saved by the guy sat nervously on her knees and watched this spectacle. Clara saw the guy flying away, holding onto the bird. She tried to prevent his mistake, but it was too late. The guy did not hear her. The chat was completely confused about where he flew to. Some even joked about it. The girl who suffered from the multi-beak looked up and said that she did not even have time to thank her savior. She sat down on her knees again and wondered where he flew to. One of the participants ordered the others to be silent. He did not like something. He wanted to listen to his surroundings. The rest of the participants looked at him with a menacing look. The guy saw the newly arrived travelers. He asked the guys why they returned without a single bead. One of them said that it is not so easy to kill a snake, and now he has become very creepy, and everyone who did not want to die there returned. The guy pointed at Agatha, saying that she is sitting very pleased. He said that the girl considered herself completely safe. Agatha sat on the snake and yawned. The guy in armor said that he did not like this attitude of the travelers at all. He reasoned that many returned here, scared of the snake. They decided not to look for beads, but to attack the one who found them. However, he noticed something wrong. The guy did not understand whether anyone was able to take anything at all. After all, this was a forest teeming with all sorts of different creatures. The participants looked at each other menacingly. They were ready to tear each other apart for one bead. The guy in armor knew one thing for sure about a person who would dare to come here with beads. He would not avoid a bloody mess. Large falcons rose above the forest. The guy looked at them expectantly. Agatha asked her snake if she was hungry yet, because she understood her due to her peculiarity. Mike found himself in a bird's nest with a feather on his head. He never expected that the creature would drag him here. Clara encouraged the traveler and said that thanks to this he found 5 more beads and collected all 18 needed for the achievement. Mike looked at the beads and thought that no one would ever guess to climb into the bird's nest to check it out. In the chat, people admired the guy. They said that he did, that he only fought, but took all the necessary beads. Mike picked up the feathers in his hand and said that he found very useful things, and it was not for nothing that he ended up here. These were feathers with sharp, knife-like tips. They could be used to throw at the enemy. Mike looked at the chick lying to the side and said that he even felt sorry for it. The guy asked if the bird lays eggs at all, then where did the chick come from? After a few moments, the guy climbed down from the tree. He looked around and noticed something strange. Clara asked him why he stopped so abruptly and started listening to the forest thicket. Mike replied that it was too quiet in the forest, even unnatural. He noted that he could not see any animals, birds or bugs. He had not felt this for quite a long time. The guy was treated with distrust in the chat. People did not understand why the situation had suddenly changed. They assumed that Mike could play his role. The guy quickly ran behind a rock. Clara asked him what happened. Mike replied that something was quickly approaching them. Strange sounds were heard from the forest. A huge paw of an animal with 4 claws stepped on the ground. It was a Bengal tiger, the second monster in the series in the forest. People in the chat were surprised to see this animal. Clara asked her companion if he was talking about this particular animal. The guy replied that it was not like him. He knew that the energy clearly did not come from the tiger, it would be too powerful for him. Something black and unknown bit the tiger's throat, exposing the flesh. It was something strange. The boys did not understand what was happening. A creature similar to a snake bit the whole tiger in one bite and ate it. It screamed into the sky. Clara was shocked to see how the unknown swallowed the tiger in one go. She did not understand when this creature managed to become so gigantic. Something turned towards the boys and smelled human flesh. It wanted to taste it. The creature instantly rushed towards the guy, saying that it had finally found him. Mike dodged the place where the creature hit with energy. The guy noticed that the monster began to move completely differently than before. A large claw intended for the guy pierced the ground half a meter deep. The creature swung at it, and Mike tried to run away. At the last moment, he jumped up and swung his leg to strike back. The tip of the tail and the guy met. Mike hit him with all his might. There was not a scratch on the snake's skin. The guy did not understand why this happened, because he put in maximum effort and the monster was still intact. At that moment, a piece of the tail unexpectedly struck the guy, throwing him into a tree. Part of the bark broke off from the tree. Mike landed lower. The guy noticed that the monster did not move like a snake. He thought that he was fighting a person. A huge silhouette of a snake hovered above the guy. The creature said that it had searched for him everywhere. Clara said that this could not be, because a snake does not have a sufficient level of consciousness to speak. The creature said that the girl did not understand anything. It laughed ominously. Mike looked at the pink veins going to his eyes. He slowly began to realize. The guy remembered that voice. It reminded him of one player. Apparently, it was that same strange stranger whose sword was stronger than everyone else. The snake rushed to attack, saying that it would eat the guy alive. Mike dodged the blow at the last moment, and the end of its tail pierced the ground. Mike reasoned that that same sword artifact could take over the snake's consciousness. It could use the snake's body for human techniques. The guy realized that he was fighting as if with an opponent with very long arms. He realized what he should do in a battle with such an opponent. The snake was outraged because its prey was running away like a rat. Clara warned the guy that he was in danger. The beast released a large stream of some kind of acid. Mike noticed the approaching liquid at the last moment. Apparently, it was some kind of strong acid. When it hit trees, it burned through them instantly and felt them. The girl shouted at the guy again to be careful. A drop of this liquid landed right on the guy's back. The snake laughed, because in her opinion, this acid could even dissolve the guy's bones. She asked if her opponent was in pain. The snake promised that the guy would no longer be in pain in a few moments. The snake's tail grabbed the guy and squeezed hard. Mike was trapped. At the last moment, the guy only managed to pull his hand out of the snake's strong embrace. The creature was squeezing him hard all over his body. The guy was in pain. The snake asked him how many people he thought he had eaten on the way to him. She herself answered that it was 20 people, and with each victim she became stronger and stronger. The snake said that she was very interested in what the guy's brain tasted like. The creature prepared to eat. It began to open its mouth. It turned out that it had many rows of teeth that were ready to cut the guy into small pieces. The snake reached towards Mike to eat him. It promised to eat his brain without leaving a trace. Mike started to take out a sharpened feather from his sleeve. He grabbed it in his hand and declared that the snake was very tongue-tied. After one blow with the feather, a piece of the snake's tongue fell off. Pink blood began to fly around. The snake was in so much pain that it could no longer speak. Due to severe shock and pain, it let go of the guy. Mike was pleased with himself. The guy stepped on its head and declared that he had scale protection. Of course, he could not be penetrated by poison. Mike said that he aimed while wounded, and the snake believed it and relaxed. The guy declared that in a battle with an enemy striking at long distances, you need to close this very distance. He took a sharp feather and swung it to kill the snake. He stated that this rule is the basis of the basics. The guy immediately hit the snake in the eye. The creature's eye began to bleed heavily and flow out. The snake was in extreme pain. It rushed back while the guy fell to the ground. Mike landed on the ground and waited to see if his technique would actually work. The feather continued to pour a lot of blood from the snake's eye. He began to use some kind of enhancement, creating a large flow of energy on his legs. Yellow energy began to accumulate on his feet. Mike decided to use the effect of crushing the earth and went straight for the snake's eye. A few seconds later, the guy struck hard, causing the snake to go into shock. The creature screamed in pain. The remains of its scales and entrails began to fly around the area. Among them were also parts of those it had already eaten. The very same blade artifact fell out of the snake itself. Mike stepped on the blade. The sword asked him to wait, because in his opinion, it was not too late to change everything. The artifact promised to make the guy stronger and more powerful, but Mike did not listen to it and decided to crush him. A moment later, the sword shattered into several pieces. The guy calmly exhaled and turned around. He looked at the crushed and cut body of his opponent, saying that now he could not even be eaten. Clara noticed that the guy was hungry. Mike asked the girl to eat too. Clara replied that the players of Dantalian should eat too. The sun was hiding among the clouds. It was already sunset. Agatha was sitting on her snake and continued to stroke it. She noticed something in the distance and asked what it was. The girl began to think that the guy, who was left there alone, defeated him. Many birds from the forest began to flock to this place. The players heard some strange rumble on the other side. They assumed that it could be that very snake. The guy in armor noted that if this was happening, then someone was fighting this snake. The players suggested going there. They were gathering a team. Many believed that even for the sake of one beat it was worth the risk. The guys ran into the forest. Only the sound remained behind them. The remaining players did not understand why the guys were so eager. A guy's silhouette appeared from the thicket of the forest. He was slowly walking from the inside. There was a strange yellow energy around Mike, completely covering his body. The guy in armor asked if this was the man who collected all the beads. Mike appeared from the shadows. His face was bloody, his hands too. Two guys were going to fight him because, according to them, they did not care who he defeated, and they were pursuing purely their own interests. The guy said that he wanted to kill his rival and take all the beads for himself. There were 4 of them. They were ready to tear Mike apart alone. The guy held out a red bead in his hand and asked if this was what they were looking for. His face was angry. The players were very happy to see the bead. They could not believe their eyes. Mike, with a furious look, shouted to avoid them to catch it and threw it. The small red ball flew at an incredibly fast speed towards the players. It pierced one guy's skull through and through. The girl watching this was very shocked, and the bead was flying towards her. Mike was already on top. He kicked the girl right in the back. The players decided to attack together to defend themselves and take the beads. Chuck was not going to give up. He used more and more new energy. The guy again delivered a strong kick to one of the players. The other participants also began to get what they deserved. People in the chat were delighted with the guy because they believed that his opponents simply had no chance. NPCs have an average of 4 achievements for 4 floors, and Mike has a total of 27 beads and achievements. They had a difference in strength, like an adult and a child, so the opponents had no chance. The guy said that their opponent was as strong as that monster. The player asked him to try his new power and sent an ice storm towards the guy. Mike was preparing to defend himself from ice bullets. At the very end, he decided to do nothing because he already had snake armor on. As expected, the snake scales completely protected him from any damage. Mike was focused on killing this man. It was enough for him to simply cover his face with his hands to avoid getting ice bullets. The players started running away in shock because, in their opinion, he was unrealistically strong, that even a magic attack did not work on him. Several blade-like feathers flew towards the guys. Each grabbed his feather in the back and screamed in pain. As a result, all the opponents were defeated and Mike stood in proud solitude. The guy caught a bead that flew from above. He said that he had already offered the guys to take it, but they did not take advantage of it. The surviving players were in complete shock because the guy had killed everyone in exactly 30 seconds. Mike asked if anyone else wanted to get his bead. The guys looked at their dead comrades and did not dare to even say a word. The guy in armor looked at his comrade. He asked him to knock out the pearl sometime next time. In his opinion, today was not their day at all. The other guy agreed and said that they would try tomorrow. Mike said that he would go. To the guy's surprise, in addition to those guys, there were several more players and NPCs who were ready to take the bead from him. This road was made up of people surrounding him, but at the end of it, he reached Agatha. The girl noted that Mike had to sweat a lot to give birth to that snake. The guy realized that the girl had initially known about that snake. The girl snapped her fingers and ordered her snake to open its mouth so that the guy could put the beads there. The snake, as if obedient, opened its mouth. Mike approached its head and began to throw beads there. One after another, they were all of different colors and different strengths. Agatha looked at him with incomprehension because he had collected countless beads. The snake's throat was filled to the brim, the beads even stuck out on the surface. The girl found out their number 18 pieces. She praised the guy for his efforts. A sign appeared in front of Mike that he had successfully completed the test of collecting 3 beads. The electronic cubes were shocked to see all 6 types of achievements. They believed that the guy would reach great heights. 15 achievements for 4 floors was a large number. The girl stood up and said that the next gift would be from her for the fact that the guy dispelled her boredom. Agatha handed him some rare card. She said that this was a reward personally for the guy. Mike looked at the card and was surprised. The new card contained the resurrection skill. The status window showed its characteristics. Its cost was 24 coins. The guy received a notification that he had achieved and received all 15 achievements. The power of his strength increased. Mike immediately felt a surge of strength and energy. He was surprised. His eyes were sincerely incomprehensible to what was happening. It seemed that he realized that now he could also use this skill. The Demon King can gift a player who showed himself excellently in the round. It was a unique kind of reward. The girl stepped on the back of one of the players and said that she knew that he was alive. She ordered him to stop lying around. Night, the clock was shining brightly. Someone was running quickly along the road. The hero was rushing somewhere. Signs were pasted along the streets. One had a station written on it. The hero looked ahead in surprise, thinking that this was an emergency exit and he should be in block 14-3. There were cracks in the asphalt. The hand was holding the guy's leg tightly. A huge man crawled out of the asphalt. The hero laughed, asking where the boy was running. The child directed his power at the man, calling him bald. Two magics passed over the hero's chest. Steve, with a smile on his face, asked the boy why he was offending his bald head. The hero clenched his fist tightly. Steve pointed his fist at the hero, answering that his bald head should not be offended. Casper closed his eyes. The main character quickly ran up to Steve, hitting him with all his might. A footprint remained on his head. The hero flew off in the other direction. Steve was out cold. The man looked at Casper, not understanding what he was doing there. The system window showed that a new player had entered the level. Mike asked with confusion what it was. Silhouette sat in the dark. One of the heroines, with a smile on her face, answered that a new player had arrived. The guy looked at everyone, asking what they would do, kill or rob. The heroes were asking each other what the difference was. The main one was sitting on a chair, answering that they kill everyone they meet on their way. The girl with a smile on her face began to think that the new player could be stronger. The tiger's muzzle growled. The beast screamed loudly, asking if she was joking. Steve with a smile on his face sat on his knees. Mike pointed to his head, saying that everyone has a mark, because of which everyone understands whether you are an attacker or a defender. The red one was for attackers, and the blue one was for defenders. The guy looked at the man, answering that he was an attacker, so he had to kill 3 people with a blue mark so that he could get out of here. Steve smiled, listening to Mike answer that there was nothing above his bald head. The hero answered that now there was no need to catch him. The main character looked at the man. Steve looked in surprise at Mike, who asked where they had the most players. Steve was angry, realizing that he was rushing into battle, despite the fact that he had just entered the level. The hero asked Steve with displeasure to think faster. The guy looked at the floor in confusion, listening to Steve say that it was difficult to find people in the alley now because everyone hid to avoid becoming a victim in the hunt. The hero answered fearfully that they were half-beasts. At first, 4 of them went, but they had not seen the half-beast with white fur for a long time, and everyone thought that he had moved on to the next level, and the remaining 3 were killing players just for fun. Clara thoughtfully began to think about this. The heroine understood that this was a strong species that combined human intelligence and animal strength. They existed in extremely small numbers. The girl thoughtfully looked away. Beastmen were similar to people, but they were different in appearance, and their culture was in decline, so in such conditions they were very easy to capture and discriminate against. In Eden, culture did not reach before the Middle Ages, so the slave traders hunted the beastmen with all their might. All the people laughed at them, and the beastmen themselves could not do anything. Then they learned to fight back against people with the help of martial arts. Clara understood that if you see them, you need to run away immediately. Mike looked at Steve, understanding that if he killed him, there would be no benefit from it. The hero looked at the guy with a smile on his face, who answered that he could go. Mike shouted at Steve, who was already running away. The hero with a smile on his face answered the guy that before leaving he would have to empty his pockets. Steve's body was half in the ground. Medicines. Mike angrily realized that the guy was collecting medicine only for baldness. The hero began to look at something. Mike looked at Casper, asking about the fact that he also came because he was looking for a way out. The boy peeked out from around the corner. Clara looked at him in surprise. Mike asked her with confusion why she was reacting like that. The heroine looked at Casper, answering that he looked very much like the character used in the game. Mike looked away in surprise. Casper tried to say something. The child thanked the guy for helping him. Mike replied that the guy needed to go quickly before he was captured again. The boy began to ask the hero for his hand. Mike was given something in it. Casper looked confidently at the boy, asking him to beware of the beastmen. After a while, the boy quickly ran away. Clara looked away, answering that it was time for them to go too. The hero looked at the bottle that the hero gave him. Mike carefully examined it, thinking about the beastmen. Casper ran quickly. The hero was in a hurry somewhere. The door was brightly glowing. The child was glad that he was able to find a way out. Out of the corner of his eye, the boy began to notice something. Steve's head was appearing from around the corner. The hero stood up in a displeased stance, asking him to leave. Steve's head was looking elsewhere. His hand was holding the hero's bloody head tightly. The girl, smiling, approached the hero, replying that they had hidden well, but they had both gotten caught anyway. Maggie looked calmly at the head, replying that he had said a lot of rude things to her. Casper listened to her, saying that instead of answering, she had simply killed him. Then came out from around the corner, asking Casper where he had seen the new man. The child thought, realizing that he shouldn't tell. Casper looked away, realizing that he would be killed anyway. The tiger continued to growl, telling the boy that he was quite brave for a man. Bill, smiling, replied that the smell they would find in the boy's corpse would be enough. Casper looked fearfully at the beastmen, who were saying that they were starting the hunt. The watch continued to glow brightly. Casper's dead body lay in a pool of blood. The movie theater was showing a dead child. Agatha looked away attentively, answering that Billows was the most interesting to watch. Nancy answered without interest that on the lower floors the beastmen show themselves the best, but on the higher floors everything is not so simple. The heroine looked away, answering that they usually think about making alliances with players of other species. Nancy smiled, answering that this time they will not have time because the beastmen are not suitable for difficult levels. Sam was sitting at the end of the hall. The man smiled, answering that they had a good time and continue to have fun. The hero looked at the screen with interest, asking who they will bet on this time. Agatha looked away. All the demons choose one champion for themselves, who are then pitted against each other, and the winner of this confrontation is given a prize. A bet is a kind of royal battle, during which the weak players drop out and only the strongest remains. Nancy smiled, asking about the numbers of achievements. Sam laughed, suggesting to find out who is stronger, and the prize will be the floor of Andromelia. Agatha smiled, answering that everything is going well. The heroine looked away, answering that she was betting on Bill because there was no place for emotions and cold calculations in the dispute, especially if you look at the fighting spirit. Bill is the strongest on the 5th floor. Agatha smiled, answering that she was also betting on the beastman and her champion would be Ben, because in a life or death battle, the one with the strongest will to win wins. Sam smiled, answering that they both bet on the beastmen. The heroine grinned, thinking about who the guy would bet because only Maggie was left. Sam answered contentedly that he would bet on Mike. Nancy looked at the guy with incomprehension. Agatha opened her mouth wide in surprise. The girl stood up from her seats with displeasure, answering that no player from the ground could rise above the 45th floor, and this Mike was the most ordinary of them all. Nancy shouted that they were not worth their attention. Agatha looked away thoughtfully, thinking that Mike had shown himself to be quite good on the 4th floor, but his fighting skills could not compare with the beastmen. The hero laughed, answering that he was confident in him. Nancy sighed with displeasure. Agatha smiled, asking Sam what he was up to. The guys continued to sit calmly in their chairs. On the screen, Mike was looking at the medicine. An open box. All the boxes opened, but there was nothing in them. Many objects were broken. Mike crawled around the area, answering that he turned the place upside down, but still did not find anything. Clara tiredly suggested that the guy search a little more since they urgently needed the key. The hero looked at the tower, realizing that he needed to go up there. The building was shining brightly. Mike stood up, realizing that he couldn't give up. The hero looked ahead confidently, realizing that he needed to get the artifact from the tower. Mike asked with confusion if the key was really there. Clara pointed towards the closed chest of drawers, saying that they didn't just lock anything at the factory. Mike looked at it with interest. The iron chest of drawers stood quietly. There was something unusual about it. The object shook. The protagonist aimed his mighty hand at the iron chest of drawers with all his might. The chest of drawers continued to stand quietly. The guy sniffed the surroundings. Ben looked away, telling him to follow him. An abandoned building. The beastman quickly kicked the door open. The factory was empty. The heroes looked around with displeasure, answering that they had missed it again. Ben looked around, answering that Mike couldn't move around the factory premises so quickly and turn everything upside down. Maggie wondered why he was only looking at factories if he had just entered the level. His finger was pointing to places on the map. Maggie was showing her guys that there were only 3 factories left in one sector. Ben suggested splitting up. Maggie was smiling, thinking that this was a great chance to find out who would be lucky. Bill was glad that he would be able to have fun. The beastmen quickly ran away from their places. The key flew by, making several turns. The hand grabbed it tightly. Mike, with a smile on his face, was glad that he had found the key to the clock tower. The iron chest of drawers was broken. Clara looked at the hero, answering that they did not have time and he needed to hurry. The tower continued to glow brightly. The system window began to show that the attackers and defenders were changing roles. An icon of red and blue colors stood above Mike at the same time. Ben came to the hero at the factory. Mike answered with confidence, saying his name. The hero answered with confidence that this was a fight from which only one would leave alive. There was a smile on Ben's face. The hero looked at Mike with satisfaction, answering that luck was on his side today. The heroes stood opposite each other. The system window showed that above Mike there was an icon of blue and red colors at the same time. Ben smiled, because the same was shown above him. Clara looked away thoughtfully, understanding that they were simply being pitted against each other. Mike calmly told Ben that he had heard that his friends were real veterans of this level. The hero confidently asked Ben if he had seen another player. A sly smile appeared on the beastman's face. Ben licked his mouth, answering that he needed to think about it, because he had killed a lot of humans. Mike's face was filled with anger. The monster asked the guy if he was sure that this was all he wanted to say in the end. Ben skillfully grabbed the weapon. The beastman quickly ran at Mike. The hero continued to look forward in confusion. Something red splashed in different directions. Tomato paste flew to the side. Ben continued to run at Mike, laughing loudly. The monster smiled, answering that he aimed for the heart, but for a human, Mike is quite fast. The protagonist looked at the monster, surprised that he had such a fast and sharp attack, and Ben's sword was like a wolf's fang. The beastman loudly shouted at the guy that he could not try to escape. Mike confidently looked forward. Magic with sparks rushed through the abandoned building. The protagonist fought with the monster, realizing that first he needed to break the fang. Ben looked in surprise at his broken sword. The monster's eyes filled with anger. The chain flew across the territory. Mike skillfully controlled it, looking at the wolfman. Ben laughed because the protagonist used a factory chain. The monster pointed its paw at the guy, answering that for the beastmen, weapons are just decoration. Sparks flew in different directions. Lasers rushed across the territory. Mike gritted his teeth, resisting the wolf's power with the chains. One of Ben's lasers touched Mike's body. The protagonist gritted his teeth, looking at the floor. Ben laughed loudly, answering that he would tear him to shreds. The chains wrapped around his hands. Ben looked away with displeasure. Mike hit the monster, controlling the chain. The protagonist looked at the wolf, answering that he was waiting for it to get closer. The chains continued to fly in different directions. One of the chains was Need. Mike's fist was filled with magic. The protagonist hit Ben with all his might, using a storm strike. The power rushed across the entire area. One of the magics flew quickly upward. Ben was twisted. Mike looked ahead tiredly. The hero looked at his hand, answering that this storm strike was very powerful. There was a small light in the sky. Mike watched in fear as more and more of them became. The fire spread across the entire area. Maggie looked away, giggling. The girl answered with a smile on her face that the guy, as usual, could not do anything without her. Maggie asked with a smile on her face if they missed each other. The heroine looked down at Ben, answering that he did not look very good. Maggie looked at the flame she had made. Magic was spreading throughout the entire area. Mike looked ahead in fear, realizing that there were two of these animals and, moreover, this fox was using magic at a long distance. The heroine thoughtfully answered that even her fire did not kill the hero, so he looked like an unusual boy. Maggie decided to quickly direct another blow at Mike and see if he could handle it. Her hand was raised up. The girl confidently accepted the fox's magic skill. A fiery circle appeared in the sky. He stood quietly, doing nothing. Mike did not pay attention to the girl and looked at the rising of the full moon, then continued to growl. The hero began to think about something. Ben's body tried to break the chains. The obstacles were broken. Opposite Mike stood a huge silhouette of a monster. The monster howled loudly, looking at the moon. The wolf stood in the middle of the night, carefully looking at the moon. The look was very dangerous. Maggie smiled, looking at her assistant. The monster ran at Mike, and the heroine screamed to tear him to pieces properly. The beastman ran at the main character. The paw grabbed the guy. Mike quickly jumped aside. The guy looked at Ben with incomprehension and said that he had become stronger and faster. Fireballs appeared near the hero's face. An explosion passed through the territory. Maggie looked at Mike with a smile on her face, telling him not to be distracted. The fire stood in the sky. The main character looked at it while sitting. Mike looked at Maggie and Run, realizing that they were omnipotent both at close and long range and they needed a plan. The hero confidently looked forward. Some kind of fear was visible in his eyes. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. The guy looked at the wolf, thinking that it was all about the moon. The heroine looked at Mike with a laugh, asking why he froze. Ben headed towards the guy. The main character stood in a stance, confidently looking forward. His foot did not touch the ground. The fire from Maggie was quickly directed at the guy. Mike stepped over and jumped over all the obstacles with sharp movements. Maggie looked away in surprise, realizing that he had dodged all the attacks and was very lucky. The girl looked at the floor, realizing that the hero knew where the magical fire was heading. Mike looked away carefully. His eyes were focused on the fire. The guy remembered the fight with Ben, answering that now he could use his second gift, which he felt then. Mike looked at Maggie and the moon, answering that he saw streams emanating from the moon and the magical fire. The heroine had mana. After 15 achievements, the hero received a vision of mana flows and felt that the same energy was circulating in his body. Mike concentrated all his strength in his fist. Maggie looked at the guy in surprise, surprised that he managed to control the mana flows on the first try. The girl began to shout loudly at the monster so that he would not give Mike time to think. The mouth is wide open. Mike confidently ran towards the monster. The hero's fist was still with mana. The guy directed his hand with magic at the wolf, creating a storm blow. The attack went very far. The entire moon began to collapse across the entire territory. The object stood quietly. After a while, the moon slowly fell apart. Ben did not move, and the moon was gone without a trace. Maggie began to look at all this with incomprehension. Mike confidently walked towards the heroine. The guy jumped towards Maggie. The protagonist directed his mana into his fist, answering the girl that you need to kill the magician in any game. Maggie tried to push Mike away from herself with the help of her fire power. The main character, not afraid of anything, confidently flew towards Maggie. A strong explosion went everywhere. Mike continued to use magic. The hero confidently looked at Maggie, telling her that real fire was hotter than hers. Fire went through the entire abandoned building. Light filled the entire building. After a while, it became quiet. Bill held a man in his arms, looking away. The monster confidently answered that Ben and Maggie's power disappeared at the same time. The tiger quickly moved from one side to the other. The monster was looking at something. Ben and Maggie were lying dead next to him. His eyes were full of surprise. There were holes in Ben's body. Bill looked away. There was a pool of blood near Maggie. The mouth began to growl. Bill's paw was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with anger. The monster looked forward. Bill opened his mouth, answering that he would find the guy and then kill him painfully. Hours. The mouth took medicine. Mike was being treated for wounds. His whole body was clean. The bottle remained on the asphalt. The hero was climbing the stairs. His leg was slowly stopping. Mike was standing near some portal. There was a hole for a key in it. His hands were inserting the key. It began to glow brightly. Mike opened the door with all his might. Opposite him were the magic gears that were in the tower in the clock. One of them was glowing the brightest. Mike approached them and said that the most valuable item that could be obtained at this level was hidden at the top of the clock tower. The hero tried to touch the artifact. His finger was pressing the button. The guy's eyes were watching all of this carefully. Mike carefully held the greatest mechanism at a distance. People were pointing to the side. Everyone was turning their attention to the clock on the tower. The arrows stopped at them. One of the heroes began to look away. His dead comrade, held by a tiger, was coming out of the tunnel. Bill growled loudly, looking forward. His legs were approaching the stairs. Mike was calmly going down them. The hero's gaze was looking at something. Someone's sounds were appearing in the tunnel. A paw was coming out onto the asphalt. Bill was standing next to the hero. Its back was completely covered in blood. The monster confidently approached the hero. Mike began to talk with interest about being a friend of a wolf and a fox. Bill quickly headed towards the hero. The tiger jumped on Mike. An explosion went through the territory. The monster looked at Mike. Bill stood with his back to the hero, answering that he was the one who killed Ben and Maggie. The monster calmly answered that they were his friends, so there was no need to expect mercy. The tiger confidently jumped on Mike, answering that he needed to kill the guy to console his soul in their bodies. The paw was heading towards the hero. Mike bounced off the monster with great speed. Bill's fist rose from the asphalt. The hero looked at the monster, surprised and frightened by the fact that he smashed everything to pieces with one paw and was many times stronger than a man. The hero looked forward with confidence. The tiger immediately jumped on Mike. The paw passed near the hero's body. Mike looked at the beastman, answering that he was superior to him in all respects. The hero clenched his teeth in pain, looking at his wound. Mike gathered his mana into his fist, understanding that there was no point in blocking the attack. The hero looked up, turning on a new activation of the skill. The fist flew at the tiger, trying to turn on a storm strike. Bill quickly walked with his paw. Mike began to look away in surprise. The beastman held the hero's fist with his paw with displeasure. The guy thought with surprise that the tiger blocked the blow. Mike's eyes were full of surprise and fear. Power with magic passed over the entire territory. The monster looked at the floor with displeasure. His eyes were full of anger. Bill looked at the cracks in the wall. His hand was holding the wound. The guy was clenching his teeth, looking away. Clara looked at the wounded guy, answering that he was in trouble, so they needed to quickly find the artifact and then run. Mike looked away, answering that there was no way to escape. Bill walked around the territory, and Mike answered that his opponent was a real beast. The monster sniffed the street and Mike understood that it was impossible to hide from him. A bloody trail was shown on the asphalt. The tiger sniffed and answered that Mike had deliberately confused the tracks. Bill understood that he would still find him by the smell of blood. Magic rushed across the territory. Bill confidently jumped to the side. The abandoned building was filled with power. Mike jumped on Bill from above. The hero confidently jumped on him. The monster quickly grabbed the guy by the leg, answering that he was his prey. The beastman hit the guy with all his might on the asphalt. Mike looked at all this with displeasure, gritting his teeth. The fist hit the asphalt. Bill looked around in confusion, asking if this was all his opponent was capable of. The tiger growled loudly, answering that he did not believe that Mike could kill two of his friends. Blood flowed from the hero's body. One of the girls watched the guy on the screen in fear. Beastmen had power. They could consciously control incredible beast power. However, Bill was completely blinded by the rage tearing him apart from within. The monster's attack power had increased critically, but it had also become his weakness. The guy's eyes were looking down. The tiger sighed tiredly, and Mike understood that because of this weakness, he would have a chance to escape. There was no one near the beastman. The tiger shouted discontentedly that he had disappeared. Mike quickly jumped on the monster. The hero confidently ran towards Bill, answering that in his homeland there was one wisdom. Mike looked at the monster with confidence and said that even if a tiger attacked you, you can save yourself if you keep your cool. There was a huge gear on top of Mike. The tiger looked at all this with surprise. Bill's eyes were full of surprise. Mike directed the skill activation at the monster, shouting that he was too late. Magic flashed across the entire territory. A flying dragon was heading towards the tiger. The monster's head flew off in all directions. Mike looked at Bill, saying that he would not apologize for this since he and his friends were real maniacs. The guy looked into the distance, answering that he had reasons to complete the game to the end. The screen showed a dead tiger. Roth was surprised. Nancy was angry, asking everyone how such a person could complete the game. Sam laughed, answering that the terms of the bet must be met. The heroine did not believe until the very end that the guy was able to use the greatest mechanism. Sam looked at the girls attentively, answering that this guy needed support from the ground. Earthlings by nature do not have either innate mana or physical strength that beastmen have. Sam looked away, answering that he could be helped with information. Mike stood calmly. There was a smile on Sam's face. The guy looked away, and Sam answered that they had not had such fun for a long time. Everyone looked at Mike, answering that he had every chance to become a real player who could change the course of the game. The main character stood near the portal, healing his body. The guy's gaze began to fall on something. An inscription about an alley appeared near the hero. Clara praised the guy for such a job. After a while, the hero was already lying on the ground. Clara was surprised to realize that he had fallen asleep. The hand was adjusting the microphone. The girl smiled, looking away. Mike was sleeping, and the system window showed that the stream was over. The leg went to the guy. Someone started standing near the hero. Agatha asked him with confusion about why he liked sleeping on the ground. The hero mumbled something to the side. The girl smiled, answering that the guy was very funny. Mike suddenly opened his eyes. Some kind of ticket appeared near the guy's face. Mike was holding a counterattack card in his hands. Clara flew up to the hero and began asking where he got such a rare card. The Demon King's assistant smiled sweetly, waving his hand at everyone. The hero thanked everyone for getting to this stage. Bastien looked at everyone carefully, asking why he was meeting them all at the threshold. A huge castle. Some people looked around uncertainly. Some of the guys looked away with anger. Mike looked away with interest, answering that this stage was not like the open world in the Alley of Killers. Bastien looked at everyone, answering that the rules were very simple. The hero explained that people needed to enter the castle to unlock a secret room and climb up the stairs in that room, and then find the exit in the very center of the castle to get out. One of the heroes was glad that the exit was in the very center, not at the top. Mike asked with understanding that there was something at the exit. The assistant began to smile. The hero began to smile, answering that a Berserker swordsman lived on the very top floor of the castle. Bastien laughed, answering that he was crazy because if he met someone, he would immediately start swinging his sword. The heroes looked ahead with displeasure. Clara thoughtfully began to think about the fact that this boss was the only enemy of people on this level. Over time, the swordsman's radius of destruction increases because the mad swordsman descends from the top floor down and the players rise from the lower floors up. Bastien calmly answered that they just need to reach the exit to complete the level. The assistant replied that if you run into him, you can try to chat with him. Bastien looked at everyone and replied that in the basement of the castle there is an entrance to the dungeon, and in the same dungeon there are many weapons and inventory, and there are also special rewards. The level with the swordsman's castle is completely different from the previous ones, because in the search for beads or in the Alley of Killers, players confronted each other. In the swordsman's castle, you need to cooperate with each other. Some of the heroes offered to go together. A lone guy looked to the side and said that he would collect weapons while the others would open the secret room. Mike looked to the side, realizing that it would not be easy to find comrades. Someone's sword was inserted into the ground. The man began to shout to everyone that they need to go to open the secret room. Toby confidently looked ahead, asking if anyone was against it. All the heroes smiled, realizing that if they followed him, they would be able to get a new level. Toby smiled, answering that everyone should go. The hero stopped Mike, asking him why he hadn't listened to him well. The guy left, saying that he needed to find something, and they could do their own thing. The hero got angry, saying that he wasn't trying to persuade them at all. The guy looked at Mike in surprise, who had already disappeared. The hero quickly ran away. Mike quickly went into the dungeon. Toby got angry, looking away. His mouth slowly opened. Julia looked away. A monster was flying into the dungeon. Two hands were squeezing the monster. Mike looked away. There were dead monsters near the guy. The hand was holding a dirty, bloody card. Clara asked the guy with interest if he could use it, since this skill uses the spirit. The system window began to show the disappearance and examination. The heroine, with a smile on her face, asked the guy to get the skill card. The hero carefully studied it. Clara answered with interest and a smile on her face that it helps to search for gold and perhaps this skill is needed to collect coins. Mike turned around, asking what it meant. Clara looked away with displeasure, answering that it was a rare skill and for the first time he saw a one-time skill being rare. The hero confidently decided to activate the search for valuables. Mike smiled, answering Clara that she thinks a lot, so they will just see where this card leads them. The power glowed brightly. In the secret room, the guy shouted loudly that he found everything. In the middle of the room was the secret mechanism of this room. Toby shouted loudly that it was a trap. The hand was trying to grab something. Monsters flew by, scratching the hand. Toby began to look at all this with incomprehension. The door opened. People were frightenedly carrying the wounded man, trying to start treating him. The sword quickly broke. One of the heroes shouted discontentedly that they could not stay like this, so he would go to the dungeon. Toby hit the guy with his hand. The hero calmly replied that he would think about it again. The man angrily replied that there was very little time left until the entrance to the room and they could just hurry. The guy shouted discontentedly that everyone who followed Toby died. All the people shouted that they would also go into the dungeon. Toby looked away discontentedly, realizing that there was a split in the group. The guy looked at the guys, realizing that the difficulty level was high and many died. The hero clenched his teeth discontentedly. Toby shouted that if they dispersed, they would definitely die. The hero understood that they would have to be stopped by force. The guy shouted loudly that this was the only way to survive. All the guys looked at Toby with fear. Michael was standing next to the heroes. The guy was walking towards them, smiling sweetly. The hero replied that he found it funny because of their efforts. One of the girls asked who he was. Julia looked ahead. The heroine looked at Julia, thinking about who she was. The heroine was a wind mage. The girl used the wind not only as a weapon. Julia used it as a source of information, catching particles in the air. The heroine had seen a lot in her life. Julia looked at Mike and saw that he was madly leading streams of bloody wind. The heroine answered that she was glad that he left alone, but the girl answered seriously that she was not happy that he just came back. Mike smiled, answering that he saw that they really all came together. Toby looked at the hero with displeasure. The man quickly approached the hero. Toby took out his sword, realizing that the guy was again trying to sabotage their progress to the exit. The hero got angry and said to himself that Mike did not want to cooperate, so they did not need him. The sword flew up, and the hero decided to kill Mike. Toby looked at the hero with anger. The main character looked away with displeasure, answering that Toby was the only one preventing these people from surviving. Mike looked away attentively. The hero noticed that there was a horrific amount of mana inside his sword. Mike used his mana-filled leg to strike the sword. Light passed through the entire room. Toby looked at his sword in surprise, which shattered into tiny pieces. The hero was angry that the guy was hiding his true power. Mike smiled, answering that no one had asked him about it. Toby looked at the guy, getting very angry. The guy looked at Mike, asking why he didn't want to help them. The hero smiled, answering that he wanted to kill the one coming from the upper floors. The guy smiled, answering that he wanted to kill the Berserker swordsman. All the people looked at the guy in surprise. The heroes were surprised, wondering if it was even possible to kill him. Toby told the hero that he was crazy. The man realized that he couldn't be convinced with words. Mike stood up. Julia directed her wind fangs. The girl's magic flew at Mike from behind. The hero quickly turned around. The force was passing through the entire territory. The guy looked away with interest. Dust was flying around the room. A fan was appearing in one of the places. Julia was looking at the hero. The girl was approaching him, saying that she was tired of listening to chatter. The heroine was telling Toby with disdain that she helped him not because she liked him. Mike was looking ahead carefully. The hero was asking the guys what they thought, that if there were two of them, there would be more chances. Julia ran towards the hero with a smile. Wind fangs were flying straight at the hero. Mike was looking away with incomprehension. The force was going straight up. The heroine was smiling, saying that she was very lucky today. Clara admired Julia, saying that she was the perfect character to support in any major battle. The girl was approaching the hero, asking him to give up. The guy was looking ahead. A smile appeared on his face. Mike looked at Julia, shouting loudly about the huge amount of weapons and equipment he had collected in the dungeon. People looked away in confusion. The heroine looked at the guy with disdain, shouting that it was a nightmare. Mike laughed, answering that he had already achieved his goal. The girl looked away in surprise. Suddenly, Julia turned around sharply. There was no one in the room behind him. The heroine was angry, realizing that after Mike's words everyone had fled to the dungeon. The wind fangs continued to fly at the hero. They twisted, trying to hit him. Mike stuck his tongue out at the girl, closing the door behind him. There was an explosion in the room. Toby looked at the heroine, answering that he had entered the room alone and would not leave alive. Mike looked ahead. The hero confidently thought that everyone had left and he was the only one left. The monsters were flying at Mike, and the hero himself decided to warm up before the boss arrived. Bastan was drinking tea. The assistant answered that he knew what everyone was waiting for. The fingers started snapping. The building shook, and the hero shouted that the show was starting. Everyone looked around in fear. Toby didn't know what to do. Mike covered his mouth. The hero looked behind him. Two people asked each other what that sound was. The heroine looked away, answering that they needed to run to the dungeon faster. The sword passed over the girl's body. A huge red silhouette walked through the rooms. The monster looked away, and the system window answered that a Berserker swordsman had appeared in the building. The boss walked through the rooms. The system window showed the number of people killed by the swordsman. The wounded guy sat on the floor and called for a healer. The man answered that he didn't have enough mana to heal him. The guy shouted again that it was his duty to save a life. No one came to his aid. He could only hope for himself. His hand was completely cut off. The other players ran away from there in fear. They thought about hiding and running to the hidden room. The other guys thought it was pure suicide. One of the answers, that it was better to die like this than in the hands of the monster. The guy ran to the door and pulled the handle. Something strange rushed from top to bottom, and he felt severe pain. Looking at his hand, the guy found that it was no longer there. Blood was gushing from the wound. He screamed in horror and pain. Blood gushed everywhere. The victim begged the others not to approach him. The girl sat timidly behind the wall and thought that such a monster could not be defeated simply by replenishing the inventory in the dungeon. She cried, because if she knew that this would happen, she would have gone to the hidden room. A huge iron monster with a sword looked behind the wall. The girl answered that Toby was right. The girl died in an instant, and her blood began to spread all over the floor. A notification appeared that the Berserker swordsman had killed 9 people. With each kill, the Berserker's strength level increased. At the moment his level was 3. He was pleased with himself. There were many corpses behind him. Someone knocked on the door. The Berserker heard it. The monster instantly pierced the door with his large sword. He was weakened by those who tried to play with him. His eyes were red. He was waiting to see another victim. In an instant, a large iron boot flew off his leg, and blood gushed out. He also had flesh, but it was hidden behind armor. Someone cut it. The monster screamed loudly and ran away. Commander Crusoe knew that he should deal him a fatal blow and retreat, taking the people into the dungeon. He noticed something strange. When trying to hit the Berserker with a sword, some kind of energy was generated. The scarlet energy surrounding the swordsman was too dense and prevented the sword from injuring him. Berserker quickly looked back and tried to strike back. The blow landed on the guy's head. Berserker was gold. Crusoe knew that he couldn't defeat him alone. He didn't understand if he could die so easily here. A sign appeared above the man's head about activating the warrior's last fight skill. He gathered green paints and began to fight more furiously. A few seconds later, the guy again tried to destroy his opponent with his sword. This time, the armor gave into the sword, and it began to penetrate deeper and deeper. The monster screamed loudly in pain. This time, he pierced him with the sword through and through in the chest. Blood gushed from the guy's mouth. He was shocked that he was beaten to it. Crusoe fell dead to the floor, dropping his swords. The guy fell to his knees, while his blood flowed to the floor. The Berserker was pleased with himself. In front of him sat an almost dead guy, whose chest was pierced through. He decided to deliver the final blow to finish off his opponent, shouting loudly. The girl from the side called on the wind charm to save the boy. The Berserker was hit by a powerful onslaught of blue energy. It seemed that he was thrown back. The girl praised the boy for his valor. She said that Crusoe held out longer than he could. Julia said that now should not allow the number of victims to increase even more. The girl looked towards the Berserker, thinking that she did not imagine that she felt the energy swirling around him. She realized that this energy was increasing with each victim killed. The Berserker, having recovered from the blow, looked back and went on the attack again. Julia did not know what the Berserker's plan was. Perhaps he was in this energy. But now most of the people are safe because they are in the dungeon. Mike called everyone else to evacuate the rest. He wanted to avoid further casualties. Julia rushed to the attack, spreading a fan. The girl called on an air wave to stop the monster. The energy was already approaching him as the Berserker knelt down on one knee and took a defensive pose. It seemed that the monster redirected the energy in the other direction so that it would simply hit the wall. Julia ordered the guys to quickly run into the dungeon and save themselves. The players successfully obeyed her while the girl continued to stand and defend herself. The Berserker continued to sit on one knee. The energy around him was getting stronger and stronger. He was trying to find strength for a new battle. Another monster stood up, and the girl was left alone with him. He took an attack pose and prepared to kill. Julia did not understand what he wanted to do. The monster struck the ground with one blow of his blade and released a strong energy towards the guys. The girl wondered if it was the energy of the sword. She covered herself with a fan from the energy, but the other guys received injuries incompatible with life. Julia looked at the guys who were cut into several pieces. She realized that the Berserker could create a wind of such strength just swinging a sword. A red notification appeared that Berserker had already killed 12 people. Blackish energy began to gather around him. His power level became 4. The monster itself was simply surrounded by energy. It was about to attack. The girl noticed that his sword had become even larger. In her opinion, something could have happened. The monster had become stronger than before. Berserker swung his sword again and created a powerful wind flow towards the girl. Julie hid behind her fan, barely holding it in place. She covered her eyes and could not even look at her opponent. It was truly hard for her. The girl turned to the other side and put her hands differently. Julia had a plan. She even smiled. She did not understand where this fear that she felt in the air right now came from. The girl narrowed her eyes. She thought that this could be her end. At that moment, Mike was lying on the wall and watching the battle with boredom. Julia noticed the guy at that moment and wondered what he was doing there. The girl asked her interlocutor for help. Mike asked if she was talking to him. Julia said that there were no other living people here except her. The Berserker continued to fill with energy and emit more and more wind. The girl was already holding her fan with great difficulty, asking the guy for help because he was going to catch this monster anyway. She said that the guy probably knew some way to defeat him. Julia was ready to help him because he himself saw how strong she was. She would definitely be useful to him. Mike asked why he should believe the girl. Julia swore by the wind itself. The gentle wind that made them happy in childhood, the compressed wind raging in her lungs, the bloody wind that swirled around him. Mike continued to sit on the wall and did not understand what she was talking about. Clara did not understand either. She assumed that this was a special oath of magicians. It was the oath of wind magicians. Mike asked his companion how strong the swordsman was. Clara replied that he was so strong that they had never met a creature stronger than him. The guy was pleased with his choice. He got ready. Mike asked Julia if she swears that she will only help him and not attack him. The girl immediately replied that she swears. The guy asked if she swears to dedicate her life to him until death. The girl's face was shocked by what she heard. She did not understand what the guy was even talking about. The players in the chat laughed at this slave contract. They were simply speechless at the turn of events. Mike turned away from her and said that if she did not want to, she could stay here. A few seconds later, the girl agreed with his words. She said that she swears by the wind itself, to dedicate the rest of her life to serving the guy. The Berserker came too close to the girl. He was ready to tear her apart. The monster swung and aimed at the girl. His blade was about to reach her head. However, the red blade reflects the white energy that suddenly appeared to meet it. It was Mike who reflected the blow with his foot. He stated that he agreed to such conditions. Julia was completely perplexed. The guy stated that he accepted her oath. The girl was kneeling and looking at her savior in anticipation. Mike reflected the monster's blow with his foot and stated that he accepted the oath. The Berserker's sword was reflected, but the monster did not plan to give up. The two opponents looked into each other's eyes. The Berserker screamed loudly and went to attack. Mike dodged his sword strike. The monster continued to hold the sword above the place where he had just struck. He noticed that the guy had disappeared from the place where he had struck. Julie was in Mike's arms. In that brief moment when the Berserker lowered his blade, he managed to jump to the wall. The guy put the girl on the ground and went on to continue the fight. Julia asked what his plan was, but Mike told the girl to be quiet. The Berserker was angry. He was ready to tear his target to pieces, but he did not see it. Suddenly, the monster turned around and saw the guy. Mike cut the giant chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and a huge piece of steel fell on the monster. The Berserker raised a large layer of wind to somehow stop his death. At that moment, Mike also began to attack. The guy struck right at the monster's head. In that moment, his leg was thrown right on the monster's head. The two opponents met eyes again. The Berserker was angry. He screamed and threw the guy far forward with his energy. Mike landed on the ground and braked with his feet. He understood everything about his opponent. The red aura around him works like a shield and does not let attacks through. Every time the swordsman kills 3, his power level doubles. Now his power level is 4 times more than when he entered the game. The monster went on the attack again, and the guy realized that his level is still 16 times higher. Something appeared from behind a distant column and the monster paid attention to it. Mike did not understand why his opponent was hesitating and not killing him. These were the guys trying to escape. They realized that they had already been noticed. The Berserker ran towards them in a rage and swung his blade, creating a wind. The stones flew to the sides from the force of the blow. A notification appeared that the monster had killed 15 people. The guys were crushed by large columns. A sign warned the guys that the swordsman's power level was growing and had already reached level 5. The monster was full of rage and black energy. The guy stood in front of him like a defenseless kitten. Mike realized that the monster had become 32 times stronger than its original strength. People in the chat were surprised that the monster had reached such a high level of strength, because they had never seen a survivor if the monster reached such a level. A hole formed on the Berserker's back. Something stuck out of it. These were wings, as if he was exposing his flesh. A few moments later, the Berserker was transformed. A muscular body and red horns appeared from the armor. He screamed with all his might. Julia saw the Berserker throw off his armor. Even a self-confident guy would not have coped with this. The girl thought that she should help her savior. Mike extended his hand to the side, which caused confusion in the girl. He proudly stood alone, getting ready to line up alone. Mike asked Clara how much time had passed since he entered the game. The girl answered that almost 20 minutes. The guy understood the information and thanked the girl. He imagined the stone inside the gears and wanted to start acting. In the chat, people began to wonder what he was going to do, because with the help of the watch you can strengthen yourself by 3 times. There was a difference of 3 and 32 times in strength between the opponents. The Berserker screamed menacingly and ran to attack. Mike was determined, but still did not know how he could completely defeat him. The guy was confused for a moment. He remembered about the watch. The Berserker was already too close. He prepared to attack and swung his sword. The guy was still imagining the watch that he needed to turn on. The monster's sword had almost reached his heart. The guy still tried to activate the watch. The tip of the blade was about to touch Mike's forehead. In an instant, the sword began to turn black. The Berserker did not understand what was happening to his weapon and why the remains were falling off it. There are 2 sides to the skill of the greatest mechanism. Acceleration increases movement speed and cools down for 12 hours. There is also recovery, which restores the physical condition to the best moment. Of course, everyone thinks that these techniques only affect the player's body, but Mike knew something. Recovery can be used on someone else. A notification appeared in front of the guy that the Berserker swordsman was returning to the state of 20 minutes ago. The monster's power level dropped sharply. In the end, it reached 1. The guys notified that the Berserker had returned to the power level of 1, and he could continue an honest fight. Of course, the monster was incredibly surprised by this turn of events. He was furious. Mike asked how he was in his old body. In his opinion, he should be bad that he was given power and then taken away. The monster was still in shock. He did not understand how this was possible. The Berserker began to try to kill his opponent. He began to wave his limbs and swords. The Berserker swordsman was left without armor and protective aura. The guy thought he was doomed. Mike pulled out a card and declared that this was a great time to use it. The green card with a drooping eye was glowing. A strong hurricane began around Mike, and the monster began to be sucked into him. The guy was surprised to see only wind in this card. The card entered the player's body and awakened the wind spirit in him. A large silhouette of a robot appeared above Mike. Clara noticed that this unusual skill card had become a unique skill card. Julia looked at the guy in the center of the hurricane. She recognized the power of the wind spirit, and the guy began to attack. Berserker rushed to attack, screaming loudly. They met eyes again. The monster's attacks could do nothing to the guy. Julie and Clara watched as Mike skillfully fought his opponent. Berserker was furious that he could not even hit an ordinary person. Mike started hitting the Berserker's legs to make him fall. The monster noticed him behind him in time and decided to respond. The guy was self-confident in his actions. He sent the monster into the ceiling with one blow, while Clara and Julia were perplexed. People in the chat admired the guy because he defeated such a strong boss and sent him into the sky. The Berserker was in shock from what was happening. He could not respond to his offender in any way. This was the technique of that very master. 18 gusts of wind. The guy began to count how he carried each of them separately, more and more, destroying the Berserker. The very last blow hit right in the head. Mike rushed incredibly fast, hitting the already dead monster right in the skull. The guy stood up proudly and looked at the girls, then looked at his dead opponent. The game notified that the warrior of the wind spirit was leaving Mike's body. Julia watched as countless streams of wind left the building. The girl thought about this guy, sinister and self-confident, around whom the bloody wind blows. Mike said that he won, so the girls can go down, but Julia still wasn't sure who he was. The guy stood proudly alone and was pleased that he finished off this boss. He was dragging a blade lowered to the ground. It was a vampire katana. Mike couldn't believe that he had it. The sword lit up in his hands with a bluish glow. The game notified that his weapon had an additional skill in the form of bloodlust. It's not even important that the card is rare, but rather this skill bloodlust. Now, when the control system no longer works due to a game glitch, this skill is the most useful, because it hurts a lot. Mike grabbed his side and began to wipe the blood, although he didn't show it, but all the time he endured the pain on pure willpower. Julia approached him. The guy asked if she liked how he beat the enemy. The girl came even closer, took the guy by the chest to support him. Mike was embarrassed, but Julia wanted to help him get to the rest area. Clara asked in a dry voice if the guy was okay. Mike answered that he was not quite. People in the chat entered into an active discussion. They thought that such a continuation was quite possible. Julia let the guy go. Mike asked her to use the power of restoration. The game notified that the regeneration card was used. All wounds began to be extracted from Mike. The girl was shocked to see this. She did not think that the guy could heal. Mike answered that that was why he was in a hurry, because he was not that reckless. The guy noted that the girl was in no hurry at all. He reminded her that she swore by the wind and what would happen if she broke the oath. Julia swallowed and waited a little. She replied that she would lose all the skills acquired up to this point. Mike thought about it, and Clara noted that for a magician this is the most important thing. There is no 100% guarantee that she will not betray the guy, but she thinks that she can be relied on. Mike decided to ask again. He asked Julia to obey him, which caused confusion in the girl. She did not understand why the guy was coming closer and asked not to do this. Mike extended his hand to her. The guy simply offered to exchange greetings. He introduced himself, what his name was. The girl said that her name was Julia. She introduced herself as a feng shui master. Then the guys continued moving along the bloody floor. They left traces of blood, but the exit was waiting for them ahead. Having passed the corpses, the guys approached a large door. Mike took hold of the door handle and opened the door. A sharp bright light seeped through the crack. A picture of a man sitting on a throne opened in front of them. Agatha said that she had finally waited for them. Julia was surprised by this turn of events. Agatha noted that the guys had settled in well here. Mike did not know what to say. The guy asked why Agatha sent this girl to him. The devil started calling the guy names and said that he can't call his ruler that. Agatha said that he might be able to get more in the future than he does now. She noted that only if the guy continues to be a good boy and does as well as he does now. The girl snapped her fingers. She said that the swordsman's castle was passed for the guys. A sign appeared in front of Mike, which said that the task had been successfully completed. Agatha said that it was the first time she had received 6 achievements in one floor, the share of which was her limit was no more than 3. The girl said that she had enrolled the guy with a much better result than she thought. Mike's head began to hurt, and Julia asked what was happening to him. Agatha said that it was obvious, because if the guy had just received 10 achievements, it would not be so easy to adapt to the enlarged soul. Julia was shocked that her companion had received so many achievements in one floor. The girl read the sign, which listed all the achievements the guy had earned this time. She hugged him from behind and pointed at his earnings. There was shock in her eyes. She was still not prepared for such a large number of achievements. People in the chat started an active discussion about how this event should become legendary and go down in history. Digital Cubes congratulated the winners with clappers. Someone spent $1 million on a stream congratulating the guy on his good game. It was a staggering amount. The cubes could not understand how this was even possible. Clara, watching everything from the laptop screen, was delighted. She saw that the guy became 4th in the game rank and an old player in terms of recognition, almost like a professional. She noticed that the number of viewers had clearly grown. Agatha came down from her throne and thanked the guy for his good work. The game notified the guy that he received even more gold coins and abilities at the click of a demon. Mike thought about the fact that he had acquired the S rank. The girl said that on this note she had to say goodbye to her companions. Agatha pointed to the exit. She said that there was a devil there who couldn't wait to meet them. The hotel is between the 6th and 7th floors, and the devil himself reigns there. The guys entered a dimly lit room with tables and a counter. She is responsible for floors 7 through 9. Chloe, the girl, greeted the travelers in a friendly voice, holding a glass in her hand. Another feature, Chloe's hotel is enchanted by overlapping spatial magic. Therefore, no one will be able to communicate with each other except for members of their own team. People in the chat admired the demon. They called her a beauty. Chloe greeted Mike and said that she had been waiting for him for a long time. The guy showed up, that the girl knows him, to which the interlocutor replied that she had heard enough about him. She stated that she had personally observed him as he passed the 5th floor. Their eyes met, and the girl said that she hoped that the guy was doing just as well on her floor. Chloe assumed that the guy was very tired by the time he got here. The girl asked what they could start with, a meal or a bath. She suggested that the travelers order something from her. Chloe provided a map with all the possible goods to choose from. Clara said that all of these items and artifacts were high level. Although they look like famous items, they are just fakes. They are not even half as good as the original. She said that at lower levels, these items would be valuable and useful. Chloe asked what they wanted to order. Julia said that she did not have enough money to buy anything. Chloe happily replied that everything was fine and she was not interested in money. She said that the guys would just get a reward for overcoming the challenges of the 7th floor, and she would just give it in advance. Julia was surprised that she was given the opportunity to get a reward for the 7th floor before completing it. The girl was euphoric. She asked for time to think. Chloe agreed. The girl replied that they had the whole night ahead. She asked if they needed one room. Julia immediately blushed and said that it was not required. Mike went to his room and said that he was going to sleep. Julia said goodbye to him. Clara told the guy to turn off the broadcast and he could sleep peacefully. The player notified Mike that he had entered the hotel. The girl saw too many messages in the chat and sighed. She had expected such a negative reaction from the beginning, but she shouldn't interfere and start a conflict. It doesn't matter how much of a personal life is at stake. Many people won't pay attention to it as long as it doesn't affect them, even if it's the life of 1, 100, or 1,000,000 people. Clara stretched and sighed. She leaned back in her seat and thought that she could hire a manager. Mike's average views were now reaching 10,000 and approaching 50,000. And when they fought with Berserker, that number had increased to almost 100,000 views. People were watching it everywhere. In lectures, on the subway, it had become the most discussed topic not only in Korea but around the world. Clara thought that as a result, it caused a surge in both provocative comments and messages unrelated to the game. The girl thought about making a privacy broadcast. Clara said that it was a bad idea because a guy playing for his life desperately needed the slightest hint. She looked at the phone that was ringing on the table. Hers. The phone had a lot of messages and missed calls from people who asked for help in solving the riddles of their levels. Phone numbers of streaming companies or internet streamers sometimes become publicly available, but most are protected and kept secret. But in some cases, you can get contact information through email, official websites, media accounts, and so on. The girl opened the message, where it was written that someone's son got trapped on the 12th floor. These are contacts from family and relatives who asked to save the victims trapped in the game. Right now, they are in the same despair. The girl asked them to wait a little longer. She looked at the 2 capsules that were in front of her. Clara took the bottle of vitamins and connected it to Mike's capsule. She looked at the boy's vital signs and was happy. When Mike was injured during the battle, his groans came from the capsule, and sometimes, when the pain was unbearable, the capsule rumbled. The girl realized that the boy's body, connected to the game, was also suffering greatly. Clara did not know if Mike would be able to endure all this. He had to cope. The girl did not do anything for now and decided to give free rein to events. With tears in her eyes, she asked Mike to hang in there with all his might. The next day, Julia was very tired. Mike asked if she had already made that decision and why she had not slept all night. The girl replied that she had not chosen yet. Chloe handed over the sheet and advised them to choose wisely, because once they made their choice, there would be no turning back. Mike asked if it was true that there were no legendaries here. The girl replied that it was. She said that devils also cannot just give out legendary cards like that. The legendary card is the most powerful in the game. According to official data, no user has ever had one. All sorts of people immediately started discussing these cards. They started saying that the guy was probably capable of getting at least one. Mike scrolled through the list of abilities a little more. He noticed something. His mouth dropped open in surprise. Mike immediately said that he had already made up his mind. Chloe was surprised. Julia also handed over a piece of paper and said that she had also made her choice. Chloe pointed to the door to the 7th floor. The girl wished them both good luck. Michael started moving towards the door. The guy stopped and asked his companion which card she had chosen. The girl created a hologram and showed it. It was the North Wind Crystal card, which summoned an ice field, after which a person would no longer be able to use mana for 1 minute, and it would freeze in the area they had allocated for 1 minute. The guy paid attention to the name of the skill and asked if it freezes mana. Mike asked if she could use freezing mana. If she used this skill, it would also be fatal for her. Julia thought about how wind mages use mana to control the wind, and freezing mana is a double-edged sword for such mages. However, at the same time, she looked at the guy. If there are reliable allies, this can be a strategically effective weapon. Mike confidently moved towards the door of the next floor. Julia attracted his attention to herself. The girl wanted to know which card the guy himself chose. He reached for the door handle and asked the girl's question again. He smiled broadly and opened the door. The game notified about successful entry to the 7th floor. Chloe stood behind the bar again and looked at the man leaving. She congratulated the man on finally reaching the 7th floor. The girl asked why he came here today and if he wanted to watch Mike's game again. Sam said that he had been watching him with great interest lately. He asked if the girl awarded everyone on the 7th floor with categories. Chloe said that she did. She asked to try to guess which card the guy had chosen. He thought about it himself and looked at the list of cards themselves. He smiled confidently and said that he knew. He hesitated a little and stretched out the intrigue. Sam came closer and pointed his finger at a certain card. 2 players were sitting at the table and wondered if anyone had come here before them. The man approached the players and asked why they were all crowded together, because there was nothing surprising on the 7th floor. It was the 62nd Devil Lord, the Dragon King Susan. Louise also greeted Sam. The guy greeted everyone present and said that he was very glad to see them. Sam said that Susan had been missing somewhere these days. The man replied that he was just following her because she was walking too. The girl replied that this player was also quite famous and she came to see how this offspring would end up on her floor. Chloe asked to stop talking. She suggested focusing on the screen. There was only one task: to survive. Sam asked the girl if the 7th floor was the apocalypse. He said that this scene reflected the invasion of fallen angels who once found themselves in the demon world. Louise said that now she understood why the other demon lords were delighted. A keen sense of battle, this player impressed her. She thought that this player quickly grasped the essence of multiplayer battles. His ability to make quick decisions was quite impressive. Susan replied that he may have some skills, but on this floor a person may not be able to cope with the boss of a video game. Sam sighed. He asked the guys if they were willing to place bets. Susan was angry. He did not like this guy. The man reminded that there was a rumor that the guy was stealing from devils through gambling, and he did not appear out of nowhere. Sam said it was just a little fun on a long journey through the maze. He decided to dare the man. Susan immediately got mad. He didn't like that someone thought he was weak. He felt like they were playing with him, so his answer was no. Chloe asked Sam why he was so supportive of this player because he looked weird. Louise said that she thought the same about him. Anyway, they were from Earth after all. Susan got angry when she found out that the guy was from Earth. Sam had put a lot of effort into involving people from Earth as players in the spatial maze, and what he had received from her dimensions broke through after a while. They were increased piles of garbage, so to speak. The man got even more angry. He said that the guy was trying to prove through this human being that his efforts were not in vain back then. Susan said that since he brought the people of Earth, he stopped liking it. There was a pause between those present. The man said he was willing to bet because he enjoyed all types of competition, but there was one thing he couldn't stand: injustice. Susan asked Sam if he thought the guy could have achieved such success without his handouts. The guy said that pushing someone who showed potential was normal, and everyone should agree with that. Chloe grabbed her liquor cabinet. She said that they were going to kill all her supplies. Sam asked her to shut up. Susan said that his mood had completely gone, and he left. Louise said that she would go with him. She apologized to the people present for her companion having such a bad temper. Chloe asked Sam how long it had been since they had gotten together. The guy said that Susan was quite scary when she was angry. He apologized to the girl for ruining the mood. The devils looked at the screen where the two were fighting each other. Sam said that it was too bad that Susan had not seen it. The girl replied that he would watch the recording anyway because it was available to all the devils. The guy replied that this was not true. He originally meant the man's face himself and how she would look at that moment. Sam thought that it would be really fun if they made a bet. Chloe said that the guy probably knows Mike's strengths and weaknesses. She glared at the screen. The player faced the boss of the heavenly faction, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they fully utilize their powers. That's the trick. Players, especially those from Earth, are usually very weak. They fail to get used to the power that is even granted to them as they progress through the spatial labyrinth. A player with a power level of 10 was only able to maintain levels 7 and 8. What happens when they reach level 20? No one knows, because they can't reproduce the state of 12-13. However, Mike manages to cope with levels 20, 30, and 40. As achievements are collected, card slots are filled, each one expands its abilities to the maximum. Sam said that Mike uses them as if he was born with these skills. In this regard, the guy has no equal. Chloe said that his adaptability was increasing in place, and she did not know how this could be. Sam thought that spatial labyrinths were merciless, but if you survive, they constantly expand the boundaries of your existence. The guy said that he was familiar with testing his own limits. They both continued to watch the screen where the guys were fighting with opponents. There was nothing more suitable for the concept of a spatial labyrinth. Floor number 39, Conflict Zone. The guy valiantly fights the monster. There were numerous battles on the floor. The players did not understand why they could not get out of this game. They thought about surviving and dealing with the orcs. One of the guys asked to stop doing this. The orcs were becoming more and more numerous, and they were stronger and stronger. The guy told the healer that he was already at the limit and asked to heal him. The girl replied that she was on recharge. Many red arrows appeared around her. She did not understand that this was their how to resist it. It notified her that the connection was forcibly interrupted and she died. A second later, her body was torn into many small pieces and blood flew around. Another girl was shocked to see this. The guys fighting for their lives fell silent. The guy said that the girl was the only healer in their team. The monsters began to attack even stronger and more aggressively. The guy shouted that they now had a task to kill the boss. They were shocked, activated all their abilities. The holy shield helped to hold back the attacks of the orcs. The boss emitted numerous streams of energy at the guys. One of the guys was shocked to see such an ability in his teammate. The guy silently looked around and again came up to stand in defense. The holy tanker ordered the guys not to give up and fight to the end, because this is not the end yet. The teammates said that they no longer have a healer and they will not last long. The guy thought that they didn't have a single healer left and at this rate they would be finished off here completely. Tanker tried to find solutions and think about his move. Suddenly he remembered someone he had seen once. This level was connected to floor number 36. If he used the Pa King's technique, something would happen. The holy tanker ordered the guys to stand strictly behind him. The orcs were aggressively advancing to attack. One of his teammates warned that the monsters were already approaching. One of them grabbed the shield from behind and began to take it away. The guy continued to stand still and hold the line. Thanks to the use of this very technique, the guy was able to protect his teammates from the next wave of monsters. The ground began to crack and some strange energy began to come out of it. The guys instantly fell 2 floors below. The orcs surrounded the pit and did not understand what was happening. The guys were glad that the monsters did not follow them, because the guy broke through the campaign to the lower floor and, it turns out, it is possible. The guy understood the goal of their leader. He realized that the main task would be to go down and up to the floors above and below. The guy asked the magicians to use a water or wind spell to soften their landing. Some strange red letter with wings landed on his head. It was a challenge to the demon to the arena of trials. The seal on the envelope itself opened and a sheet of paper with an agreement came out. It was quite large, and the text in it was printed in red letters. The guy read the contents. It was written that their duel would take place under the name of the demon. Kanker realized that this item allows you to send a threat or warning about an attack, regardless of the floor level. Most importantly, the guy did not understand who could send it to him. The little demon sat on the stranger's finger and said that the opponent on the 7th floor accepted his challenge. It turned out to be Mike, where he dissolved right in his hand. Julia asked the guy if he had chosen a rare card or if he had stuck with the invitation. She couldn't figure out what the guy was thinking when he chose it, but Mike said he really needed the item. The girl objected, because it was just an invitation, usually an item that had no other functionality than challenging someone to a duel. She said it was disposable in terms of value and didn't compare to rare items. Mike said that, on the other hand, it could be sent to anyone regardless of their location, and that confirmed that they were alive up there. Julia was outraged that her companion had refused a rare card to find out the location of someone. The guy had said he would bury the tower, or in order to find this person, so he had refused the card. Julia wondered who this person was to him that he was so desperate to find. She thought it could have been his lover. In her opinion, such a person who willingly sacrifices his own life for the sake of his beloved is the embodiment of romance. She thought about her companion being a ruthless guy who kills enemies without a shadow of a doubt. Something appeared in front of the guys. It was a demon girl who addressed them. She greeted the guys and said that they had come to the elevator leading to heaven. The girl showed that there are only 5 levels on this floor, which means that here they can jump to the next level based on the number of floors they have cleared. The girl asked which level the dear players wish to go up to. The cubes entered into active debates among themselves, discussing whether it is worth using such a service at all. Clara said that usually players choose the 1st or 2nd floor, and now they only have a strategy up to level 3. She asked Mike not to overdo it, because he would go to floor 3 anyway. The guy pressed number 5. He proudly declared that he was not going to waste time on trifles and would go to floor 5. The cubes began to complain. Clara was not thrilled either. The elevator began to rise. Julia looked at the guy. She knew that look. These are not the eyes that believe in their own strength. This is a look filled with determination. The elevator doors opened and the guys entered a large hall. In front of them, a large man in the shape of an eagle sat on the throne. He grinned when he saw the guys. The creature repeated. The conditions were that only survivors would be able to get to the tower. The game announced a new task to defeat this creature. The demon girl happily pointed to their new opponent. She wished the guys to start the battle. The guy from the creature structure with his fists, marking the beginning of the battle. In an instant, a great surge of energy filled the hall. The guy furiously looked into the eyes of his opponent. Julia thought that the beloved, on whom the guy had put everything, would not sacrifice herself. She thought that no one would make a vow to someone who already belonged to someone. There had to be at least a good reason for that. The girl thought that he had no one, because if that were the case, he would have hinted about it earlier. Suddenly, she immediately joined the fight, where the guy asked for her help. Mike asked what the girl was thinking about all this time. Julia was confused. The guy asked her if she had forgotten that she had already made an oath. According to him, the girl had to immediately join the fight, since he was already dying. Julia called him shameless in her thoughts and swallowed saliva. The girl thought that if she had not covered herself in the wind, everything could have turned out differently. She decided that she would help the guy only because she had made a vow to him. Julia ordered the guy to attack. She was going to support him. Mike said that he relied on the girl, so he would break through with her protecting the rear. Bright waves floated in space. People stood in a circle. Mike frowned and crouched. A long stick flew into the hands of NPC Tizian. Clara hovered nearby and said that NPC Tizian is a mage with a spear who controls the flame of the heavenly kingdom. They looked at him and a voice said that he is called NPS. The energy he accumulates surpasses the strength of the magic barrier. The flame of the heavenly kingdom is powerful high-level magic, although the protagonist has an Aheron card that reduces magical damage, but it still affects him to some extent. Mike opened his mouth. Flames burned in his eyes. The fire burned around them. It spread more and more. The whole house was ablaze. The boy hugged the girl and looked up. Someone was standing at the entrance with a burning door. The boy called his father. Someone grabbed his hand. The girl with tears in her eyes told him to stop and that he told them to wait for him here. The boy pulled his hand away and told him to shut up. Then he continued that all of this happened because of her. Looking at the crying girl, he said that if only she had not done such a stupid thing. He closed his eyes in anger and shouted that he told her that he did not want to eat ramen. The girl was standing in the kitchen and thought that he would like it if she cooked it before he came. Then he said that he had already arrived. The girl left the pot on the stove and ran out of the room. The boy turned away from her and told her to get out of the way. He ran towards the fire. The fire was everywhere. The boy ran into the room, called his dad and asked where he was. Then he covered his face with his hand and thought that there was too much smoke. Then his eyes widened. The fire filled the entire room. The boy was surprised to think that the flames were too hot. The ceiling began to crack. Then part of the ceiling began to fall on the boy. He squinted. The girl jumped up and called her brother. She jumped and covered him with her body. Something dripped on his face. Then he opened his eyes. The girl was sitting next to him and crying. He looked at her. The girl apologized and said that it was all because of her. Someone shouted that there were 2 children here and that he could not see anything else. The firefighters were approaching them. The girl on the news was saying that it turned out that the fire in the OO building was the result of arson. Then she continued that the perpetrator was still unknown and was wanted. The boy looked down and thought that the fire that day was considered the work of a criminal and not Mary's mistake. The protagonist stood near the capsule and thought that it was his fault that she got a burn that would scar her for life. Both inside and outside, the girl had a burn stretching across her shoulder. The protagonist looked at her in the capsule and thought that even being a baby, she fearlessly rushed to protect him. Mike pursed his lips and thought that he had never been able to save anyone, neither his father nor Mary, who had received wounds for life. Then he thought that this time he would definitely save her. The weapon plunged into the protagonist's chest. Blood spurted in all directions. Mike grunted. Clara angrily called the protagonist. The girl silently looked at them. Tizian plunged the weapon into the guy's chest. Then he bared his teeth. Mike looked at him angrily. The character said that a determined look, and he was also one of their victims. He pursed his lips and continued that however, nothing could be done about it. Tizian said that he was in the same situation. The protagonist squeezed his weapon. Tizian grinned and thought that this guy. Then he continued that he was holding his spear. Mike grinned. He shouted for Julia to send the wind, sent it to him. The girl asked again and said that if she did this, the flames would only flare up stronger, the direction of the wind. Mike shouted for her to just do as he said faster. The girl swung her fan and thought that what was he thinking about and wanted to burn alive. Then she thought that she didn't care. A huge whirlwind arose behind the girl. The wind approached the protagonist and Tizian thought that the wind, what a fool. Then he shouted that this would only speed up his death. The protagonist began to scream. A huge whirlwind formed around him. Tizian yelled what the heck, hoping to burn with him. How stupid, and who do you think this flame belongs to? Mike chuckled. He got into a fighting stance and said he thought he could still be called him. Fast forward mechanism. The vortex swirled in space. Tizian stood straight and thought that his flame was spreading at an imaginable speed, so that's what he had in mind, and what if it continued like this? He raised his hand up and continued the thought that the flame would just consume him. Mike yelled that he wasn't done yet. A spirit in chains was hovering above the protagonist. Tizian looked up and said it was a ghost. Mike looked up and called the ghost and said they had a mixture of wind and flame here and to help him figure out what to do with it. The ghost's eyes widened. Waves swirled around the protagonist. They surrounded his hand. Then the waves moved to his leg. The guy frowned and thought how painful it was. Then he thought that if it was affecting him too, it must be hard for him too. The protagonist opened his mouth. Tizian started screaming. There was a devastating explosion. His wing fell off and Tizian said that he was an arrogant little man. His body began to smolder and the man said that he wanted to finish him off with his own flames. Then he said that the protagonist had made an irreparable mistake. The protagonist stood in front of a pile of ash. The girl raised her hand and called out the winner. The voice congratulated the player Mike. He grabbed his burned hand. Then the protagonist closed his eyes. The reading card began to be used. A field formed around him. The girl came up to him and said that she saw his determination. She continued that he was ready to expose himself to any danger for the sake of his beloved, and no matter what, she could not blame him. Julia closed her eyes and said that she would just accept it as it was. Mike asked again about his beloved. The girl turned away and said that swearing by his wind to someone whose fate was already predetermined was simply outrageous for a wind mage. But okay, since the oath had already been made. The protagonist asked again about his beloved. Then he angrily said that yes, she was the chosen one, and heard that he was climbing this tower in order to save his beloved, and that it was not so. Mike asked in surprise what she was talking about, and that didn't he tell her that his sister was in this tower, and that it didn't matter, please let her help her up. He couldn't feel his legs. The girl's eyes widened. The comments wrote that she was caught, cutie, and that he was burned. The protagonist looked questioningly after the girl. Laura smiled at her. Julia shouted, "What is he sitting there for? Let him go already." Laura said that they both need to follow towards the exit. The girl thought in fear that seriously, this is not a lover but a sister, what a disgrace. She looked down and continued her thought that nevertheless, she is glad. She clenched her hands into fists and thought that she is glad that she is talking at all. The protagonist looked at the girl and said that since he coped with the 5th level, he can go up to the 5th floor. Laura answered that it is true and that she doubts that anyone has managed to overcome all 5 levels at once before. The girl said with a smile that she thinks that there really is a reason why the demons pay special attention to him. The elevator fell into the abyss. Mike closed his eyes and thought that Mary, this time he. The protagonist looked up and continued his thought that he will be the one who saves him. The protagonist opened his mouth. A crushing wave rose in the air. This picture was broadcast on the screen. The girl looked at it and thought that Mike broke through 5 floors at once, so the number of viewers also increased accordingly. Looking at the number of viewers, she thought that now their number has exceeded 500,000. People are watching him not only from Korea, but also from all over the world. She became a player. Reporters gathered in front of the protagonist's house as soon as the news announced at 9 o'clock that there was a high probability that the protagonist's younger sister, Mary, was imprisoned in the Dantalian game. People were taking pictures of the building. The girl looked at them through the window, thinking that their generation is now much more difficult than it was before. The monster opened its huge mouth. Then it was torn into several pieces. Organs lay on the ground. Dead monsters lay behind the protagonist. Floor number 12 is run by the demon lord Chimris. Mike exhaled. Infinite Express. Snow-capped mountains rushed into the sky and someone shouted that it was too cold. Julia raised her head and thought that because there was snow everywhere, it was impossible to see anything, and the wind was strong, but if she focused on the wind mana, she might be able to find the way. Clara called the protagonist and asked him to go south from here 50 meters. Mike said he understood. He called the girl and told them to go. They are here. Julia asked in surprise what that ghost had told him again. They said that the protagonist had a spirit named Clara who guided him. The girl turned to Mike and said that she was interested in this and asked who he was always talking to. Mike thought for a moment and replied that he was talking to a ghost, a bodyguard girl. Clara began to hit him and say where he had seen such beautiful ghosts. The guardian ghost Clara was good at making strategies and gave important information about the features of the floor. The protagonist stood in the middle of the circle. Thanks to her, he was able to get rewards that he would have missed otherwise. Mike raised his hand. Light poured into the room. He was holding a rare angel thought card. She also updated her equipment and pumped up the synergy effect to the maximum. The butterfly on the fan sparkled. Julia thought that she would combine the northern wind crystal with her fan. The fan merged with the northern wind crystal. She looked at the protagonist and thought that it must be, in life she was great at solving mazes, and I wonder how she died. Clara shouted to the protagonist, is this the south in his opinion, and that they should go there. The man stepped on the snow. Mike thought with a smile that finally, the rails of the Endless Express. The world of the Endless Express is a frozen wasteland, and all because of the ice dragon Antaru. The NPCs have recruited a team to fight the dragon, and the train is in an endless search for those who will defeat Antaru. In fact, this train can be called a train of dragon fighters. The player has to survive on this train. They need to get into the first cabin, form as 3 Endless Express. That is, into the locomotive of the train. The train crew consists of drivers driving the train. The silhouette of the driver was visible. There are also mechanics, who are responsible for the technical part and security, who ensure the protection of the train from dragon attacks, and workers, who carry out small tasks on the train, and players who penetrate the train without permission are considered nosy rats. The girl sneezed. A blanket suddenly fell on her. Julia looked at the protagonist and thanked him. Then she said that it seemed that this place was very hostile to players. Mike lowered his head and said that it was probably because those who protected this floor before them did it incorrectly, and that maybe they would just break in. Julia replied that if he thought so, then she was ready. Clara hovered nearby and said that a protective spell was cast on the engine room, so they would need a key to enter, and it was with the train officers. Then she continued that the easiest strategy would be the security route. The guard route is a path where those who have shown exceptional skills in fighting dragons that happen from time to time are allowed to become guards protecting the train. Usually, players who have come this far have achievements that allow them to easily defeat a couple of dragons, thus such a simple and fairly easy route allows them to clear the floor without much effort. Clara thought that the only problem was the timing. No one knew when they would meet a dragon, and since they were in a hurry, this was not the best strategy for them. Someone started to approach. The girl turned around, called the protagonist and said that someone was approaching from there. Then she said that there were 2. The man came in and cursed. He looked at the door and said that when did this door manage to break again? Mike's eyes widened. The protagonist kicked it out. The man said angrily that it seemed like those little rats had gotten on the train again. They were ripping up their compartments and wrecking everything around them. Just like rats, his partner replied that if there was little food left, maybe Vincent should just shake them off the train right away. Clara and Mike looked at what was happening in surprise. The security commander, one of the 3 strongest figures controlling the train, Vincent is an NPC and only shows his true colors when meeting a dragon of a certain level. The man called them over and asked if they hadn't heard what he had told them. The dragon's nest was right ahead, run here, they would be there as backup. The guys said they understood. Clara said about the dragon's nest in surprise. She turned to the protagonist and said that it was lucky they had arrived right at the dragon's nest, and the fact that the train was passing by their nest meant that a dragon battle would begin soon. The man shouted that the supply team was returning. The train stopped. Several people entered. Their boots left a trail of snow. People approached the man. Commander Crusoe asked to report. The man bowed and said that the 3rd squad was reporting, 20 people in total. The man asked to stop. Crusoe seriously asked where the captain of the 3rd squad was and why he was reporting instead of him. The man continued that where he was at the moment, shirking his duties. The man answered that he died in battle. Crusoe frowned and asked what happened to the deputy captain. The man answered that he also died in battle. The protagonist and Julia watched what was happening. The man exhaled. He looked at the guys and said that then. He seriously continued that he would hire new dragon slayers and let them drag all these rats and other bastards here. There was something in the bowl. The man walked down the corridor. He said he heard that half the supply squad had died, and in the middle of such and such events they were complaining about a break, and that he needed to fix the door before they noticed. The man pressed the button. The door opened. There was a cage in the room, and a voice said that on top of everything else, he also managed to feed the cat, and what was he thinking about? The man picked up the meat. He went to the cage, called the kitten, and said it was time to eat. The meat was moving. It was dark in the cage. Then someone growled. Someone said that he could stand such rude behavior, but he was not going to stand it any longer. The guy said in surprise that he could talk. Someone grabbed his face. There was a deafening scream. The man was crawling on the floor. The trail behind him was covered in blood. Someone's bloody hand was holding a key. Then the key was shoved into the keyhole. A clawed paw landed on the floor. The monster man said he felt the presence of his race. The car was driving through the snow. The convoy was moving along a winding mountain road. The girl was shivering from the cold. She thought it was very cold here. The higher they climbed, the more the temperature dropped. The guy threw her a cape. She thanked him. One of the users wrote why they acted like a couple. She wrapped herself tightly, asked how he managed to come all this way, and even managed to not get caught participating in the capture. Mike seriously replied that since they had already come so far, they did not need to worry about equipment anymore. They were called as guards, and therefore it did not matter what they called them. He looked to the side, thought about how he would play the role of cannon fodder. Opposite were other players. They were excited. The commander stood in the middle, shouted, "Attention." He loudly announced that their task was to deliver a food container located 3 kilometers from their current location. He added that this container was in the nest from which these lizards had recently hatched. In short, they needed to clean out the dragon's home. He held a capsule in his hand. The man explained that this pill would activate the flame mana that was dormant in their bodies. It would allow them to survive in the cold for about 5 hours. Everyone would take 3 pieces. If he caught those who took more than 3, he would finish them off on the spot. He shouted, "Distribute the pills." They began. The hero caught the bag. Crusoe shouted, "Everyone take 1 pill, now." The guy put the capsule in his mouth, chewed it. Red flames appeared around him. He felt the mana spreading throughout his body. The car shook. The players screamed in fear. They were being attacked. Dragons were flying in the sky. The commander grabbed the guy by the shoulder, shouted what he was doing, let him go out and finish them off. He asked, "Will they fight these things?" He wanted to say that he was not ready yet. Red beams passed through his head. He was decapitated. The roof of the car was torn off. The hero shouted, "It's a wyvern." The blue window says that it is a special kind of dragon. The structure of their body is most similar to the body of a dragon. Julia threw off her cloak. Mike shouted, "Let's go." She replied that she was just about to. She waved her fan. The guy jumped up. He looked down at the dragon sitting on the car. He screamed furiously. A flash of light hit the enemy. The players rushed at the wyvern with weapons. The monster opened its mouth. The groups fought with the monsters that sat on the ground. One of them was killed. Crusoe raised his hand, shouted, "Let's go further. There is one last obstacle," ordered the guards to focus on finding the containers, the workers to switch their attention to themselves. Mike asked Clara when they can prove themselves. There is no end to them. The assistant appeared above them, exclaimed that if this was the last nest, then this was their chance, offered to blow it to pieces with 1 blow. The guy asked if she was sure. The girl frowned and answered, "Yes, it will be a demonstration blow. Now everyone is exhausted, and so they can attract the attention of the leader." Mike grinned and answered, "Good." He leaned over and said that the main character always appears at the last moment. The guy turned around and called out to Julia. She asked what. He sternly said that they would do it again and be done with it. Her eyes sparkled, she understood him. The girl pulled her hands back and said that the main job of a wind mage is not to create wind. She directed the fan forward and shouted, and in its control, she used a wind trap. The blue hand grabbed the dragon, Yuke's hold was applied. The wyvern raised a scream, the girl said, supernatural power. The players ran to the sides, everyone was told to step back, the guy shouted why the dragon was flying here, another, that this wyvern was simply huge and it was approaching them. The friends stood nearby. A strong wind blew. Mike sat down, felt that this floor was filled with mana mixed with blizzard and snow. He closed his eyes, decided that if he concentrated and absorbed the wind mana, white waves of flame emanated from his leg. A blue shine appeared. He clenched his fists, exclaimed, yes, he did it. Julia was amazed, shouted, incredible mana control to absorb magic from the wind so quickly. The dragon flew straight at the hero, screamed loudly. The guy raised his leg in a jump, said, divine revelation. He attacked, used the exploding star strike, canonical form. The wyvern's eyes bulged out of their sockets, she let out a terrible cry. The players raised their heads and watched the fight, the guy exclaimed. He finished off the wyvern with one blow, he is also from the train. Mike said triumphantly, perfect. People were sitting at the computers and watching the battle. Images from the cameras were transmitted to a large monitor. The information was reflected on the computer. The blonde looked up, said that a surge of energy was detected at a distance of 200 kilometers. Judging by the size of the wave, most likely a dragon, gave the order to form more than 20 groups into one. The girl with long dark hair said that the howl of a wyvern was recorded at a distance of 50 kilometers. It is an alpha class. Presumably the leader ordered the group, which had moved away from the train by 70 kilometers, to turn in the opposite direction. The guy kicked the door. He held a cigarette in his mouth. It was NPC Sebastian. He put his hands in his pants pockets. He approached the blonde, asked how the situation was. She answered that it was not very good. Judging by current observations, the number of life forms has increased tenfold compared to the dragon nest last year. The guy clicked his tongue. The girl added that 70% of them were concentrated near the railway. He thought that the number of dragons was increasing sharply, moreover, they were becoming stronger. As expected, the white dragon Antaru, he thought that they were under the influence of his mana. He looked at the other girl, asked what about Antaru, she said that no movements were noticed. She said with concern that if Antaru starts to act, then he will come out. The guy grinned, asked, that person. He was talking about the commander of the guard corps, the sword of the dragon slayer, the guardian of the train. Here he has no equal in strength. He is one of the few who met Antaru, and the only person who was able to make him retreat. Sebastian went to the exit, said, okay, since the old man is still intact, we need to fry these lizards properly, and give it our all. The girl said that if Mr. Salmon hears about this, he will be surprised. The guy stopped, remembered something. He looked back, asked how those rats are new arrivals. The blonde turned her head and said that 3 were nothing, 2 were first class and 1 was excellent. The guy exhaled. He closed his eyes and raised his head and said, okay, let them use them too. The players were moving containers. The guy picked up a wooden box. One of the players was sitting on the floor, clutching a bleeding wound on his hand. Mike thought this fight had already taken half the lives of their squad. The commander told the players that everyone was doing well. He said that the survivors from this day on would join the train's defenders, also known as guards, and introduced himself. Crusoe looked at the hero and Julia with displeasure and gave the order to report. The guy approached him and said excitedly, the total number is 28, everyone is present, the current composition is 28, that's all. Clara felt out of place, there were humorous comments from users. The man turned to Julia and asked how old she was. She answered that she was 22. Mike wanted to answer too, but the commander said that he hadn't asked him. The guy was shocked. Crusoe raised an eyebrow, said that the 2 of them would be assigned to the forward defense battalion. The friends listened to him attentively. He ordered to report everything there and get instructions, said that they were free. The forward defense battalion is an elite squad, whose strength is 1.5 times greater than the rest. It was they who fought the monsters that attacked the lead locomotive. The first squad consisted of men, and the second of women. The entire battalion was divided into 2 groups. Julia was assigned to the second. The players followed the commander along the corridor. At the end of the corridor, a bright light was shining from under the door. The guy looked up. He was worried about this mission. He thought, the engine compartment is so close that he can almost see it. He hoped that everything was going smoothly. The blonde turned to the hero, calling him a young man. Mike turned to him and exclaimed, yes. The guy covered his mouth with his hand and asked what kind of relationship he had with that girl. Mike was embarrassed and replied that they had no relationship. The young man was surprised. It can't be, she can't take her eyes off him. How can they not be in a relationship? Mike was indignant. He angrily shouted that there really was nothing between them. Julia blushed. One of the girls exclaimed, seriously, come on. Her eyes were shining with delight. She asked. They had only been together for a week, but he was already giving her his clothes. The girls were delighted, asked to tell him what the secret was, promised not to tell anyone. Julia scratched her cheek with her finger, replied that it just happened. She told him that she would dedicate the rest of her life to him. The girl exclaimed she was the first to say it, unbelievable, and what then? Julia replied that she had sworn this to him. Being in a closed space, suggested that they move away from here, since there were a lot of people here. The squad lined up at attention on command. Mike asked his friend in confusion. She hadn't said anything strange. She blurted out, "No, of course, I thought, just the pure truth." Crusoe asked the players if they were ready. They answered, "Yes, sir." He said that this time their target was a white wyvern. A white wyvern. There are creatures that are larger and stronger than the rest from birth because they are filled with the mana of the white dragon Antar. And they are not only stronger than ordinary individuals, but also have magic. As a rule, someone at the level of dragon slayers fights them. The man said that the place they were heading to now passes by a wyvern nest. These creatures are always on guard and attack in large groups. They have only one task. He said menacingly, to exterminate all the wyverns that get in their way. He will honor the distinguished soldier with a meeting with the engineer. Mike thought. Finally, a glowing pentagram appeared under his feet. The players were perplexed. Mike asked the commander what it was. He replied that it was a teleportation spell cast by Chief Engineer Sebastian. The man frowned and exclaimed, "They were about to move to the roof. Everyone be careful, they could get hit by a train." There was a scream. A portal opened above the train. The train was picking up speed. Wyverns were flying in the sky. Crusoe shouted for everyone to get ready for battle. The players took out their weapons. Mike spread his legs wide. He offered Julia to deal with them all at once with one powerful blow. The girl agreed. She opened her fan, said, "A piece of cake, just a moment." She shuddered. She raised her head. The girl thought. The wind stopped. Julia looked back, called Mike. The dragon flew over the train. The guy looked up, thought, this oppressive feeling, something stronger than a wyvern. It was the white dragon of Antar. The users were surprised where he came from, why he appeared out of nowhere, and the Legion commander was not there now. The guy with blonde hair told the commander that his mana was frozen. The man ordered to quickly contact the control room. Crusoe gritted his teeth, thought, their mana was frozen. Antara has the ability to freeze. For the last 20 years there was no word from him. The secret services always tracked his movements very closely. He thought maybe this was his plan. The dragon used freezing mana to distract the secret services, and then attacked them just at the moment when they had the least number of people. He gave the command to everyone to take their positions. Blue flames burst from the dragon's mouth. 2 players, one with a dagger, the other with a bow, screamed in fear of the dragon's breath. The blonde shouted at the girl to retreat. She asked where. She screamed, "They are on a train." Antara breathed out a column of fire. It hit the train. The train was torn apart. The player standing at the rift thought, the whole train at once. A glow appeared in the dragon's mouth. Mike pressed his lips together, said that there would be another volley now. Julia suggested that they retreat if they fell under his breath. He interrupted her, objected. "What do you mean retreat? Didn't she know that if you destroy the train, then everything will end?" The girl was scared. The hero thought, they are standing right under the engine compartment. The players ran away in panic. Crusoe pulled his hand back, shouted, "What fools," ordered them to quickly return. A dialogue box appeared with a message from the Storm Summoner. The Lord Ghost of the Storm possesses the body of the player Mike for 60 seconds. The guy said that the army is designed like that. He sternly shouted that if he was ordered to skin him, then he would do so. The lamp on the ceiling illuminated the dark room. There were heavy chains on the floor. The beastman lowered his head. Someone approached him. The blonde guy in the blue suit asked if he was the one who started the ruckus in the basement. Wasn't he? Clem glared at him and asked who he was. Sebastian smiled slightly and asked if telling him would change anything. The beastman asked him if he had gotten in through the back door of the train, how he had been able to survive in the cold for 6 hours without flame mana. The guy replied that he was too lazy to explain everything. Clem looked away. Sebastian said that he wanted to study his body, understand what kind of mana was flowing through him, how it affected his body, and how much his body differed from that of a normal person. The beastman looked straight at him and asked what he would get. The guy replied, the engine compartment. He said he would take him to it. Clem frowned. Sebastian asked, he was a rat after all. He asked thoughtfully, or should he call him a player in his language? Clem gritted his teeth, answered that he seemed to know a lot about players. He broke the chain, added, but definitely not about beastmen. A shadow fell on his face. He said that they would never trade their bodies. The guy leaned forward, asked if he wanted to fight. He would not advise it. The train was riding in the snow. If the locomotive was destroyed now, the game would end there. The guy wanted to stop the dragon's breathing, no matter what it cost him. There was a guy standing on the train. A large dragon was next to him. The monster began to attack. Julia looked at him, because she felt with her body how the mana was absorbed. She shouted at the guy that he would not be able to stop breathing, because now everything was completely different. Mike replied that there was no way back. Magic appeared near his leg. The guy was in shock. After all, he used the summoning skill, and his mana was already at 0. He did not know if he could handle it. On this floor, cold and icy winds blew. Therefore, in such an environment, there was a lot of wind magic. And with so much mana, the Stormlord Mike was gaining power. Mana flowed into him and he became stronger, but his body could not cope with such a load because it was gathering intensely. His leg was very thin. The vessels began to pulsate more. The veins became larger. He began to scream. He was also very nervous because they wanted to frantically get under his skin. He could not bear it anymore. The star was burning. It seemed to him that Michael was having a hard time. He wanted to help him. The main character seemed to be falling. He heard someone's voice. There was a strong and long wave near his leg. Mike was in complete shock. The raging mana died down. The guy was in complete rejection. The dragon tried to hit him, and the main character was standing nearby. One of the guys said that they needed to run. The monster began to attack. It was very powerful and almost reached Mike. The guy laughed and decided to attack too. He did a starburst punch in cannon form. The explosion was very big. People didn't believe that the guy did it. Mike was on his knees and heard a voice. Julia was calling his name. The guy was shaking and couldn't stand normally on his feet because he poured all his strength into the punch. The man said that they should be careful because the attacks were divided into many separate waves. But the attacks were still going on. People were trying to escape. Julia held the main character. They watched the attacks. Mike was angry because he didn't kill completely. It was clear from his eyes that he wanted to do something. His efforts were praised. There was a man with 2 swords on his back. He started to take out one of the swords. He said that he would figure it out himself. The man started to make his punches, but the monster didn't stop. Mike looked at this. It was difficult for him. His eyes narrowed. The man's cloak was torn. He walked along the train. Everyone bowed their heads before him. There were scars on his face. A girl and 2 guys were sitting near the table. The girl was skinny and sat quite seriously. One of the guys was plump, wiping himself with a napkin. There was no one at one of the chairs. 2 men came to Benjamin. His arms were folded. He was the train driver. Charlie stood there joyfully because he had not seen him for a long time. He looked at the driver and realized that he was fine, but he wondered where Sebastian was. Charlie said that they needed to hurry even though Antara had retreated now, but they did not know when he would attack again. The girl replied that their union agreed. Benjamin was thinking. They were currently having a high council meeting. The man continued that they had an agenda, namely the location of the white dragon Antara. The girl was against the hunt because the townspeople were worried. The guy was likely to retreat this time, like last time, when suddenly someone burst into the room. It was Sebastian, who called himself a disgrace because he was late. He had a scar on his face. The 2 men looked at him. The girl wanted to ask about the wound because it was on his shoulder. Sebastian said that they needed to take it off the Antar because there was no other choice. Benjamin wondered why. The guy lit a cigarette and continued that they would rather assemble a punitive squad than ask questions. Chubby replied that they had no reason to persuade people to join their squad, and it would take several days to restore the train. Sebastian was still smoking a cigarette. The monster crept up on them unnoticed, freezing its own skills. The dragon also knew how they acted and was now going to hibernate. For him, the train was like canned food, and even with home delivery. After all, for them, simply knowing the location of this white dragon was not an option. Everyone at the table fell silent. Benjamin started to say that if they wanted to deal with him once and for all, it would be better to move now. In chorus, the team said that they would form a punitive detachment. Benjamin agreed. The girl told the protagonist to stand up. Mike opened his eyes. Julia was next to him and looked at him with fear. She asked if he had woken up. The guy asked what had happened. The girl answered that he had disappeared after breathing. But there was also something else important. They came to Benjamin. He said that the guys were being called. The protagonist and Julia came in, opening the door slightly. They were in the Supreme Council of the train. The guy asked where he was, when suddenly he turned around. Sebastian was walking with the beastman, who explained that if he had agreed to the deal, it did not mean that he would also agree to another study. The protagonist wondered if it was the beastman. They looked at each other. Clem said that he was now seeing the one from whom he had felt the presence of his race. Jack asked the question again. One of the observers donated 1,001. Then the protagonist asked about the wolf, fox, tiger. The beastman asked if he had crossed paths with them. After all, he was lucky. Such a race does not forgive offenses to their people, but they met someone, disgraced their kind. Clem would prefer death than to become an animal enjoying killing. Julia asked if he was different from them at all. The beastman called her ill-mannered, because he can kill her faster than others. The girl replied that she can do it as much as he wants. The protagonist asked her to stop blocking her path. After all, it is better not to waste your strength in vain, and it will be difficult to deal with him. The man asked if everyone was there. He approached the guys who were looking at him. Charlie decided to start a meeting. The lamp on the ceiling was glowing. The protagonist asked, that is, he wants to unite them with him in a raid on the dragon. Julia and the beastmen were in a quarrel. Charlie agreed, because all the people on the train with the most outstanding abilities would go ahead. The guy said that this was an important mission on which the survival of the train itself depended, and what's more, the commander would lead it. Mike asked what if he didn't want to. Charlie replied that if they helped them complete the mission, he would take them to the engine room. Julia was in complete shock. The protagonist understood that he could get there now. He asked for a more tempting reward. Charlie initially remained silent. Then he said that he knew it because this would not satisfy him. He pulled out a sword from behind his back. It was a light sword in level B. The girl asked if he wanted to hand over the sword. The lightsaber was created by combining various types of magic and technology in times when peace reigned in the world. If you pour mana into it, the photons are activated on the surface of the sword. In theory, it allows you to split anything it touches down to the molecular level. The sword could cut through a dragon's breath. Sebastian asked the man if he was sure of his choice. Charlie replied that the hunt was directly related to the existence of humanity, so there was nothing to regret. Mike asked for the sword right away because it would still be given as a reward for catching the dragon, which meant it didn't matter when they gave it to him. The girl and the guys were shocked by such impudence. The man remained silent. Then he laughed very hard. He threw the sword. Mike took it. Charlie said that now they needed to join the hunt. The guy said that it was a pleasure to deal with him. The man explained that this was not a sword that every amateur could handle, but it was hard to predict what would happen to him. The guy was serious. Julie understood that a lightsaber cuts through literally everything, but it required a lot of mana. She explained to the guy that the sword was long, but absolutely useless for players. Mike asked if it was true. Then he asked the beastman if he needed him. He answered that beastmen did not rely on pieces of metal. The protagonist decided to ask when they were leaving. Sebastian stood in front of everyone. Then he said that he was a bad recruit. The guy began to ask questions, because the monster landed near the railway and whether they needed to activate the teleportation scroll. Sebastian answered negatively, because this time they would go straight. There was a large ball near his feet. He asked everyone to hold on tight. A blue portal formed. They entered it and were on top of the dragon. Mike did not understand how they would start because there was no plan. Julia asked him to be careful because the wind was unstable. The wind swirled completely unpredictably. She had a premonition that it would not be easy for them. The monster began to attack. Blue icy fire blazed from his mouth. Charlie tried to attack, shouting that he would never lose. He drew his sword in the air. Capable of cutting the dragon the man was fighting. Charlie was able to cut his blow. Sebastian blew. Steam came out of his mouth, from which a circle was formed. He called lightning to try to attack the monster. He was hurt by the attack, but still did not die. Sebastian thought that the blow was probably weak. Benjamin told him that the blow was good. The guy made a large golden circle and called lightning, which struck the dragon. The monster screamed. It had icy teeth in its mouth. The man said that while the men dealt with the main dragon, they would fight off the wyverns. Clem asked the man not to stand idle and to follow him. Julia began to argue. After all, she should have said it. The man asked not to squabble and stick to the plan. The dragon screamed very loudly. Its eyes turned green. The man said that this is the leader and they need to defend themselves. Mike decided that this is his goal. Clem said that he is the boss here. They looked at each other very displeased. The dragon was still screaming. There were 3 people in front of the dragon. Sebastian was blowing blue flames. Suddenly, someone swung at the guy. Benjamin started casting a spell, telling him to move away. The monster was about to strike when the man also started attacking. There was steam from the cold. Sebastian was lying in the snow and understood that he was too fast. Their mana was almost at 0, and if they continued like this, they would be at a disadvantage. Very loud sounds were heard in the middle of the snow. Charlie jumped up and started attacking the monster. He had a sword in his hands. He was screaming. He hit him in the chest with his sword, but he could not pierce because of the strange origin of the monster's body. The dragon was serious and decided to attack. The man jumped away from him. The monster struck again. Charlie fell. Old age was not a joy for him. After all, even his attacks could not pierce the scales. Benjamin approached him. Charlie laughed and asked if he was losing his grip. Benjamin said he was as strong as ever. Sebastian asked him to stop talking and focus on the fight. The man said he was impudent because he couldn't even dodge a lizard's paw. The guy was angry. The dragon was screaming. Sebastian said that if he were their age, he wouldn't do this. Then he created a circle of steam from his mouth. He cast a smoke gun spell. The monster started screaming. The man was holding a sword in his hand. He was kneeling and watching what was happening. He looked at the sword. Then he realized that he was almost at 0 and the lightsaber would activate soon. He asked his body to hold out a little longer. After all, it would use up all the remaining mana. Clem struck. Mike also struck. Blood came out of the monster's mouth. The dragon died with green eyes, covered in blood. Clem said that he killed him. Mike said that he dealt the decisive blow. They argued with each other. The protagonist began to shout because he was so blinded by his merits, but forgive me because he was stronger than him. Clem asked if he wanted to fight. Mike agreed. They looked at each other very contentedly. Julia asked them to wrap it up already because she had already finished her part of the job. The man said that he would deal with the rest, and they should better go help the commander. After all, things were not going well for them. Mike agreed because he did not expect to hear this from him. The man asked if he was trying to stop them, then would they obey? The protagonist understood because the man got it. Julia and Clem were serious. They began to shout that they would go first and ran. The foot landed on the white snow. 3 guys were still fighting the main dragon, and 3 more ran up to them. One of the fighters flew from the attack. He landed very painfully because even the stones began to fly off. Mike, Clem, and Julia were in complete shock. The protagonist became more serious. The monster was screaming. Charlie was sitting in the snow because he was the one who was thrown back. Sebastian was already tired of fighting. The same was with Charlie. Julia realized that things were worse than she thought. People wrote in the comments that they should retreat because the commander was wounded. Mike started talking. He decided to deal the monster the final blow. After all, there was an achievement that only the player who takes the life of the dragon gets. Julie asked if this was his goal. The ghost of the Storm Lord Arashi entered the body of the player Mike. Sebastian looked back where there was a small hurricane. He understood and smiled that everything was in time. Then he put a cigarette in his mouth and decided to light it. After all, while the guys distracted the monster's attention, his father could recover. Benjamin said that for him, his father was just an old man singing backup. Then he asked for 1 cigarette. Sebastian thought that he had already quit. After all, he did not have to strain himself, and if he continued smoking, lung cancer was inevitable. Benjamin asked him to stop talking nonsense. The man took a drag on his cigarette. He liked it, it was sweet. Then he looked somewhere. Charlie was sitting nearby. He came up to him and held out his hand. Then he said that he had been with him on the train for more than 50 years. Charlie asked what he was getting at, whether he was talking about death by any chance. They shook hands. Benjamin confirmed it. Sebastian listened to their conversation. There was a strong blow, namely a call of lightning. There was also smoke flying. This was from Charlie's mouth. Benjamin looked at him. The man burned to the ground. Sebastian was in complete shock. He began to scream his name because it was his father. A circle appeared near Benjamin's feet. It was very large and reached Sebastian. The man held out his hand. Then he offered to return to the train. He also called him by name. The guy was perplexed. There was a photo of little Sebastian and Charlie, which was burning. Looking down, the dragon screamed loudly. Looking at him in surprise, the guy said that the tracks were blocked. Then he asked that they were surrounded, what to do. Looking straight ahead, Benjamin, holding the key in his hand, said for everyone to protect the train. The dragon was rapidly approaching the guy. The guy closed his eyes in fear. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of him, striking the dragon. Turning around, the man asked why he was flying in the clouds. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked again. They grabbed each other's hands. Looking at the monsters, the man said for him to get up, they needed to protect the train. A black creature appeared. The guy clenched his teeth tightly, looking at it. Stretching his hand forward, Benjamin suggested going back. Looking at the guy, he said that things were too bad, and they had already completed their mission anyway. He would deal with these lizards. Let him not worry. He would take advantage of the moment when they were distracted and move them further away. The guy looked straight ahead in surprise, hearing that if necessary, they could sacrifice several people. Looking at the guy, the man said that now, the power over the train belongs to him alone. Slightly bending down, Sebastian asked what he thought. He would just let everything slide. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he had a premonition that he would express his disagreement. The guy looked at the smoke hail in surprise. Suddenly, he blew out a blue shield in front of him. A yellow circle formed around it. Clenching his fist tightly, the man turned to the guy and said that he always told him this, but he thinks through his actions 2 steps ahead. A huge yellow beam hit the ground. The people looked at him in surprise. The girl's eyes widened and she asked what had happened, to which they replied that it was treason. After all, they were people. A portrait of a man appeared, and the thought came to mind that the hunt was just a trick, and the real goal was to kill Commander Vincent. After killing the commander during the expedition, Benjamin intended to abandon them. Suddenly, an ice dragon appeared behind the people. With his mouth wide open, he screamed loudly. Looking at him, the hero asked how they dared to use them like that. Slightly crouching down, Mike added that he could not stand to be in debt. Ren said that now it was Antaru's turn. Waving her fan, she called forth a storm wind. The rays flew rapidly towards the dragon. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and she spoke about the wind. Then she began to fall sharply downwards. The beastman attacked the monster from above. Raising his hand, he said that he would tear him to shreds and crush the remains. The claw stopped in front of the dragon's eye. The beastman flew away from the dragon's attack. He slid along the ground, leaving traces. Looking straight ahead, he wheezed with anger, after which he jumped on the dragon again. The man tightly clutched the weapon in his hand. Swinging the weapon, the protagonist thought that he could only use the sword for a few seconds. If he could not finish him off during this time, he would become helpless. He needed to find a way to reduce the risk of defeat. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. From afar, he heard whether he could hear him. Memories surfaced in the hero's head and he asked what that voice was then. It was him, yes. Looking straight ahead, the hero furiously said that if he did not want everything to end like this, then let him help again. He promised that he would give it his all. The hero looked straight ahead in surprise and heard that it was interesting. Blue waves appeared and he added that if this was his choice, then let him demonstrate. Stretching his hand up, the hero thought that this was not even a skill, but the will of Arashi. A purple glow appeared and he added that if this. The dragon looked forward furiously. Dodging the blow, the hero said, "Why is he attacking him? He is actually trying to gain strength." Suddenly, he sharply turned to the side. The protagonist pushed the monster. There was an explosion. The hero looked at him in surprise. The beastman was sitting on the tail of the dragon. Looking at the hero, he said that he should not relax his vigilance. Smiling widely, he asked what he said and shouted about the tiger. Putting his leg up, a red shockwave appeared. Smoke emanated from the dragon's face. Swinging his tail, the dragon threw the beastman aside. The hero looked straight ahead, his eyes wide open. A white beam hit the ground. Ren and Julie turned to the hero in surprise. Smoke and a trace of the attack appeared. A glow emanated from the sword. Sitting on the ground, the hero said that the transformation was complete. Looking away, the girl thought that this lightsaber was left by Vincent. The main hero shouted that now he was in all weapons, so they could begin the battle. A creature with glowing eyes appeared. The Lord follows the hero. Blue and pink beams appeared around him. Smiling, Mike said that another effect, "Thank you." A strong green whirlwind arose. The dragon raised his head up and stepped on the ground with his paw. Suddenly, he rushed towards the pink beam, shouting. Among the pink glow, the image of a man appeared. The hero looked down in surprise. Looking at his hand, he thought that he still did not use them as skillfully as he did. If he made a mistake even by a millimeter, he and the others would be finished too. Smiling broadly, Michael said that if he had to choose between two chairs, he spread his arms out to the sides and added that he should let him chop him up. The dragon started to attack the hero. Flying down, the hero asked to stop. Using dragon breath was completely wrong. Suddenly, a green wave rushed past the hero. Holding a fan in her hand, the girl turned to him and said that this was too reckless. Smiling widely, the hero said that he was counting on her. The dragon flew forward furiously. It was heard that he was attacking carefully again. The dragon released ice spheres. The hero thought that there was no time to rest. Turning around, Mike opened his eyes wide. He looked at the approaching yellow beam. The hero watched the glow in surprise. Snow-capped mountains appeared, and he thought that cold and icy winds were blowing on this floor. In such an environment, there was more than enough wind magic. The hero smiled widely. The hero, being between the dragon and the creature, someone shouted the name of the ruler. The monster released a sphere with lightning and shouted loudly. Blue waves flew around the protagonist. The dragon fired a huge volley of attack upward. Holding the swords in his hand, the hero smiled widely. A huge sphere of lightning appeared in front of him. Flying past it, the hero cut the dragon into two parts. A notification appeared that the white dragon was destroyed. The player might earn the Dragon Slayer skill. Abruptly running into the room, the guy said that the dragon was destroyed. The man with blood on his face looked down. There were many corpses in front of him. A tied-up guy was sitting on the floor, and Benjamin said that he was so tired of this. Then the man put his hand to his face. He looked away, thinking. The hero stood and looked at the sky. He looked in surprise at the comments that he had won. Suddenly, he grabbed his weapon tightly. Looking at the sword, the protagonist thought, okay, he admits, this time, he surpassed himself. Suddenly, someone came up from behind. The girl took his hand. Looking at the hero, she asked if he was really counting on her. Turning around, Mike said that he didn't have the strength to talk right now. This thing was eating up more of his mana than he imagined. It seemed like it would die right here. Looking away, Clem said that he was wondering if they were just pawns in their evil plan. Looking at the girl, he said that they were used, to which Julia replied that she wouldn't want to work with him, but their main priority was to get back to the train. The girl looked away in surprise. The hero crouched down next to the dragon, and she asked what he was doing. Blood splashes appeared, and the hero replied that he was searching. Turning around, the hero said that some items could only be obtained here, and then asked that it would be stupid to miss them, right? different parts of the dragon appeared, and the hero said that it can be obtained from the remains of the dragon. Wings and scales are used to make armor, and bones, claws, and fangs can serve as material for creating weapons. Blood will be used as a high-class ingredient for various spells and sentences. But the main character wanted something more valuable. A red liquid appeared, a mixture of pure magic with a vessel filled with the spirit of the dragon, a miraculous elixir that gives a colossal surge of mana when consumed, and all this is the heart of the dragon. A beating heart appeared. Looking at it, Julia said that it was creepy, asked why he was taking it out, to which the hero replied that he was taking it out, of course, to eat it. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked about his wanting to eat it. Putting his hand into the dragon's body, the hero replied that he was just kidding. Suddenly, he took out a glowing red stone. Looking at him, Mike said that he would need this. He held a stone between his fingers. A notification appeared that this item was a dragon's heart. The girl looked at it in confusion. Clara, looking at the hero, said that if she absorbed it, it would be well absorbed. The hero opened his mouth in front of the stone. Then he swallowed it. Blue rays appeared around the hero. A special reward was given. He received a dragon's heart. Looking straight ahead, Julia thought about the fact that the mana contained in the dragon's heart completely and entirely flowed into the hero's body. The hero began to grow scales, and he said that now they would return. Smiling widely, the main character said that it was time to clear this floor. Mike looked away. The man knelt down on one knee. Looking at them, the guy said that the commander, holding his hand, said that he would see them off. A train appeared, sliding through the snow. Looking at the man said that it was confirmed that the newbies defeated the dragon, and then asked what they should deal with them before they returned to the train. Putting his hand to his face, Benjamin said that it was these newbies who caught the dragon. The guy said that the newbie used a lightsaber. The man's eyes widened in surprise. And then, looking at him, he asked that he wielded that same sword, to which the guy replied that judging by the fluctuations in the mana field of this weapon, it cannot be used again. Bowing his head, he added that they need to catch them outside the train, kill them, and return the item back. Turning around, the guy heard that 3 life forms were spotted ahead. Running into the room, the man shouted that they were also quickly approaching. According to their calculations, they will be here in 3 minutes. Let them prepare for a powerful blow. They have a minute. The guy, looking at the man, turned to him. Blood appeared on the man's hand. Looking at his hand, Benjamin said that he had not fought in a battle for a long time, so he had overstrained his already decrepit body. The guy turned to him and said that they would deal with him, let him recover in a safe place, to which the man replied that no, they had finished off the dragon. Looking straight ahead, he said that he would do his best. Turning around, he asked that he did not have any cigarettes, to which the guy replied that he would, right now. The ash from the cigarette flew to the floor. Having lit a cigarette, the man said that why should he worry about a body that might not even live anymore. Looking up, he added that he had nothing more to lose. Part of the cigarette peeled off. A powerful blow flew across the carriage. Several people flew at him. The protagonist swung his weapon and said that they should tremble in horror. They, a bunch of bastards. The girl waved her fan and summoned a storm wind. Clem stretched his hand forward and summoned the furious claws of the white tiger. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred in the carriage. A beam flew past the head of the white tiger. Blood flowed from his face and he looked away. People were kneeling and shouting to aim. Then they said to shoot, and a huge number of shells flew at him. The girl suddenly appeared in front of him and waved her fan. A turquoise wave appeared, hiding from the bullets. All the shells began to fly at the people. The man watched the explosion and thought about the wind mage and the beastman and where the third one was. Suddenly, he turned around and looked away. Holding 2 swords in his hand, the main character was flying towards him. He landed and stuck the weapon in the man's hands. Benjamin looked up. Looking at him, the hero heard him not let him cast the spell. Looking at the hero, the man thought about the fact that he was trying to disable him by shackle his hands. Smiling widely, he added that it was naive. The protagonist looked at the flames coming from his mouth in surprise. Clara asked in surprise that he was capable of such a thing without even casting a spell, and told the hero to take care of himself. The man cast a spell, and the hero flew away from it. Many multicolored beams and flames appeared. It was a smoke capture and dispersal magic. Looking at the girl, he said that she had said that it was enough to immobilize his hands, to which she replied that it was, he just had time to prepare. A huge number of magic spells gathered above the man. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides in surprise. 2 blue beams crossed each other. The hero used his swords to cast a spell that resisted the man's spells. Suddenly, a devastating explosion thundered. Looking straight ahead, Mike thanked him for the dragon's heart, saying that mana was now pouring out of it like a river. The man looked away in amazement. Charlie and Mike swung their swords and shouted. It said about the lightsaber type A and lightsaber type B, the fusion state. With a sharp swing of the sword, the hero cut off the man's hand. Spitting out blood, Benjamin wheezed. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought that he could not believe that he was using a lightsaber. The protagonist looked in surprise at the black smoke coming from the man. Looking forward, Mike thought that the smoke was leaking from where he had stabbed him. Benjamin smiled widely. Raising his hand, Atlas appeared, summoned, sealed in his left hand. Looking straight ahead, he said that he would finish him off right here, even if it took him some time to recover. The girl put her hand to her face. Looking at the screen, she said that this was problematic. She folded her arms and said that if they left it like this, the Endless Express would fall. Looking straight ahead, she thought that creating a floor with a good structure, and even with a rich scenario, was not such an easy task, and then said that it was true. Closing her eyes, the girl said that this bloodshed should be stopped. Then she snapped her fingers. Suddenly, the gray smoke began to evaporate. Benjamin turned gray. Everything stopped. A pause was caused by admin rights. All battles were abruptly suspended. Smiling, the girl said that this floor was dear to her. She would not allow it to be destroyed so easily. The hero and Benjamin hung in front of each other. The girl dodged the man's blow. Clem swung his hand. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. He was at a loss, looking at the screens. The guy, looking straight ahead, wheezed. Sebastian, sitting on the floor, looked straight ahead in surprise. Surprised players appeared. Someone said that this was the place. Everyone turned around, seeing the girl who greeted them. Smiling, she said that she was the head of the 5th floor, a train engineer. Looking at her, Julia said that she was a train engineer, and then asked that it was a demon. Holding her hand, the man said her name, and she turned to him. Smiling, Louise said that they had spent a lot of time apart. The last time they met, his skin was barely touched by wrinkles. The man looked straight ahead in surprise, hearing an apology for that help. Looking at the players, the girl said that she apologized to them. She was forced to interfere in their trials for personal reasons. Bowing her head, she thanked them for understanding. Taking a step forward, Clem asked to explain. The beastman spoke furiously about how he had done so much up until now, so he wouldn't have to go through another trial just to clear this floor, right? Smiling, Louise said that they should be grateful to her. All the players looked forward in surprise after hearing that they were in the engine room. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that although her intervention had its weight, they were the ones who cleared the entire 12th floor. Taking a step forward, she said that the players would receive rewards for their achievements. Looking at them, Louise added that since they were almost done clearing this level, they would be lenient towards them. Surprise comments appeared. The protagonist frowned and looked straight ahead. Looking at him, Julia said that thank goodness, suggested that they move to the next floor and hurry up before the demon starts acting up. Looking down, Louise heard that no, this won't do. Looking straight ahead, Mike said to give him an extra reward. There were surprised comments from the audience. Pointing at the man, he said that if he didn't give it, he would finish him off right now. He almost defeated him. So, to which the man replied in surprise that it was this kid. The girl calmly turned to the hero. Everything around began to shake, and she asked what he was saying, that he would deal with the Demon King right now. Taking the hero's hand, Julia asked that he was crazy. It was too dangerous to go against the Demon King. Looking up, the protagonist thought that the Demon King, who usually just watches, decided to intervene. She was clearly trying to save her floor from destruction. The girl's eyes glowed white. The hero and the girl were surprised to hear laughter. Louise laughed loudly from him. Mike's eyes widened, hearing that she liked him. Looking down, Louise said that he was very intriguing. The hero was surprised to hear that, okay, she would give them 2 more achievements. Raising her hand to the side, she added that, of course, S+ class. The girl waved her hand to the side. A line appeared with the achievements obtained, such as Yorkshire Terrier, Roaring Gargoyle, Cat-like Behavior, Legion Commander Confrontation, Meeting the Shipwright True Strength, Monster Rookie, Meeting the White Dragon, Hero's March, Leading Support Role, Dragon Slayer, Endless Train Cleared. A message appeared that below the 15th floor, their progress seemed to be at a level where finding opponents was a challenge. However, thanks to their keen judgment and exceptional mission skills at each stage, they achieved remarkable results. The pinnacle of their efforts was the exciting scene of hunting the White Dragon. They skillfully got out of unexpected situations with tactical grace and amazing skill, creating an incomparable entertainment on the 12th floor. An additional reward of 130 gold. S+ level was obtained. Clem and Julia looked at this in surprise. The protagonist looked at the notifications that the items Lightsaber Type B and Lightsaber Type A sword that absorbs huge amounts of mana, cutting everything in its path, and a special bonus Dragon Heart. Its body is filled with a huge amount of mana. Smiling, Louise said that they can go to the next floor. The players looked away and heard her thank the hero. Thanks to him, she watched the floor with great interest for the first time in a long time. Looking forward, the girl said that by the way, the dragon's heart is a great bonus, but he should be careful. Closing her eyes, she added that the dragon's mana is extremely violent and can weigh down his body. It is important to keep it under control. Clem began to leave, and the hero turned to him. Looking back, Mike asked that maybe they would go to the next floor together, said that they seemed to work well together. Looking at him, the beastman asked, "What's funny, isn't it, even after he personally witnessed the betrayal of humans, he thinks that he will believe them," said that he doesn't really like it. Looking at him, the protagonist said that this guy is so stubborn, to which the girl added, well, she doesn't really want to go with him either. A dialogue was heard, that it's good, he understood, but they seem to get along, no, to which she asked, what, when is it? Smiling, Louise looked down. Then she turned her gaze straight ahead. A man appeared, holding his hand, and she turned to him. Looking at him, the girl said that he should also return to the train. Putting her hand to her face, she said that they would assume that the situation was resolved in such a way that the engineer saved him. Looking at her, Benjamin asked her that she did not intend to get rid of the habit of eavesdropping, said that it was disgusting, to which she replied that it was her business, after all. Leaving, Louise said that if he behaved recklessly, she would not just leave it like that, she would visit him later. Suddenly she stopped, hearing that she should wait. Looking at the guy, he said his name in surprise. Sebastian, looking at the girl, said that he knew, to which she asked in surprise what was happening. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that the reality of their world was just her board game, asked if he could also quit the game. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Looking straight ahead, she thought about the fact that Sebastian was a brilliant engineer, a follower of Benjamin in engineering. If he left, there would be too few strong personalities left on the train. Louise grinned slightly and thought that, however, the principal of the spatial labyrinth did not refuse players. Standing in front of him, she replied that of course it could. Smiling, Louise said that the spatial labyrinth did not refuse players. Looking at the guy, Benjamin asked him that he was leaving. The man said in surprise that everything that threatened them had disappeared, they could stay here further, why was he leaving? Turning around, the guy said that he would not be his shadow. Leaving, he said that he would return to the real world and learn the secret of this tower. Mike returned to the safe zone. A fan appeared. The phrase that the hero had returned to the safe zone was repeated. The man raised the dagger up. The girl was sitting, surrounded by a crowd of people. He looked straight ahead carefully. A white beam appeared. The knives quickly flew into the target. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that she was waiting for the main character. The hero and the girl looked at the shining door. Comments appeared that he was already in the recreation area. Rumors about Elizabeth appeared, and Clara asked again in surprise. Looking straight ahead, she thought about the one she knew, Elizabeth. A bright light appeared through the door. The glow became blindingly strong. A view of the recreation area on the 15th floor opened up. A crowd of people looked at the hero who came out of the door. Looking around, the hero was confused, and the girl asked what these people were. The girl happily said what she found. Suddenly, she ran forward sharply. Shouting the name of the main character, she threw herself into his arms. Julia looked at this in surprise. The whole crowd of people watched her hug him. Comments appeared that so these rumors are true. Clara's eyes widened. The question arose that she was waiting for the hero here, and Mike said her name in surprise. A question was heard about who it was. Elizabeth hugged the hero with a satisfied face. Looking at them, Julia asked who this person was. Reaching out to the protagonist, the girl said that she missed him so much. The hero put his hand on her face. Taking her on the shoulder, Mike said that Elizabeth or whoever she was, she would go with him. The door opened slightly. Smiling, the girl greeted the player in the rest area. The people behind did the same. Looking at her, the hero asked that, wasn't she in the 3rd floor rest area, to which she grinned and said that Molly is everywhere for the player. Girls appeared with treats in their hands and she asked what does he want? Food, alcohol. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that then first he wants a room. A window appeared asking if he wants to enter the hotel. Turning around to the girl, the hero said that she should stand here. Turning his head, he apologized and then asked if she could wait. Julia, wide-eyed, asked what. A notification appeared that player Mike was entering the hotel, player Elizabeth was entering the hotel. Looking straight ahead, the girl wondered if he really wouldn't let her in. Sadly looking ahead, she wondered what was wrong with these two. A portrait of the girl appeared, and she added that she had clearly gone crazy. Looking at the hero, Elizabeth said that he was braver than he seemed, inviting her to his room after meeting her only once. Clara looked at the hero and said that she could turn off the chat and talk calmly. The girl thoughtfully looked ahead, hearing that she wanted to say that they were similar. Looking straight ahead, Mike said that she was also a player and had registered in the game much earlier than him. Sitting down on the bed, she replied that she was. Putting her hand to her face, Elizabeth said that she bet he was the only one who didn't know her. Looking at her, the protagonist asked that all those people with her, they were also users, to which she replied that half. Smiling, the girl said that they were her subscribers, and the higher they climbed in the game, the more of them there were. With wide eyes, the protagonist thought that he could not believe that there were other madmen who decided to join the game after that mistake. Looking down, he heard a question about what he thought. Looking at him, the girl asked why he did not join her. The protagonist asked why she believed him, to which she replied that he was a user. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that if in this world she could not trust a user, then who could she trust at all? Clara thought about the fact that even looking at how many users had reached here on the 12th floor, Elizabeth was still in the top 1%. The girl grinned slightly, putting his hands in his pockets. The hero said that from what he had heard, there were cases when NPCs betrayed users, but it was no less likely that another user would stab her in the back. Smiling widely, the girl said that it was good, offered to do so. Suddenly, she grabbed the hero's hand. Then she laid him down in front of her on the bed. Looking at her, he thought about what for some reason. Looking down, Elizabeth asked why he didn't take only her without her subscribers. Putting her hand on the hero, she said that he took the girl with him because she was useful, maybe she would be useful to him, to which he asked again. Sitting above him, Elizabeth asked about him leaving his comrades and going with her. Smiling, she said that he should look at this situation more broadly. With his eyes wide open, the hero heard that caring for others was not important to them, it was more important to clear the game. With his mouth wide open, he added that after all, their mission was to save the 300 million people stuck here, they could become heroes, only he and she. The hero looked up and heard that yes, he could do it, he had the same eyes as hers. Approaching his face, the girl asked if he understood. The door slammed shut, the player Elizabeth left the hotel. The players turned to her and asked how it went. Bowing, the guy asked that they were going to the next floor together, said that they said he had more than 70 achievements, he was almost like a named NPC. The hero told her to get lost. Looking at her, he added that he only needed to save one person. The girl smirked slightly. Lowering her head, she said that no, he did not want to move on with them, to which the guy asked that they would continue without him then. Looking straight ahead, she heard that they all trusted her and would follow her. Elizabeth smiled and said no. Walking forward, she added that he would not leave so easily now. The hero looked straight ahead and heard his name. Clara said that Elizabeth's intentions did not seem good, but that she was a force worthy of trust was true. Looking at the hero, she added that she had deep knowledge of this game, she thought she could help them. With wide eyes, she thought that the fact that Mike was not the only person in the world could be a moral consolation for him. The protagonist replied that they had different goals. Turning his head to the side, he said that if she interfered with his goal of saving Mary, Clara was surprised to hear that if such a situation suddenly arose, he would simply turn off the broadcast and solve the problem. A city street appeared, and he added that this was the difficulty. The next day arrived. The hero and Julia left the hotel. Mike looked straight ahead, his brows furrowed. Elizabeth and a crowd of players appeared in front of him. The girl waved at him. Looking at this, Clara asked if she had really decided to pursue them. The protagonist passed the girl. Walking forward, he said that he was not responsible for them, they could follow them to the next floor, but they should not even count on help. Crouching down, Elizabeth said that this upset her a little, but in any case, they did not need his help. The hero looked back and thought. Approaching the door, he said that they were coming. The door opened slightly. A city covered in red smoke appeared. All the players appeared on its streets. Looking to the side, the hero asked what this city was. A bright star appeared in the sky. Suddenly, stones began to fall on the players. All the cobblestones surrounded the players. There was a message on them about the search for people. It seemed that an angel was wanted. A message appeared that the first condition was to catch the criminals. Clara looked forward in surprise and said what it was. The protagonist looked straight ahead and heard that the condition of the floor. The girl looked at them from a high building. It seemed like a guy was approaching her. Holding a glass in her hand, she said that he should get ready. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that it looked like they had uninvited guests. The player looked around in surprise. The protagonist looked away. It was heard, well, they will go first, and Elizabeth said that he knows they need to hurry. Raising her fist, she asked that the leader will get the delicacy first, so, winking, she said goodbye to him. All the players from the girls' team disappeared. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that the delicacy will get first, what is she? To which Clara replied that on this floor, if he finds and kills the most wanted criminals. Several people appeared, and she added that who are hiding throughout the city, he will be able to get points that are equivalent to each of the criminals. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that his goal is to score 2 million points. The players moved towards the fallen slabs, and Mike added that after collecting them, he would have to return to the slab to complete the mission. A wanted poster for a Swedish angel appeared. Looking at Clara, the hero said that she had the highest reward, to which she replied that yes, she could be called a big shot on this floor. The hero asked again in surprise, to which the girl replied that it was the mafia. A city covered in red smoke appeared, and she added that this city was under the control of the vampire mafia. Looking up, Mike said that indeed, this explained why there was not a ray of sunshine here. Clara asked what was going on and where should they go, let him give her the coordinates, they would finish this quickly before that. The hero looked at her and heard that they needed to find clothes for the place they were heading to which he asked again. Frowning, Julia thought about him stopping talking to the ghosts and explaining to her. The girl, lying on the floor, screamed in fear. The girl and the guy smiled, hearing that she was asking for help. Licking the knife, he asked what her blood type was. Suddenly, behind them, they heard someone address them, calling them vampire punks. Warming his fists, the protagonist said that the outfits were not bad. A dancing girl appeared. The girl with a smile on her face was in the club. The Angels Club appeared. The man took a step forward. The protagonist and Julia, dressed up, walked straight. Looking at the clothes, the girl said that it was formal wear. It was the first time she put on something like this, so she was a little uncomfortable. Admiring comments appeared. Holding the jacket on his shoulder, the protagonist said that the vampire club was no different from the real one, as if they had returned to their world. Hugging the girl, he asked if she could see them. It seemed like the vampire was drinking blood. He put the bag away from his mouth, from which blood was pouring. Clara thought about the V-hormone being created and distributed by the Angel Company. Looking up, the hero asked what vampires were creating an awakening agent. Yes, a syringe with a substance appeared, the V-hormone. An awakening agent, when injected into the body, instantly transforms the human body into a vampire, sharpening the senses of an ordinary person that he usually cannot experience. The V-hormone is the most famous reward that can be obtained at the wanted stage, also known as the floor condition. The syringe with the liquid was pointed downwards. If taken during combat, it transforms the body into a vampire half, thereby enhancing the ability to regenerate and providing access to some vampire abilities. The hero warmed his fists and said, "That is." Smiling widely, he asked what this means, that they will not be able to easily destroy these drug addicts. Clara said that no, there is only one way to solve both problems, the V-hormone and the condition. By the way, to do this, a corridor in the club appeared. 2 guards were standing at the door, and she added that they needed to get to the back of the club, but to get there, they needed a special thing. Screens appeared, which showed the club. The man was holding a glass of liquid in his hand. The girl was looking straight ahead, listening to the music. The girl was sitting in a chair with a contented look. Suddenly, she was very surprised. Then, looking out the window, she sneezed. Scratching her nose, she said that she had a bad feeling. Stretching her hand out to the side, the angel asked if he could give her some napkins. A knife was held to her throat. It was heard that it was a good night, right? Smiling, the girl said that she was Elizabeth, to which the angel wondered what Elizabeth was saying. Looking at her, the girl said that it was quite impressive. The guards were supposed to protect this place, asked how she managed to get in. Winking, Elizabeth asked what those guys were in the hallway. It seemed like the players killed everyone in the club, and she replied that it was a bit of a hassle to get rid of them. The angel's assistant sat with her hands tied by the door. Smiling, the girl said okay. Sticking out her tongue, she asked why she didn't give it to her. Holding a knife to her throat, the girl turned to her. Looking at her, she said that the angel would give it to her. Smiling, the vampire replied that she came here for the head of the princess of this city. Then, looking to the side, she furiously said that the strongest vampire who inherited the blood of the great vampire, the Swedish angel. She looked away in surprise when he said no, not for that. Smiling widely, Elizabeth said that she needed an invitation to get to tonight. Turning her head, the angel wondered what she knew about the night. Smiling, the girl offered to tell her an interesting story. A scroll with an image of a hormone appeared, and she added that she was very interested in the origin of the original recipe for making the V-hormone. Looking at the vampire, she asked which one they were distributing. Frowning, the vampire thought about the fact that the original recipe for the V-hormone, which could free them from the parasite, she knew about its origin. The blade shone brightly, and Elizabeth said that if she invited her to this night, she would share information with her. Closing her eyes, the woman thought. A corridor to her office appeared, and she asked that she had the opportunity to choose. A notification appeared that an angel's invitation had been sent to the player Elizabeth. The girl put her weapon aside and smiled. Sitting on the floor, the vampire thought about how stupid she was. How dare she threaten her? Looking away furiously, she added that if she studied the origin of the original method of making, she would avenge this humiliation twice as much. Thinking about the drug, she had a thought that fortunately she did not need the V-hormone. It was an important thing that would appear at the auction that night. An armored box appeared, and she added that the V-hormone substance was in a 44-layer storage, sealed in an ancient vampire way. Without the noble blood of an angel, no one would be able to open it, and laughed. The man abruptly ran into the office and turned to the vampire, to which she asked what was happening, and he said about the storage. Angel opened her eyes in surprise and asked again, hearing that the storage was attacked. The man grinned slightly. Turning around, the girl said that the hero made an excellent move. Angel quickly left the office. A safe appeared in front of her, broken into several pieces. A piece of paper flew through the air. The vampire caught it. It was written on it that Mike made a move, and also that if he wanted to get the item back, they would meet on the 7th floor. She furiously crumpled the sheet and said that she raised her head and added that he was a bastard. The weapon crashed into the floor. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that no matter how many layers the vault had, it wouldn't stop him. Mike looked at the angel's invitation in surprise. Smiling widely, he asked, well, they should go. The red moon appeared, and he added, to the vampire's lair. A view of the city of criminals opened up. People bowed in front of the smiling girl. A man in a suit stood at the entrance. He frowned seriously. Looking straight ahead, he asked about her name. Smiling, she said that Elizabeth and showed the invitation. Handing her the mask, he said that it was confirmed. Mike and the girl entered the club wearing masks. Looking at the hero, she greeted him. He looked at her in surprise. Taking his hand, Elizabeth said that he was not a charming sorceress. Apparently he left her somewhere. Well, she thinks she can help. Asked if she can become his partner, to which he replied that it was good, but let him be quieter. The main character and Elizabeth walked straight. They looked at the people sitting at the tables. People appeared and the payment for their presence above their heads. Looking at them, Clara said that they were the most wanted vampires. Leaning on her hand, the girl asked if it was true that this thing would be today, to which the guy replied that they said the angel's vault was cleaned out. All the people turned their attention to them and heard that just a couple of thieves. So true are the rumors about the V-hormone. Really, everything is so bad that about the angel, she is dead. Well, even if they are vampires, age only reflects on their bodies. The girl put her finger to her mouth and hissed. The hero looked straight ahead. Someone said that attention, despite the troubles, the source of the item is here. Looking away, the protagonist thought that as expected, she holds an auction while keeping the fact that he stole the V-hormone a secret. If rumors of the disappearance spread, it will tarnish her reputation. Mike and Elizabeth looked straight ahead in amazement. A girl appeared, walking towards the light. She took a small step forward. She stood up, leaning on her hip in front of the people. The angel spread her arms out to the sides and said that on this beautiful crimson night, she was glad to appear before them, immortal and angelically beautiful, graceful gentlemen and ladies. The hero grinned slightly, and she glared at him. Looking straight ahead, she said that there were many important people here. She did not want to waste time. Smiling, she suggested starting. And then she added that there was an auction of things tonight. Suddenly the curtain opened. Several people with bags over their heads were standing on the stage. All of them were handcuffed. In the corner there was a painting and many chests with jewelry. All the vampires exclaimed joyfully, seeing this. The main character folded his arms and said that they were selling people at auction. Bastards. Putting her hand to her face, the vampire said that however, before that, the barrel of a gun appeared. Many people in hats surrounded the hero. They all pointed their guns at him. Looking ahead, the vampire added that she would have to deal with the rats. The people pointed their guns at the protagonist. He asked with a smile if they were too harsh on the customers. The girl bared her teeth and called them fucking scum. Then she screamed for them to be killed and that nothing should be left of them. Then she screamed for fire. There was a devastating explosion. The mask smoldered in the air. Dust rose around. The people stood with weapons in their hands. Suddenly, a part of the weapon fell off. A part of each person's weapon fell to the floor. Mike was holding a sword in his hands and said that he was a little scared because this was the mafia. He held the handle tightly. Then he said with a smile that he was now extremely disappointed. The masked people looked at him. Someone laughed. Everyone began to laugh. The girl was shaking. Someone laughed and said that they hadn't seen such an interesting person here for a long time, then called the angel and asked what she thought. Nothing was impossible at the auction and wasn't that good. He said that after getting to know this guy better, it definitely wouldn't be boring. The girl said angrily that she didn't know what they were planning, but they shouldn't forget that they couldn't do anything without a penny in their pocket. Mike closed his eyes and told her not to worry. He looked at her and continued that someone generously lent them a good amount. The girl smiled and suggested starting the auction that night. The chests were piled high with jewelry. This lot was the sword of a great wizard, created 700 years ago. The girl continued that what they needed to know for sure was that the wizard fought the fallen angels using this sword. Someone asked if it was good. They answered that it was valuable. The voice said 5 million and held the number up. The girl shouted 5 million bid accepted. Someone said 7 million, then 8 million. Someone said 9 million and the girl accepted the bid. Clara frowned and said that the sword alone was worth a building. The girl on the stage said 12 million, lot number 44 sold to a gentleman. She adjusted her glasses and thought that these items were beyond what this carrion could even look at then. The voice said that the next lot was from the angel, the ruler of the city of Red Moon. Through the 1000th person she had drunk, it was an integral thing of the angel, the one and only, special, close to the angel. On the board it was written that buy through the 1000th person drunk by the angel, and the starting bid was 1 million gold. The girl shouted not to lose the chance, only 1 million and he was theirs. Someone said that the angel was up to his old tricks again, wanting to cash in even on bones, and that he should be paid, and only 1 million. The girl thought about it and said, well, why not try? This is a chance to get her lot, and that they start with 1 million gold. Someone raised their hand. Mike said with a smile that it was 1 million gold. Everyone turned to look at him. The girl opened her mouth. She asked if he was serious and that he couldn't have that much money. The guy asked again about the money. He picked up the crystal and said that he had recently cleaned out the storage and collected a lot of different things. The girl said in bewilderment, who could it be? Apparently he had a very generous sponsor and thought that he was deceiving her, using her own jewelry, this man, following a similar plan. The new lot at their auction is a sculpture of Pygmalion. Mike raised his hand and said that 200 million. It was time for the Viscount's treasure. The protagonist raised his hand and said the amount of 3 million. Portrait of the birth of a goddess. Mike raised his hand and said 5 million. The girl said 5 million times 2. If there are no bids by the count of 3, it will be sold for that amount. The hammer was flying down. The main character was sitting surrounded by jewelry. He said with a smile that it was awesome. In the comments they wrote that damn, let her buy him something. That he looks beautiful. Another one, why is Julia not with them? And that he asked her to make something separately from them. This item, without a doubt, will make them want to buy it due to its striking beauty. It was a bloodstone. The girl began that 7 years ago, this bloodstone, someone asked if he knew anything about it, and that they say that thanks to the bloodstone you can become a vampire, someone asked again. Then the voice continued that someone in the city was able to successfully turn into a vampire using the bloodstone, and that it was just an urban legend. Clara frowned and thought that it was true that thanks to the stone you can become a vampire, but you need something else. The original way to make the V-hormone. This book became a legend of the city. It describes a way to become a vampire without being bitten by another vampire. If someone is turned into a vampire through a bite, then they become a pawn of the one who bit them. They are all under the control of the one who bit them. The V-hormone, capable of granting new bright sensations and strength, is in fact an unsuccessful experiment to free themselves from the control of those who bit. The girl raised the number and said that 2 million. Then he smiled and told the protagonist that she could take this thing. The guy spread his arms and said that it didn't matter. The voices shouted at the angel to show it, and that everyone was here just for this. The girl thought that the auction was already delayed, and said that due to some circumstances today's auction came to an end. The voices shouted that come on, she was joking. The protagonist said that they had been waiting for this, and she would finish it all this way, and let him show it to her right now. Then he said with a smile that he was sure that she had what everyone was craving. He took a flask from his bosom. The girl jumped up and said that it was V-hormone. The man said that such an amount could last for a whole month, and wasn't he afraid that by bringing it here, it flashed through his mind that she would kill him. The people's eyes lit up. They all looked at the protagonist and approached him. Mike told Julia to get ready. She sat in the middle of the circle. The girl closed her eyes. Then she looked in front of her. A flame formed behind her. The whole sky was red. Julia put out the candle. She stood up and said that a long time had passed since then. She smiled and continued that she had seen so much snow. Criminal Antigonus Raft eliminated. Reward 9,500,000 1 out of 20 million 1. Criminal Ant Raft eliminated. Reward 9,500,000 1 out of 20 million 1. Criminal Andre Schumann eliminated. Reward 12 million 1 out of 20 million 1. People were running towards the protagonist. The man was covered in blood. He was running towards the protagonist and calling him an idiot. Mike turned around. He stopped the man with one hand. The protagonist looked at the fist and said that they had pretty strong teeth. Clara called the protagonist and shouted that she was behind him. The man towered over him with a scream. A moment later, he was hit on the forehead. The protagonist turned to Elizabeth with a knife. She winked at him and said that he was not worth thanking. The man with a knife in his head screamed furiously. Blood flowed from his wound. Then the man's body began to rise into the air. The guy looked around and asked if the lives of these creatures were important. Elizabeth answered with a smile that, as expected, they were created for this. Then she crossed her arms and said that this is a convenient set of weapons for killing vampires. The weapon is an aspen stake. The girl struck all the vampires around. The signs came out stating that the criminal Violet had been eliminated. Reward 1,500,000 1 out of 20 million 1. The criminal Eurymaltheus had been eliminated. Reward 4,950,000 1 out of 20 million 1. The criminal Mavagas had been eliminated. Reward 9,300,000 1 out of 20 million 1. The door started to open. The men ran into the room. They were all pierced with weapons. The girl stood in front of one of them. A bloody stake lay on the floor. The man said with a smile that it had been a long time since he had felt the impact of a stake. Elizabeth said angrily what kind of vampire it was. Someone shouted to catch them and the men rushed at them. Clara called the protagonist and said that now was the time. Mike said with a smile that he had been waiting for this. The skill was activated. His hand sparked. He raised his hand and thundered a deafening blow. The explosion pierced the entire building. Julia raised 2 fingers and said that the wind technique, the 13 laws. The girl frowned and continued that the forces of divine chaos. A huge wave formed. The wave grew into a whirlpool. It was approaching the building. The sun broke through the clouds. A bright star illuminated the building. The people exclaimed in bewilderment. Their skin began to smolder. The protagonist with a smile suggested enjoying the sun and trying to survive. He folded his hands on his hips and continued that the children of darkness. The vampires screamed and burned alive. The board showed that criminal label Eric eliminated. Reward 1,500,000 1 out of 20 million 1. Criminal Bleipente Maher eliminated. Reward 1,500,000 1 out of 20 million 1. Criminal Perico Issa eliminated. Reward 3,700,000 1 out of 20 million 1. Criminal Carisha Samuel eliminated. Reward 8,300,000 1 out of 20 million. Criminal Time Tubifa eliminated. Reward 12,670,000 1 out of 20 million 1. Criminal Rebecca Hendrake eliminated. Reward 31,500,000 1 out of 20 million 1. Julia stood up straight, smirked and said it was easy. The girl grabbed her face and screamed. She bared her teeth and thought, those pathetic bastards, how dare they? Something flew through the air. She thought she would never forget this disgrace, turned into a bat and flew away. The protagonist high-fived Elizabeth. Then he thought he high-fived her unexpectedly. The girl was jumping for joy. She winked and asked what he thought. They worked well together, didn't they? The guy said just this once. Julia walked into the room saying that her and Mike's plan worked as planned. The protagonist called the girl. He happily exclaimed that she was amazing and her signature move. Julia's eyes widened and she asked again. Then he coughed and said that she was an experienced wind mage with a good reputation. This is normal for her level, and asked if he caught the angel. The guy answered that he let her go, to which the girl exclaimed that this was a nightmare. Elizabeth said that everything was fine. They turned to her. The girl winked and said that her subordinates went after the angel, and that she was like a rat caught in a mousetrap. Torches burned on the walls. Someone's hand was covered in blood. The angel walked heavily, holding onto the wall. A moment later, someone said that it was her, and the girl's eyes widened. A voice shouted to catch her, and that she was weak now. This was their chance. The girl turned around in fear. The man swung and shouted that the reward was theirs. The angel's eyes widened. Blood splashed. It flowed along the ground. There were bodies of men lying around, and the girl was sitting in front of a pentagram. She was drawing it with blood. The angel bared her teeth. Then she bit her wrist. The girl began to drip her blood on the ground. Suddenly the pentagram lit up. The light went up. The whole space lit up. Clouds filled the sky. Then a whirlpool formed in the sky. Mike looked up and thought that the clouds blocked the sky again. The girl looked at the silhouette that appeared. She lowered her head and told her mother that it was just so much time. Then she corrected herself and called her the Countess of Transylvania. Dracula. Someone grabbed her cheek. The creature called her daughter and said that a lot of time had passed. The girl looked at the Countess in bewilderment. Dracula asked why she summoned her. Clouds covered the sky. Julia looked up. She thought to listen, a vampire aura, and that her aura was as important as her task. Clara praised the protagonist and said that they had collected all the points and that they should hurry to the stove. Then they turned to someone. The man fell to his knees and said that Lady Elizabeth. The girl ran up to him and asked what had happened to the other participants and where the angel was. The man began that she was. Then he continued in fear that she had awakened. Blood spurted out of it. The hatch began to tremble. Then it began to rise. Blood suddenly spurted out of the hatch. It dripped onto everything around. With each passing second, it became more and more. The Countess was hovering above the ground. Her eyes were burning. The protagonist looked up and asked what the... Dracula raised his hand up. The ground began to tremble. Someone's hand came out of the ground. Zombies began to appear around. Dracula raised her other hand. Cartridges flew through the air. The angel stood with a gun in her hands. Dracula told her brothers to wake up. The girl screamed furiously for them to burn in hell. Julia and Elizabeth jumped. Elizabeth frowned. Then she spread her arms out to the sides. Julia swung her fan. There was a fierce battle. Dracula raised her hand. Bloody spheres formed around it. She clenched her hand into a fist and there was an explosion of blood flow. Blood flew down. Mike frowned angrily. He began to smash the spheres with his sword. They burst and blood sprayed out. There was more and more of it. The protagonist frowned and swung his weapon. Then he thought that he would knock her out with one blow before she used this strange magic. He ran into Dracula. The skill was activated. His weapon cut the air. He frowned tensely. Dracula was hovering in the sky. Her eyes were glowing red. A moment later, she grabbed the protagonist by the neck. He looked into her eyes tensely. The girl said that he himself came to be eaten, and he would be a good snack after a long sleep. Mike made a frightened sound. Then he exclaimed an obscene word. He broke away from the grip with a sharp blow. Her hand fell to the ground. Dracula looked at the missing limb. She made a puzzled sound. Something began to grow from the flesh. A new hand began to appear in place of the old one. She asked that he was able to cut off her hand and that he had an interesting toy. Dracula adjusted her clothes. A moment later, she sent a strong wave at the protagonist. Mike dodged and said that she had not trained before. The explosion sent bats flying. They flew at the protagonist. Then he was tied up. The girl appeared behind him and said that he should consider it a reward that he became a vampire. She approached his neck and continued that thanks to her nobility. He grabbed her face and said how annoying. There was a crushing explosion. He pinned the girl to the ground. She looked at him and said that it was cute that he was trying to resist. Mike's eyes widened. His body was high in the air. Julia raised her head. She called Mike in fear. Dracula said his name and said what an amazing coincidence. Then she continued that as a name given to the born with the purpose of exterminating all born vampires. Mike tensely told her to stop talking to herself and that the vampire race would be exterminated and shouted to stop tormenting her. Dracula smiled and said that she understood that mortals often have persecution mania and that he would become part of her race. She raised her finger and continued that then he would be free. From that moment his new life would begin. She closed her eyes and thought that after waking up from a long sleep she felt her heart beating for the first time. The feeling of this pale body was strange but pleasant, and that yes, these feelings. She grabbed his face and continued the thought that they were called possessiveness. Mike's eyes widened. Julia looked at them. She opened her mouth and called the protagonist. It was raining from the sky. Elizabeth said in fear that she was drinking his blood. Julia said his name. Then she repeated it even louder. Dracula drank the protagonist's blood. Her teeth were under the protagonist's skin. The hemophilia condition was irreversible. The girl wrapped him in threads. The girl thought it was the seductive pleasure, the sensation of this man's blood. Then she thought it was guilt, anger, longing, the years of despair over losing her sister. The girl drank his blood and thought that the pathetic mortal should accept her power and no longer feel his painful grief. She tore herself away from his neck. The guy bent over and staggered. He grabbed his neck and thought that his veins were burning. Then he coughed. Dracula said to accept her power so he would become sinless. Mike clenched his fists and exclaimed in bewilderment. He swung at her, screaming that she thought she knew. The fist flew into her face. The main character bared his teeth. His mother appeared before his eyes. Dracula said that a son cannot go against his mother. Then she called him son and ordered him to kneel. Mike cursed and trembled. His eyes lit up. Clara's eyes widened. Julia's mouth opened in surprise. The protagonist kneeled obediently. Dracula hovered above him. Then she said that it was true, he was part of her family. She hugged him and told him to look at those who tortured him and that they should stop breathing and let him sacrifice their blood to her. Julia called his name questioningly. The guy grabbed the sword. Then he swung at them. A moment later, Mike was running at them with a weapon. Elizabeth screamed at him to wake up. Julia straightened her fan. Shock waves flew towards the protagonist. He ran through them. An arrow flew past his face. Something swirled in the air. The thread wrapped around the protagonist's body. Elizabeth tied the guy up in a jump. She sat on his shoulders and asked why Mike did not open his eyes. Elizabeth bared her teeth and continued that he was playing a game of trust. The girl bandaged his throat and thought that she had knocked him unconscious. The protagonist suddenly squeezed his hand. With a sharp blow, he threw the girl away from him. She fell on the wall and groaned. The protagonist lowered his head. Julia pursed her lips. She frowned and called his name. Clara flew around the protagonist and screamed for him to wake up, and that he could not hear her. She needed to shake him harder. Dracula looked at them. She pointed her finger at him and told him to stop the wind. It was rapidly approaching Julia. She opened her fan. She began to spin it and form waves. Mike made his way through them. He was approaching her faster and faster. He stood on the magic field. The girl said the wind technique type 1. A bright circle formed under the protagonist. A great storm began. The girl put her hands in front of her. Bright waves pierced the space. They rushed towards the whirlwind. A piercing storm strike occurred. Bright waves flew at the protagonist. Something flew through space. Mike raised his hands up and circled something above himself. Julia watched what was happening. She opened her mouth in surprise. Bloody sparks flew from the whirlwind. The girl covered herself with a fan. The entire space was filled with a red glow. The blow knocked her off her feet. Blood came out of the girl's mouth. She sat on the ground and breathed heavily. Mike stood in front of her. Then he started running towards her. The girl put the fan in front of her. Mike cut the fan in two. Julia thought that this was the protagonist's true power. He had become stronger since their first meeting. The girl closed her eyes. She thought that she would be able to reach him, even if only a little. The guy was running at her with a weapon. The girl continued that she needed to activate the ability. She seriously pronounced the ability of gentle cold. Something was falling from the sky. They were bloody drops. They filled the entire space. Dracula looked at the dome that formed above them. She thought that her mana had stopped working. The drops were everywhere. The girl held a stick in her hands and told the protagonist to wake up and that they should deal with the upper floor. The man pursed his lips. The girl smiled and said that she needed him. Mike looked at her seriously. She approached him. The drops filled the space. Dracula looked ahead. Elizabeth was chained to the wall. Clara looked at the protagonist. The girl opened her mouth. She looked at the laptop screen and said the protagonist's name. Wind magic type 0 combines the power of the wind and the moon. Airflow, the protagonist kissed Julia. The spell, created by a skilled air mage, is an appeal to the essence of the wind, after which the mage breathes life into the body of a person, penetrating the soul with his breath with the help of magic. Magic penetrated the soul of the protagonist. Everything inside him was burning. Magic was frightened that it was hot and stuffy here, a strong wind. She thought that a very hot wind was blowing in the protagonist's heart, which was only getting stronger. Fire was everywhere. His soul was screaming in agony. The girl thought that the protagonist's consciousness was becoming more and more foggy. She stretched out her hand. The magic began to smolder and she thought that the soul itself was burning. She was getting closer and closer and thought that just a little bit more. She bared her teeth and thought about him. The magic took his soul by the hand and asked him to wake up. Dracula looked at them. She thought that the connection was unstable. Then she frowned. The moment a vampire bites a person, his heart stops and his blood becomes cold. Finally, when his breath stops completely, the second life begins. Turned vampires cannot resist the orders of the mother who gave them a second life. Dracula raised her hand and said that it does not matter how much he resists. Then she continued that it is impossible to resist fate. A bright flash flew into the dome. Elizabeth opened her mouth. The woman's eyes widened. The protagonist lowered his head. The wave was approaching the dome. A bright glow filled the space. Dracula turned around. Then she widened her eyes. The list of actions was rewound. The dome was covered in blood. Something was visible from it. The protagonist stood up straight. He grinned. Elizabeth was surprised. The woman opened her eyes. Julia was sitting on one knee. She grinned. Player Mike was returned 20 minutes ago. His eyes became normal again. He raised his head and thought that the blood inside his body was warming up, and the heart that had once stopped beating was returning to its previous rhythm. The heart pumped blood steadily, then it suddenly began to beat. Mike grinned. The abnormal condition, vampirism, was stopped. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and said that he finally felt alive again. Dracula thought in shock that he had broken the connection. Impossible. Then she bared her teeth and said not to make her laugh and that he was an idiot. She screamed furiously that he could not free himself from her. She was rapidly approaching the protagonist. He answered with a smile that yes, that's right. Then he said that like one cunning and clever child who tried to find a way to get rid of his mother. They were flying towards each other. Clara called the protagonist and said that Julia's freezing magic was aimed at him and that he had 10 seconds before activating the ability. The girl pointed her hand at him and thought that the flow of power would stop the blow again. For now. Dracula said that she could not be hit and that he was a bastard. Mike punched the girl. He said with a smile that she could not use her power. Clara screamed that the power would be available in 5 seconds. Mike swung his fist and said that it was enough and forward. He struck one after another. Blood spurted from Dracula's mouth. The freezing power was released. The skill was upgraded. Dracula spread her arms and Mike performed a strike of cross truths. A hole in the sky illuminated the space. The girl screamed, why, she gave him eternal life, so why did he resist? Mike answered with a smile, that he was a busy man who had a long way to go. Dracula's face smoldered. She was burning in space. Dracula's elimination was complete. The sky brightened. The protagonist looked up. Julia smiled. She pulled her legs up. Mike hugged her. Her eyes widened. The protagonist said her name in surprise. He looked at her and said that earlier. Then he continued that he did not remember anything after he was taken under control and how he broke free. The girl hit him too hard from behind. The guy asked in confusion why she did it. The girl exhaled and thought with a smile that he was an idiot. A star lit up in the sky. There was a red substance lying on the ground. The monster opened its eye. Mike and Julia looked at the light. The monster released tentacles and asked, unforgivably, how dare a person like him challenge him? The tentacles flew towards the protagonist, after which the monster became covered in veins. The girl approached and crushed the monster. Inside the red substance was a book. The book opened its eye and lit up. The girl slowly took it. After which she picked up the book and noted that, as expected, the most secretive creature knew the method of making it. Elizabeth turned and heard that it was a ritual manuscript. The woman put out her hand and shouted that it was her manuscript, after which the light began to split her body. She opened her mouth and began to disappear completely. Elizabeth looked at the tuft of dust left by her. A notification about the completed level appeared in the blue sky. Julia was covered in the recovery skill. The protagonist put his finger up and heard, wait a second. Elizabeth looked at him and noted that this was his last chance. She was not going to join them. Mike opened his mouth and asked what if not. The girl smiled. Then she opened her mouth and answered that he was not the type of woman to give up easily, but this time she would do as he wanted, but let him not forget that she would be watching. The protagonist opened his eyes and got goosebumps. Then he turned his gaze back and heard that they would meet. The crowd of warriors went after Elizabeth. Mike looked at them and grinned. The mountains rose above the fire. The rifts with lava hissed loudly. The crowd ran forward. They quickly ran forward along the rifts. Then they saw a passage and shouted that it was over there, let everyone go inside. The crowd quickly ran inside. One of the group members was pushed out of the cave. He fell to the ground, after which he raised his head and asked what was going on. Wasn't one of them supposed to be bait according to the plan? The guy put his hand out and shouted that that's why they took him along, let everyone quickly go inside. The cave grew teeth, after which it closed. The huge dragon opened its mouth and roared. The warriors flew through the air and screamed for help. The dragons looked at the people furiously, and the plot noted that the banquet hall is, in a sense, the Dragon King's breeding level. So why is it called the banquet hall level? It's simple. The dragons began to eat people, and the plot added that the players become food for the dragons. This level, as the name suggests, is the dragon's dining table. Ash was flying in the air. Mike and Julia appeared on the level. The girl looked at the dragon and asked what was going on at this level. They were planning to kill everyone before the start. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that it was different from the ones that were before. It felt like they created the level just to kill the players. Then something started moving towards them. Mike turned around abruptly. Then his heart started beating faster. Then the protagonist opened his eyes wide. Julia looked at the protagonist and asked what was going on. The protagonist gritted his teeth and replied that his heart suddenly. A huge dragon stood on the edge of the cliff. A man was sitting on its head. Balrek gritted his teeth. Julia and Mike looked at him and noticed that it was a demon. The demon gritted his teeth and thought that the dragon slayer who killed the dragon and took its heart. Balrek clenched his fist and added that under the power of the Dragon King, he would cut out the heart he stole from Uthar. The protagonist opened his mouth and screamed. A book appeared next to the demon's head and noted that direct attacks on players are not allowed. This is a rule imposed on demons. Balrek looked straight ahead furiously and heard that he forgot what happens if you break the rule. Then he unclenched his fist. The protagonist opened his mouth and spat out saliva. Then he fell to his knees. Mike raised his head and asked what the hell. The girl opened her eyes and thought that the demon attacked him directly. Balrek stood up and noted that it didn't matter. Either way, they were all going to die here. Then he opened his mouth and added that the dragon cub snack was in the next 24 hours. A crack began to appear in the ground. A moment later, all the people began to fall down. The dragons began to burst out of the ground and Balrek told them to fall and die. Mike and Julia began to fall down. The hand flew off covered in blood. The dragons opened their mouths and cries for help were heard. The guy put his hand out and screamed that there was just a little more left. Then he opened his eyes and added that just a little more and he would be free. Then he opened his mouth and screamed for someone to help. The guy appeared in a ball. Belts were flying around. Dark silhouettes were looking at the screen. Other viewers were also watching. The dark silhouette looked straight ahead furiously and grinned. The dragon stood up and screamed. The guy slowly raised the knife. Then he brought it to his throat and noted that it was better to meet a tragic end at his own hands than to be eaten by dragons. The warrior took his hand. Then he looked at him and shouted not to give up. There was no one in the rear. The warrior opened his mouth and did not have time to say anything because his head was cut off. The guy looked at this with tears in his eyes. The huge dragon opened its mouth. The guy looked at this and froze. On the screen, crosses covered 2 players. In front of the dark silhouettes was a huge list of players. The man opened his mouth and noted that he had bet everything on this guy, and the second said that they were dying like flies, leaving the choice to him. The man clenched his teeth and added that the next candidate would not let them down. Balrek looked away furiously and thought that these guys, seeing a joke on the battlefield, made him feel even more idiotic. The guy's health points were at a minimum. The demon paid attention to this, after which he went down the corridor. Mike and Julia looked at the huge dragons. The lizard looked at them, after which he opened his mouth and screamed. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that he had a disgusting mouth. Then he hit him and asked him to disappear. The dragon opened his mouth, after which his eyes flashed red. Mike gritted his teeth and noted in his head that no damage was taking place. Then he remembered Balrek and added that since the demon hit him recently, he was unable to control the mana in the dragon's heart. He could not even use a lightsaber. Mike and Julia began to run away. The protagonist ran forward and asked if she could use the wind to escape. Julia opened her mouth and answered that it was impossible. Her fan was damaged at the previous level. She also could not use powerful wind magic. It was on recharge. A moment later, a beam hit them. Mike opened his mouth and thought that each and every dragon on this field was as strong as Antara. 3 dragons looked at the protagonist with fury. The dragon grabbed the protagonist by the hand. The protagonist began to fall down. Then he opened his eyes wide. The dragon suddenly flapped his wings. Then he flew up with a jerk. Julia raised her head and shouted at the protagonist. Mike began to fall down. Then he dealt a series of blows to the dragons. Then he opened his mouth and continued to fall. Julia watched the fight carefully. Then she opened her eyes and thought that they were deliberately playing with Mike, like a toy, without killing him. Then they looked closely at the dragon's faces and added that this wind, it is not alive. They feel anger towards Mike because of Antara's death. Mike began to fall down quickly. The dragon opened his mouth. Julia opened her eyes. Then she quickly took off. Then she jumped and extended her hand to the protagonist. Mike opened his eyes. Then he saw the girl's face. Then he remembered the little boy. The protagonist abruptly put his hands out. Then she hugged Julia tightly. The girl opened her eyes. The huge dragon opened its mouth and headed towards the two heroes. The guy opened his mouth and used sparkling. A moment later, a powerful lightning struck. The dragon's mouth glowed brightly, after which the dragon was covered in ice. Julia and Mike hugged. Clara opened her mouth in surprise. The protagonist slowly turned his gaze. The guy stepped on a piece of ice, after which he jumped down. The protagonist and the girl turned to look at him. Mike looked at him. The warrior opened his mouth and let out steam. Sebastian gritted his teeth and asked if he missed him. The protagonist calmly looked at him. Then he turned and asked who he was, and Clara shouted that it was Solomon, a sea-level NPC of the Endless Express. Sebastian looked at him. Clara opened her mouth and wondered how a leveled NPC got here. Sebastian took out a cigarette and said that he had already forgotten him. What a disappointment. He also climbed the tower and went through grueling training to become as strong as him. Several dragons flew towards the guy. Sebastian picked up the cigarette and thanked him. Then he tossed it and added that he had become experienced in catching dragons. A moment later, seals appeared above him. The dragons accelerated. Then another dragon was covered in ice. Frost burst out of the ground. Steam rose above it. Julia opened her eyes. Mike opened his eyes. A small piece broke off from the dragon. Two dragons were trapped in ice. The guy stepped on one foot, then the other. Sebastian stood next to them. Then he picked up his cigarette and remarked that he would repay him in gratitude for saving them last time. Balrek walked down the hallway. Then he turned around hearing roars. He turned around abruptly. Then he opened his eyes wide. Mike and Julia's health returned to normal. Balrek looked at the protagonist's icon. Dark silhouettes looked closely at the screen. The other part also looked and began to shout, "Who are these people? Just think, players achieve success at this level." The screen shows a battle and the viewers noted that these are the same dragon slayers from the rumors. They then bet everything on these guys. Even the most difficult levels of the world will be overcome. The screen showed how dragons attack the protagonist's squad, and the viewers added that they need to bet on how many dragons they can kill. Sebastian opened his eyes, after which he saw dragons approaching him. Mike kicked, after which he flew up. Then he put his fist out and said that as soon as he froze these creatures, they would not be able to move. The protagonist smiled, after which he gritted his teeth and added that now it was really nice to attack them. Balrek looked furiously, after which he gritted his teeth and asked how dare such an insignificant bastard like him kill his dragons. A moment later, a helmet began to appear on his head, after which the helmet closed and horns appeared. A rift appeared from the ground. Balrek looked at the teleporter and a notification noted that the level was being entered, after which he stopped when he heard a voice from behind. Sam put his hands in his pockets and noted that he was on the edge. Then he closed his eyes and added that killing players with a demon is prohibited. Balrek turned his gaze and noted that it was him again, after which he began to walk into the portal and noted that it did not matter. He would put an end to this insignificant game and destroy this guy. A moment later, a warning appeared in front of his face. Sam laughed and said that even if he wanted to leave, he could not violate discipline. Then he smiled and noted that, however, he could always make a bet. Sam smiled and turned to the Dragon Lord. Balrek looked at him and heard if he wanted to argue with him. The icy limbs of the dragons fell down. The protagonist's squad stood among the corpses. There were human corpses lying around. On the other side too, Mike looked to the side and noted that they were the only ones who survived on this level. A moment later, something flashed in the sky. The protagonist looked in surprise at the notification that the monsters on the field were destroyed. The level is passed automatically, after which a notification appeared that the level was completed. Clara opened her mouth and noted that they destroyed the monsters and reduced the survival time, after which a red notification began to appear. The protagonist opened his eyes and asked what it was, after which a notification appeared about a call to PvP from Balrek. Mike looked at him in surprise. Then all three looked at him carefully. The chat started writing to the protagonist. Mike turned and asked what all this meant. Is it possible to PvP against an admin level? And Clara replied that she had never heard of a user going to PvP against a demon. What kind of mistake was this? The protagonist looked at her and noted that then what he should choose. Balrek grabbed him. Mike opened his eyes. Then the demon looked at him furiously. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he had no choice. Let him stop talking nonsense and follow him. Mike saw a red light. Then they both teleported to the notification. The notification began to crack and Julia asked what was going on. The notification cracked completely. Sebastian opened his mouth and thought that this space inside the rift was some kind of magic circles. Then he blew ice into it. Then he grabbed the girl. Sebastian jumped through the window and shouted for her to quickly follow him before the rift closed. Then he opened his eyes. They were in a huge arena. Balrek powerfully slammed the protagonist into the ground. Mike opened his eyes. Then he looked at his opponent. Balrek looked at him and noted that he had granted them mercy so they could die quietly here. They were reckless, having no concept of space. Sam snapped his fingers and noted that it was not time yet. Then a bright flash appeared. Mike stood up. Then he looked ahead. Sam started walking. Then he stood in front of them and noted that he was a rank 710 demon, responsible for serving as a second in this duel. Then he smiled and introduced himself. Mike ducked and shouted for him to explain right now what was happening. The demon put his hand in his pocket. Then he looked down and said that Rule 1, the demon must fight with the same characteristics as the player, therefore demonic power is not available. His eyes lit up and he added that Rule 2, the fight continues until one side is incapacitated. Sebastian and Julia looked up in surprise and heard that Rule 3, if they win the PvP, the reward also goes to their party members. Mike looked up and saw a notification asking if he was accepting the PvP challenge. Clara opened her mouth and shouted that it was unthinkable. PvP against a demon, naturally the player is at a disadvantage. Then she looked at the protagonist and added that Balrek could have said that there was no choice, but since there is a choice window, naturally the player has a choice. The protagonist looked closely at the window. Clara opened her mouth and shouted at him to refuse, and the protagonist rejected her offer. Mike looked up and noticed that the reward was a jump to level 23. The notification sparked. Julia opened her eyes and realized that it was level 23. Mike stood up. Clara looked at him in surprise, after which he looked at the demon and noted that Sam, this man knows that Mary is on the 37th floor. Then he looked at the option and noted that he would not refuse this offer. Sam looked at him contentedly. Mike opened his mouth and shouted that even if he was a demon, with the same characteristics as him, it was worth trying. Sam smiled widely, after which he looked straight ahead with a furious look. Balrek smiled and noted that it was funny, after which he hit the ground with a powerful beam. Clara opened her mouth. Sebastian and Julia looked in surprise. Mike covered himself with his hand, after which he saw Balrek burning. The demon looked at him and asked what was worth trying. Mike strained his gaze. Then he stood in a stance and thought that it was very annoying, but if they had the same characteristics, he would not lose. Balrek suddenly appeared behind him. The protagonist turned his gaze and thought that before he noticed. Dust rose in the arena. Mike covered himself with his hands and noticed that it was nothing serious. Then he opened his eyes wide. Balrek hit him in the hand. Then he smiled. The demon looked at him furiously and said that he would show him the difference in their strength. The dark silhouettes were watching. The other spectators were also watching attentively. In front of them was a huge screen in the form of a ball. Mike flew away. Then he grabbed his hand and thought that this was called the same characteristics. Then he grabbed his hand tighter. The protagonist opened his eyes and wondered what kind of joke this was. Then he jumped on the demon. Their fists came closer. Then there was a powerful explosion. Dust flew up. Mike opened his eyes. Balrek looked at him furiously. Then the protagonist began to deliver a series of blows. Then he delivered the last powerful one. They began to knead each other with blows. Julia and Sebastian watched the fight attentively, after which the guy touched the barrier and thought that he could not break through the protective barrier. All he could do was watch. Julia looked at the fight and asked that Mike was facing the demon with equal strength, right? Sebastian squeezed his cigarette and replied that no, Mike was fighting with full force. The protagonist sharply dodged the blow, then charged a powerful blow. Then he gritted his teeth and screamed to finally die. A huge dragon flew towards the demon. Balrek grabbed him tightly. Then he squeezed the protagonist's hand. The protagonist opened his eyes. Then Balrek hit with all his might and screamed that this was a copy. Now he would show the original. Mike opened his mouth and spat out blood. Balrek charged the next blow. Then he delivered a powerful series. The protagonist pursed his lips and thought that this was called the same characteristics. Mike looked into the demon's face and thought that he did not even see his fist and could not foresee where it would come from. Balrek swung and thought that he really thought he could beat him. The protagonist spat out more blood and thought that this was the difference between them. Then he flew up. Balrek extended his hand and used the third level dragon fist. Then he swung. Then he hit the protagonist hard. Mike hit the ground with great force. He was flattened to the ground. A crater formed around the protagonist. Sam opened his eyes. The girl opened her eyes. Julia and Sebastian looked at the battlefield. Mike was lying unconscious in the middle of a crater. His head sank into the ground. Then he opened his eyes. The protagonist remembered the inscription that he was registered as a player. Then how a level appeared above his head. Mike remembered standing in the middle of the village. Then how he woke up in the storage room. Mike looked at his hands and thought that this was called virtual reality, as if he was really moving, but it was so hard to walk. Mike slowly walked down the street and thought that it seemed even more difficult when he felt his arms and legs. Then he crashed into a man. Then he put his hand to his head. The man turned and asked that he wanted to challenge him to CB. Then he began to hit the protagonist. The protagonist remembered how he received blows and noted that the reason Mike, a newbie in video games, became so strong without any strategies, observation, in which he does not take his eyes off the enemy even when receiving blows. The man powerfully hit the protagonist and he added that he quickly makes them his own. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought about combinations. Then he threw the man back with a powerful blow. The man fell into a knockout. Balrek turned around. Mike got up and noted that this is how he became the king's best player. Then he put his hands out and added that he would make a dragon fist or something else his own. Then he lit up brightly and shouted that they would dance together until he won. Balrek opened his mouth and asked what was in the character of the asshole. There is persistence. Then he ran at the protagonist and added that they would try if he dared. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion. Balrek swung. The protagonist swung. Then the demon struck. The protagonist repeated after him. Balrek looked at him. Mike looked at his opponent. The barrier began to crack. Sebastian opened his eyes and said that this guy, even with only a moment, perfectly copied Balrek's dragon fist. Mike spun his leg. Then he flew with a blow to the demon. Balrek's helmet flew off. The demon froze in place. A bruise appeared on his face. The demon gritted his teeth. Then he raised his hand. Then he covered himself with a barrier and shouted to copy it. The huge magical dragons looked at the protagonist. Then they headed towards him. Mike looked closely at their open mouths. Then he opened his mouth and felt a blow to his heart. Then he opened his eyes and realized that his heart hurt again. A crystal appeared in his heart. The stone began to grow tissue. Then it was completely covered with it. A moment later, the heart was covered in fire. Then there was a huge explosion. Smoke rose. Dark smoke rose from the place of the explosion. Julia and Sebastian watched carefully. Balrek opened his eyes and froze. Then a hand appeared. The protagonist became covered in scales and put out his hand. A moment later, a golden dragon appeared above him. Lightning formed around the protagonist. Sebastian leaned on the railing. Then he opened his eyes and noticed that the mana of Antara's and Mike's hearts had merged perfectly. Then he remembered how a dragon had flown towards the protagonist and thought that it couldn't be. Antara's heart had reacted to Balrek's attack and merged with Mike. Golden waves came from the protagonist. The huge dragon opened its mouth. Balrek gritted his teeth and thought that he had developed even more an interesting person. Then he was covered in flames. Then a powerful beam of fire struck. Julia and Sebastian shuddered from the shock wave. Wings grew from Balrek's back. Then the demon opened his mouth and noted that he shouldn't have looked so casually into the face of a true warrior. A huge magical dragon rose up. Mike watched it carefully. Balrek opened his mouth and shouted that he would fight him with all his might. Then the dragon flew towards the protagonist. The two forces collided at one point. The golden and pink dragons approached each other. Then they opened their mouths wide. A bright beam of light appeared in the middle of the arena. Balrek slightly sank. Then he put his fist out and cursed. Mike was lying against the wall. The protagonist leaned against the wall unconscious. Then memories appeared in his head when the dragons collided. Mike spread his leg and heard that it would be problematic if he died here. Then Sam grabbed him by the collar. Then there was a blow. Balrek looked at the demon. Sam smiled and noted that he lost this fight after using demonic power. Does he admit it? Balrek turned his head and replied that he admits it. Mike began to slowly rise. A bright light appeared behind Sam and said that he congratulated Mike. Victory is his. The protagonist opened his eyes. Julia and Sebastian looked at him in surprise, after which the girl sat down next to him and asked if he woke up. Mike gritted his teeth and asked how the PvP ended. Balrek came up from behind. Then he gritted his teeth. Then he turned and replied that he had once defeated him in a real fight after a long battle. A bright light appeared in front of the demon's face and he noted that it would be watching him. Mike opened his eyes. Sam looked at the protagonist and noted that as he had promised. Then he smiled and added that he would lift him to the 380th floor. The protagonist opened his eyes. The protagonist's face was shown on a huge sphere. Dark silhouettes stared at him intently. The other end of the auditorium also looked. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what they were saying, that he was from the ground. Then he snapped his fingers. A timer appeared on the screen. A timer appeared against the background of the ground. A moment later, the timer started. The girl opened her mouth and noted that a time countdown appeared in the virtual capsules. This countdown appeared in all the capsules of the Dantalian players. The people turned to the timer and heard that according to the officials, when the countdown ends, the capsules will stop working and it is reported that the players will die when its effect ends. The guy's eyes widened. The girl looked at the screen and heard that even if they were forced to use the capsule, they should be careful because the device would stop. The presenter folded her arms and added that the developers said they did not know the reason for what happened, but were quickly looking for the cause. The remaining time was 1 week. The guy smiled. Then he put his feet on the throne and asked if Mike would be the last player. There was a flag on a stone. There was complete emptiness everywhere. Only sticks stood. Mike began to straighten up. The three of them looked around, there was complete emptiness. The main character was very serious. The man asked if they should start the transition. Then he opened the book and began to leaf through it. He stopped at one of them, where there was a symbol. A powerful explosion occurred because of it. It was a secret spatial magic for moving between floors. The man said that after passing this stage, they would gain access to the 38th level. The guys went to the light, but he had a gift along with demons for them. The main character walked, as small lightning bolts began to appear from the body. They were all over the body. The guy began to examine himself. He was very surprised. After all, these are clothes made of earth. Also, the equipment characteristics are also in force. Julia looked at herself and was surprised. After all, the fan was restored to its original form. Then the man wanted to look at Sebastian. After all, he had acquired something. The guy was smoking a cigarette, but was silent. Mike asked why he was doing this. The man replied that he was not sure. After all, he wanted to see the end of the game. Still, he wanted to see justified expectations. The guys went to the portal and stood on it. There was a huge explosion, due to which they teleported. People in the chat began to write much more diligently. Julie understood that there was no information about this level because no player had gone that far. There would be unexplored areas. The main character became very serious after hearing this information. He understood that the girl was here, but he was wary because the place was deserted. Sebastian said that all the debts had already been paid, so it was better to go their separate ways. When he walked, the tile went down because of walking. The guy was very surprised. So were his friends. Suddenly, the ground rose and crumbled. Mike was horrified because his friend was going to leave, and in the end they were trapped. After all, who would have thought that there was a trap in such a deserted place? It was also deserted. A purple portal began to appear. Monsters with red eyes began to appear from it. One of them had already come out with an axe, while the others were slowly climbing out. On the other side, there were also monsters, but different ones. The guys were in complete shock because they were approaching them. The monster was muscular with large fangs and red eyes. Mike did not understand what kind of huge monster it was. The monster asked them to deliver them to the Lord of the Bloody Clouds. The protagonist did not understand where exactly they wanted to send them. The monster continued talking about the resistance. Suddenly, he started swinging an axe. He decided to chop off their limbs so that they wouldn't resist. Mike extended his fist, which they swung at with an axe. After that, an arrow hit the monster in the forehead. The guys were shocked because he died in one shot. A horse appeared. There were people on the rock, and the monsters were screaming. The people had swords in their hands. They began to destroy the monsters while sitting on horses. After all, this was their territory, not the monsters. The leader said that they needed to retreat. After all, they were attacked by people. One of the people made a blow. Mike was shocked because he was no longer trapped. In front of him stood a girl who greeted them. They had entered the war level. The monsters were talking, people began to invade. And if there was a war, they would die. They were saying the same thing while the leader was sitting on the throne. He had a red aura. He told them to get ready. After all, the war was beginning. A crow sat on the ground and pecked. There was an eye in its beak. Everything was also empty. A horse was walking. People were talking that they were currently embroiled in a war with the orcs and the conflict had been going on for several centuries. Monica's job was to rescue them from the orcs in the middle zone before they became prisoners. Mike was riding his horse and thinking about her words. He asked if she had met one of the players. The girl initially kept silent. Then he said that it was better to talk about it inside. They went into the ward. The guy calmed down. It was a tent with the wounded, where almost everyone was wrapped in bandages. Benjamin asked if these were the prisoners they had saved. Julia was in complete shock. Monica agreed, because that was exactly it. A guy was lying with his legs torn off. Julia and the main character were horrified when they saw him. After all, he wanted to say something about the guy they were looking for. Then he said, almost dying, that he was with him until the very end. Mike began to listen more attentively. He grabbed the guy by the chest and began to ask what was wrong with the player. Monica tried to stop him because the patient's condition was unstable. The guy started to cry. He asked for forgiveness. After all, the girl went to protect him, and in the end, she was captured by the orcs. Mike looked at him angrily. Then he let go of his t-shirt and said that was enough. After all, he needed to know where she was and now he could save her. Monica asked where he was going. The protagonist replied that he would go attack the orc camp right now. The girl stopped him because it was not a place where he could attack alone, especially since there was a blood cloud there. The patient from the bed agreed with her because he would not be able to resist the blood cloud and they would be better off gathering troops. Mike did not agree. After all, he was not alone. Julia smiled. Sebastian was still smoking. Monica asked why he was so reckless. The patients, like the girl herself, said that this was madness because they had a minimal plan of action with the blood cloud. Suddenly, he stopped. He asked to wait a second. Mike began to look at him. The guy took off his helmet. There was a bad cut on his face. He said that you need to be careful. A torch was glowing in the building. There were several of them and they were in the corridor where there were bars. People were sitting behind the bars. There was also a girl. She did not understand what would happen to him now. A guy appeared next to her. He was trying to cut the bars. He had yellow eyes. He looked at the girl. It would not be easy to break the bars because there were orcs on duty outside. The orcs were completely different before. Water was dripping from the ceiling. The noise finally stopped and the guy wondered if the girl had given up. She looked at the guy. He had bloody hands. She began to ask if he was okay, when suddenly she saw that he had sawed through the bars. She almost started to scream, but the guy covered her mouth. There was a huge explosion. People thought it was divine light. The guy stood next to the girl. They looked at each other. The guy asked her to follow him. There was a wind in the evening. There was a flag with a golden bird. People began to gather into troops. Monica was also on a horse. On the rock stood the orcs and also their leader. He looked at the people. They started beating the drum so that the people would go to fight. The hands were protected in armor. The guy shouted that they needed to go forward to fight. The monsters ran at the people, and the guys did the same. The warriors rode horses with swords. The orcs shouted at them. One of the people started to fight. The orc hit him, because of which something broke in him. He said that all the people needed to be killed. The battle was very difficult. Many people died instantly. The guy watched as his friend died dead. He was scared. Monica killed the monsters one after another. She had furious blows. She asked her subordinates not to give up. After all, death is the only end for those who fight. The people ran at the monsters as they ran at them. Everyone screamed and tried to kill each other. One of the monsters blew into his fang. He raised his head and began to sing to the sky. The people stopped and looked up. Monica also paid attention. There was a very loud noise of walking. One of the orcs grinned. Monica realized that a huge orc was coming. She jumped off her horse. Having landed awkwardly, she sat on the ground. The monster wanted to step on her. Suddenly, there was a very strong flash. Monica was shocked because the monster's leg was cut. It was the main character who did this. He was standing right next to the orc. He asked where the blood cloud was. The people were still fighting the monsters. They were screaming for help. One of the guys said that it was pointless. The other one was covered in blood and you could tell by his eyes that the man was afraid. He called the orc leader a monster because he killed madly. There was blood everywhere. He was all red, as were his eyes. He was the leader of the orc faction, namely the leader of the blood cloud. A guy approached him. He asked why they were fighting, since he couldn't even remember how it all started. He started to take out his sword. The guy wanted to end it once and for all. They started attacking each other. People were walking through the dungeon. The girl was wondering if the night was showing the right way, and would everyone be able to get out of here unharmed. After all, if the orcs caught them, they would torture them harshly like the others. The guy called the girl. He asked if she was a knight. The girl agreed. She was a student and had never been on the battlefield before. The knight said that she must have trained a lot, since you could tell by her hands. The girl walked with a scared look. He gave her a sword and asked her to help. They were the only ones who could protect the wounded. The girl was holding a sword in her hands. She was shocked, since they were the ones who said it. She still wanted to help. She decided to watch the rear. Now he also felt protected. The girl ran up to the guy and hugged him. He ran away and asked to be quiet. After all, there were orcs standing opposite. They decided to gather, because even prison guards infiltrate the battlefield, because a strange player is bringing chaos to the battlefield. The guy wondered which player they were talking about. People stood quietly, when suddenly, the monsters ran and said that the prisoners had escaped. The prisoners were standing right next to the orcs. One of them ordered to kill the escapees. The guy pulled out a sword and asked the girl to get ready for battle, because they had to protect the prisoners. It was evening. The guy died. He was bleeding from the mouth. The orc leader took him by the hair and dragged him. Then he threw him on the ground. When suddenly he was called, the leader turned around. The main character was standing behind him. Mike asked if he was the bloody cloud. The orc leader looked at him with a serious expression, but remained silent. Mike asked to give the girl back. Mike swung his hand to hit his opponent. The devil called for the protection of his body and reflected all the blows. The boys continued to fight. At one point, the devil grabbed Mike by the fists to control his blows. The boy wondered if his power was comparable to the hero's own achievements. With one blow, the devil instantly sent the boy to the side. Mike twisted and landed on the ground, holding the weapon in his hand. The boy ran to the opponent's side and swung his sword at him to kill. The sharp blade was a few centimeters from the devil's eye. Something flew from above and knocked the boy's sword aside. Mike found that his sword was a few meters to the side. The devil was pleased with himself. He swung at the boy. Mike did not understand how his opponent was able to send the lightsaber with an axe in such a short moment. The boy believed that he could not lose to this opponent because he was only a man. But in fact, he was stronger than an entire army. Mike ran to attack and ordered his opponent to get out of the way. The boy screamed loudly and ordered him to run away because he needed to find his sister. The demon stood unmoved. After a moment, Mike dealt a powerful blow to the jaw of his opponent. The devil did not expect the guy to be capable of such fast blows. A feeling appeared in his eyes that he was not the last one to win today. A blood cloud was approaching, and the guy noticed it. The orcs were shouting that humans were approaching and they were attacking again. One of the monsters said that these creatures neglected their race, and this could not continue any longer and they should start a war. The guy sitting on the throne replied that he did not intend to do this. He said that if they acted the same as humans, then they would be the same as them. The more they acted, the more they needed to solve everything through dialogue. The guy came down from his throne and ordered the orcs to prepare a delegation as soon as possible. The monster did not understand why their ruler was so friendly to people. The guy left the shelter and walked through the forest. His eyes were shining with an idea. He put on only a black cloak. A white thin hand appeared behind him. The girl hugged him around the neck and said that she had arranged a surprise for him. She noticed that the guy was very busy with work today and asked if the bloody cloud was approaching again. The guy apologized to her and hugged her too. They walked through a field of flowers under the moonlight. The girl collected a wreath of blue flowers for the guy. Jack pulled the girl to himself and kissed her. She looked at him with sincere eyes and hugged him too. The guy was happy because he had finally found his true love. Jack intended to create a world in which they would not have to meet in secret soon. The girl's corpse lay on the ground pierced by spears. Jack looked at her surrounded by his subjects. The orc said that the people left the human corpse of a woman in their forest and left. They began to reason that people really are savages. At this time, Jack was sitting in an empty room where everything was destroyed. His eyes were bloodshot. He was furious. The guy started talking to himself. He realized that he was sad and could not control himself. Jack was not able to bear the anger from the loss of his beloved. But there was still a way to bring his dead girlfriend back to life. The guy who made a contract with a demon was trapped in this level. Eternity leading to meaningless wars, even forgetting his beloved, who became the reason. He looked ahead in surprise. Mike's sword pierced his chest until he bled. The guy offered even more power to pierce the man through and through. Above them, a hold flag was returning. Jack's axe fell to the ground. The guy himself knelt down to repent. He told his opponent that he remembered his love. He told the guy that he fought to avenge her, but eventually forgot about her. Mike decided to support his opponent. The guy said that he would have done the same if he were in his place. He turned around and started to leave, saying that he had met a commoner again, who was dear to him at any cost. The orcs ran down the corridor, ordering them to catch all the people. The players ran in front of them and tried to save themselves. The girl noticed a light in the distance. She shouted to her teammates that this was the exit and they should move towards it. Looking back, she saw only an orc swinging an axe at her. The girl thought about what would happen to the people behind her if she dodged this blow. The players ran after her. The girl proudly decided to withstand this blow and looked at the axe. Some force broke the orc into several pieces. Bloody pieces of the body fell to the ground. The girl looked at the exit and saw the silhouette of the savior. The orc's body parts lay on the ground, bleeding. The girl began to timidly move towards the silhouette of her savior, holding a sword in his hand. Mike said that he would have done the same if he were in the guy's place. The boys met with sincere glances. Mike thought that this was necessary again to meet someone dear to him. The tombstone photos of his parents were black and white. The guy was holding his sister's hand. Since her parents passed away, only her brother and she remained in this world. The girl was lying on the bed while she was called to breakfast. She sleepily came out of the doorway and said that she was already on her way. Coming closer, she saw her brother and parents sitting at the table. It was a vision. In fact, there was no one except her brother. The absence of her parents in such a familiar environment was so alien and painfully affected her. The girl, almost in tears, told the guy that she would eat separately later. She ran back to her room and locked the door because she had no choice. To escape from reality, the girl chose a peculiar way. She closed the door tightly, went to the game capsule. The girl carefully lay down there and closed the lid behind her. Her eyes closed and turned blue from the light of the capsule. The game notified that the girl had logged in and completed the setup. She registered in this game. Mike began to approach the guy he saved. There was only sadness and despair on his face. The girl did not understand what had happened. Of course, she really wanted to know what had happened to her savior. She also went to meet Mike. The holy flag was still waving under the dark sky. The girl hugged the guy, who was bleeding from the mouth. He was in armor and lying on the ground. His hand let go of the girl and fell to the ground with a crash. Jack got up from his place and took his axe. He had no face, no emotions. He wanted to do what he should have done a long time ago. The guy personally cut his own neck. He fell dead to the ground, and the field where the battle had recently taken place was empty. The game notified that the enemy commander had met his end. After the death of the commanders, the curtain fell on the 147th war. The defeated side retreats, passing on experience to the winning side, which is reborn at its base. Now the storming of the battlefield has begun. The mysterious tablet disappeared among the pixels. The entire space around became pixelated. From above, the platform of the Demon King was descending to take the souls of the defeated camp. A large creature with fangs was rapidly heading towards the ground. The girl timidly began to approach Mike. She asked if he was really her brother. The girl did not understand how he got here and why he was doing here at all. She stood in front of him, trying to find out how he knew that she got into the game. Mike replied that he came to save her. Clara looked at the laptop screen with tears in her eyes. The guy said that they were very afraid that something could happen to the girl, so he couldn't just stay calm and not act. He also hesitated and decided to say something. Mike looked at his sister and said that he wanted to apologize to her. He asked her to come back with him. The girl looked at her brother remorsefully. She stretched out her hand forward to touch him. Suddenly, something from above entered her chest, causing bleeding. Mike was shocked to see this. Blood came out of the girl's mouth. If her teammate ran straight to her aid, but it was too late. The girl tried to save her friend and get to her in time. Suddenly, something unknown again descended down and cut the girl's neck. It was a large sharpened blade. The Grim Reaper descended on the battlefield and notified about it. Demon Bellas also arrived. Clara stood next to the girl's capsule, which had a warning on it. She was afraid that her heart would stop and she would die. Mike shouted for his sister. Several players were also mercilessly killed. All their souls began to come out of their heads from their hearts. They gathered together and headed towards one of the demons. The demon collected them in its hand, absorbing their energy. It hypocritically commented that it was very surprising that so many deaths occurred at the same time. The demon said that it would definitely use these souls for restoration. This time it had to create a frozen territory or a territory with cannibal monsters. The creature itself did not understand how it lost its head. Mike did it cold-bloodedly. There was rage and a desire to avenge his sister in his eyes. The wind distributed the tattered canvas of the banner. Julia proudly looked forward, waiting for the battle. The guy came up to her from behind, asked what happened. The girl answered that there was a premonition that something was coming. She did not understand what the feeling was, but she knew for sure that Mike was in danger. Suddenly she became wary and opened her eyes wide. The girl felt him heading straight towards them. A red death icon lit up on the game capsule. Clara looked at it. The girl's pulse was 0. She screamed loudly about the loss. Mike, at that moment, having chopped off the demon's head, was also in despair. The lower part of the demon jumped on a horse and rode away. The head remained lying on the ground motionless. The guy sat on his knees and fell into despair. At the end, Mike heard laughter. It was a long laugh that came from the side where the demon had fled. A rumble covered the area where the guy and Julia were sitting. The surviving guys heard a shrill laugh. The girl did not understand what this oppressive aura was, and she could not even raise her head. She had a feeling that death itself had descended on the battlefield. The headless demon galloped up on his horse and continued to laugh. He noticed that his appearance was rather quiet. He laughed even harder and began to gather streams of wind towards himself. Mike did not understand what was happening. Many skulls of the slain began to move towards the demon. It was huge, what from a creature that was ready to kill everyone. He stated that many centuries had passed since he met people with such a face. Mike looked up in surprise. A soul rose from the body and his sister. It headed towards the demon. Mike saw this. The soul of his own sister was reaching straight into this bastard. He rushed from his place to prevent this. The guy jumped up and stretched his hand forward asking for this soul to return. The demon on the horse swung towards his spear. He asked Mike if this is what he wants. He became angry and streams of energy began to flow from his eyes. Demon ordered the guy not to be shy and take the soul back. Mike saw this sight. Many laughing skulls flew over the battlefield. Souls said that they were tired, did not want to die. Mike could not stand it, because when he remembered people in the last moments, his mind was completely overflowing. He jumped up from his opponent. The demon asked him if his sight was delicious. He said that they say that the louder the soul screams, the tastier it is. His head began to approach the guy with an offer to tell a funny story. The demon began to tell about people who Earthlings would call players. He asked the guy what he thought they went to after death. It was a digital cemetery, heaven or hell. The grotesque demon said that none of these options were correct. According to him, they are forever locked in the game world, becoming materials. Mike was shocked to hear this. He did not understand how a soul can become material. The demon continued to talk about the levels that the guy had already played. He said that everything on these levels was created from the souls of players who had already died. The demon said that these players sacrificed themselves for nothing. After all, the game promises them endless power, wealth, honor, exceeding all human achievements. Some are even promised to bring back the dead. The demon said that in this regard, people are very stupid. They are ready to risk everything for this, for their own good. The guy remembered how after the death of the commanders, the curtain fell on the 147th war. The demon said that his level is an endless circle of war, where the souls of the losers remain and gather together. According to him, 2 of the winning players return to battle again to continue this vicious circle. 2 commanders of the 2 sides died at the same time in this war, which was expected. But the demon was not disappointed at all. In fact, he was amazed that he could use their souls to create more amazing levels. He held out the girl's soul in his hand and showed it to the guy. He said that he couldn't wait to see what would come out of this soul. The demon was eagerly waiting to see what level the guy's soul would be. The yellow soul of the girl in the distance sparkled. Her face was shining completely, as was her entire body. Many dead souls made up new levels, where players continued to fight and die. Several blue hands grabbed the guy's head. The soul that these hands belonged to begged the guy with all its might to let it out of here because it didn't want to die. It demanded to let him out because it just wanted to leave. Mike thought that this was it because all players were toys for demon lords. Many hands of stolen souls were trying to get out of here. The yellow star in the distance turned out to be the soul of the guy's sister. It stood out and shone strongly against the background of the other souls. The girl seemed to be sleeping in this cocoon. The hands of the other souls did not let go of the guy. He tried to call out to his sister. Mike could not get his head around how these bastards could use his sister like this. The demon was surprised why the guy was asking such strange questions. He looked at the hurricane of other souls that were sucking the guy in. The creature was pleased with itself. The hurricane of souls continued to collect souls from the side and suck the guy deeper and deeper. The girl's soul sparkled even brighter, to which Mike agreed to cooperate. The guy grabbed 2 balls and began to fight off bad souls. 2 appendages appeared on his head, and his eyes acquired a yellow tint. The demon said that the guy is half dragon, she is a useful person, and this is very unusual for people like him. He asked the guy if he liked his amazing new image. In an instant, Mike broke out of the hurricane and swung his sword to destroy his opponent. He began to fight with his opponent, and his sister's soul seemed to help him from the heavens. The demon said that because of his rules, the Balrog should have given him a little leniency in his previous fight. However, he corrected himself and said that there are also level rules. A huge sickle descended from the sky for him. The demon grabbed him with one hand. He looked at the guy and said that he came here solely to take his soul. He said that the guy had already lost this war. Swinging his spear, the demon outlined the boundaries of the battle. The orcs and humans fought with all their might. The former had more zeal and unity. The demon cut everyone in 2 with one blow. The guy looked at the spreading wave of murder and decided to surround himself and his teammates with a protective sphere. He created a dome, and the guys were saved. The girl supported him in strengthening the defense. They immediately realized that the guy was in big trouble, but they did not understand who Mike was fighting against this time. The demon mindlessly swung his sword, trying to hit the guy with a wave. Mike skillfully dodged his attacks and tried to create his own. 2 swords helped him reflect the enemy waves. One of the waves flew in an incomprehensible place for the guy. A second later, he himself did not notice how it pierced his hand and face. The guy had his left eye and part of his hair burned out. The demon said that it must be very painful for the guy, because this was the scythe of the Grim Reaper, which cuts even souls. He asked Mike what it was like when his soul was torn out of his body while he was alive. The guy caught fire and purple mana began to burst out of his chest. The guy was not ready to give up, but the forces were unequal. The demon at one point dealt a powerful blow that tore part of the earth. He stopped a few meters from the epicenter of the blow and stood waiting for the guy to die. Suddenly, he saw something. Mike was not where he was looking, but the guy was advancing from above, trying to attack him. It was the dragon power that the guy was using. Demon noticed this and said that the guy was using the dragon heart to repair the crack in his soul, but he would achieve nothing by trying to harness the power of the dragon within the limits of humanity. Mike landed right on the demon's torso and pierced his head again. There was rage in his eyes and half of his face was covered in dragon skin. The demon didn't feel much pain from the blow, but it did deal him severe damage. His skull-shaped soul flew to the side while laughing. The demon asked if the guy was surprised, but it was the soul of a soldier who died in the war 45 years ago. Mike tried to attack again while the demon explained that it was an orc soldier who died from torture 98 years ago. The guy continued to knock the souls out of the demon one by one, and the demon told him what they were like in life. The soul of a human soldier who was crushed by a tank 230 years ago came out. The demon was glad that the guy couldn't deal critical damage to him. He told him to go and chop up souls if he liked it. He had already stated that there were too many souls here to use as a shield, but it was impossible to count them. The demon replaced his head and said that he had an unusual soul for a guy. Mike's sister's head appeared in front of him. He was shocked to see it. The demon continued his performance in the form of the guy's sister. Mike's lightsabers were completely destroyed while he stood still. The demon asked if it was the same lightsaber that was able to cut through anything. He asked what his opponent thought was the sword that existed before that sword was created. The demon pointed his blade towards the guy. In an instant, it pierced the guy's chest through and through, releasing blood. The demon said that despite the fact that the guy was cutting through countless souls, he could be broken too. Blood began to flow from Mike's mouth. The dragon skin began to peel off the guy's face completely while he lay on the ground and asked the demon to spare his sister from such suffering. The demon smiled. He said that he thought that people were very strange. Chloe watched everything on the screen. She drank a glass of wine. The drink began to flow right on her. She licked her lips and asked the guy to hurry to her immediately. She demanded that he hurry and bring her Mike's soul. The girl wanted it to happen before her drunkenness wore off. She couldn't stop looking at the screen where the guy's death was being shown approaching. A bright yellow star, representing the guy's sister's soul, was shining in the sky. Her eyes were shining, as was the rest of her body. The girl's soul woke up in the middle of complete darkness and a hurricane. She didn't understand where she was. She realized that she had just been stabbed with something. The girl closed her eyes and realized that she had died. She was upset that she hadn't finished the game, and until the end. The girl remembered Mike trying to take her soul back, fighting the demon. Another thought that her brother was still out there made her take action. She realized that now after death she thought about nothing else. The girl could not forget that her brother was still in torment. She turned around, looking for some kind of clue. The yellow shining star in the distance began to shine brighter and brighter. Mike looked at the place where he was pierced through. He tried to somehow endure the pain. The girl saw that her brother was in danger and she wanted to help him and get out of here. Suddenly, something caught her leg. The girl looked back and saw a strange purple hand that was holding her, not letting her go. Other hands should start to embrace her, tightening it tighter and tighter. The girl asked the other souls to let her go. She decided that she needed to calm down, but in the moment everything was getting worse and worse. Her hand touched another hand. She was ready to give up, but someone came to her aid. Her former team was trying to pull her hand. The girl looked at it and remembered that it had fought side by side with her. Together they were trying to get out of the souls that were holding them in this place. Her friend grabbed the girl's hand even tighter with both hands. She said that in order to express here, she must not lose her light. The girl said the word light in surprise. She said that she had light and shone even brighter. The surprised teammate looked at this bright star. In the sky, which was almost covered by other souls, the girl shone brightly. On the ground, the demon tried to finish the guy off more and more, releasing blood from within. Mike was lying on the ground and enduring all this pain. The demon leaned over to him and said that, in his opinion, his soul was already ripe enough. Then he took action and took out a large sickle. The demon said that he would do it with great pleasure. Mike closed his eyes so as not to see the moment of his death. The demon swung his blade to kill him. Another opponent felt a strong pressure on his spear. Demon looked at the weapon to see what was happening to it. These were the souls that held the spear from striking. He did not understand how this was possible, why they got out of hand. The demon realized that the souls of the dead escaped from the prison of souls on their own. The girl said that escaping from prisons was her forte. Several tens of 1,000 souls flew into the sky to help the guy. The girl was determined. She, as a soul, wanted to help her living brother. The demon saw her and was surprised. His head was tied with the hands of other souls and they tried to hold him down. The girl came down from the sky to help her brother. She flew close to him, causing Mike to be confused. The guy timidly asked how this was possible. The girl was indignant and asked why the guy didn't resist while he was being hit like a punching bag. She said that she thought her brother was a champion of fighting games. Mike smiled. He asked if his sister watched his matches. The girl answered that she watched them only sometimes because you could not find anything interesting on YouTube. She decided to summarize their conversation. The girl intended to teach the demon a lesson. She offered her brother to help her with this. Mike tried to get up. He reached out to his sister, trying to reunite with her. The guys grabbed each other's hands and the sister helped him get up. The girl began to glow very strongly. With each second there was more and more energy. The handshake of the guys was visible far, far away. The demon, a few meters away, was trying to fight off his own souls, which he had once imprisoned. He thought it was completely absurd and an impossible outcome. He shouted at his subjects from above to return these souls back to their prison. Suddenly, Mike hit the demon hard in the head. The opponent was not ready for such an attack, the already cured guy. The girl called out to the demon to pay attention to her. She ordered him to immediately return her beautiful body. Mike was perplexed when he heard that her sister really said that. The devil allowed himself to be subjected to the strongest attacks of the guy, not understanding how he managed to do this. He simply did not understand how an ordinary person could beat him. The demon did not know how the guy could hit him at all. The girl found that this should be obvious because her spirit was right now in him. Mike hit the demon very hard again. He said that he could hit him because it was his fist. The creature continued to endure blows to itself. With one signature blow, Mike sent his opponent flying away. He looked at his sister to see how strong he was. The girl was amazed by his power. She said she was jealous that he was fighting with such a body. She asked him to concentrate and not to take strange poses in someone else's body. The demon asked how the guy could do such a thing. According to him, his opponent made him look very stupid. He said this from the dust he raised with his fall. Maybe his freed souls were watching the demon's defeat with joy. Suddenly, they began to flock to their former master again. A whole legion of souls were trapped in a stone wall. Mike looked at the unauthorized stone barricade and did not understand how the demon managed to build it so quickly. Suddenly, through the smoke, the foot of a huge creature stepped onto the ground. It was a demon who had taken the face of his souls. He promised to destroy the guy to the very essence of his soul. His body was completely made up of dead souls. The guy told his sister that he absorbed all the souls into himself. The demon raised his fist. He prepared to attack and promised that his opponent would end. The girl asked her brother not to dodge this time. Mike did not understand why he should not do it. The sister asked him to just trust her. There was a loud roar, from which stones flew to the sides. The guy stared into the distance. He was glowing yellow and was inside some kind of dome. Mike could not understand where he was, but the sister said that they were inside the ticket prison. Suddenly, one of the souls grabbed the guy by the leg with its hands and began to pull him along. Mike was not prepared for the fact that he would be held here. He was confused and screamed to his sister that he was being attacked by these souls again. The girl said that everything was fine and he did not have to resist, but just give up his body. The sister said that she heard the voices of the souls and they would not harm them. Mike had a hard time trusting his sister, but he knew that she did not wish him harm. The guy squeezed his eyes tightly shut and gave up his body. Suddenly, one big lump of souls began to pull him along. Mike found himself in some space. The guy thought that it was very dark here. A bright yellow star was shining not far from him, and he knew that it was his sister. Mike quickly moved towards her. The girl saw her brother and asked him to follow her. At that moment, the demon came to his senses again and realized that he could not see the guy. At some point, he realized what had happened and began to ask the guy not to do this. The demon asked him to stop and not go down lower anymore. Mike, despite his warnings, continued to follow his sister. In the distance, he saw that you said this to the girl. She replied that this was the soul of the demon itself and they should hurry because they were almost there. Mike felt something strange and the game notified him that the demon lord was invading his memories. Everything swam before the guy's eyes. Memories associated with his parents. He couldn't tear himself away and looked more and more. At one point, the guy stopped and hit himself, saying that a demon was digging around in his head. A whole list of memories appeared before his eyes, which he could return to and remember the past. The girl remembered herself as a little girl when her parents died. She said that she had been trying to run away all this time, but this time she finally understood. And she understood that her brother was always waiting for her behind the door. She imagined Mike putting his hand on the cocoon with the girl. The girl realized that every time she ran away, she was not alone. This thought gave her confidence. She stood next to her brother and asked him to listen. The girl asked him if he agreed to finish this with her together. Mike was surprised to see the girl in a physical body. He smiled. The guy asked to finish this as quickly as possible and ran forward. Ahead of him, he saw many different memories associated with his parents. Mike decided to end it all here and now, so he swung. In front of him were 1,000 memories with his loved ones, but he knew that they were all a relic of the past. The demon screamed in pain because he could not do anything. He did not believe what was happening. The sister and brother furiously rushed to their memories to destroy them. Both of them broke through that same invisible wall behind which their future was. The memories that they previously valued began to disappear. The demon did not understand how this was even possible, because he is the lord of all demons and cannot do anything with ordinary people. He screamed in pain when the yellow glow began to tear him apart. For the rest of his life, he did not understand how an ordinary person could defeat him. In the end, a pile of stones held together by souls fell apart. Hundreds and 1,000 memories were destroyed behind that wall. Mike was right at the epicenter. The boy closed his eyes and was happy that he had overcome this period of his life. The big explosion had released many souls. Even the guys standing far away from them felt the blast wave and tried to resist it. Julia, looking at this, understood who had won that battle. The girl knew that if the demonic energy was destroyed, it meant that the boy had achieved his goal. She was glad that such good thoughts had visited her. Mike stood on the ground after such a strong struggle. He was full of hope and aspiration. The guy's eyes were lowered downwards, but he himself understood that he had finally found himself. A second later, Mike remembered his sister and decided to share the good news with her that he had overcome this threshold. He looked back to tell her the good news, but his speech stopped on a good note. His sister was lying in blood. Her body was still lifeless and breathless like last time. The guys watching from the side came to the guy's aid. Julia ran faster than anyone else to find out how he was. Another girl stopped. She was shaking. Mike was sitting on his knees and holding his dead sister in his arms. Her body was lifeless. Her skin had already turned white. Julia recognized this child in her head. The guy timidly said that he was late again. Mike continued to look at his sister in complete despair. He bowed his head, blaming himself for everything. The guy had no more strength to endure all this. He wanted to return to normal life as soon as possible. The guys looked at him from the side and did not want to interfere. Julia was sincerely disappointed. Suddenly, the girl's gaze was riveted by something lying on the side. She timidly looked around and saw something. It was something like a pile of scrap metal. Among it, the girl noticed something strange. It was a small soul that was lost. It was chained to its metal image and could not tear itself away from it. Suddenly, a large flow of energy spread straight into the sky, freeing the soul. It could be called a fountain of souls. There were many of them, and each of them rushed on the path to its owner. They entered straight into the heads of their former owners to revive them. The hands of the dead people began to move. Even in heavy iron armor, they already had enough strength to rise. The once dead guys woke up and timidly looked around. The orcs, who were fighting on the opposite side, also did not enter the battle, but simply looked at the miracle. There was something strangely purple in the sky. The guy, who had been killed, once began to speak again. He addressed the girl in a joyful voice that she was already alive. The interlocutor began to have tears in her eyes. Clara had been crying all this time over the capsule, her sister and her friend. The girl could not come to terms with the fact that her friend had just gone to that world without achieving his goal. Suddenly the color of the capsule changed to orange, and she looked at the dashboard. A few moments later, the girl's vital signs were stabilized, and the color of the panel changed again. The girl moved her hand. Waking up, she immediately called her brother. The girl complained that she could not breathe. The guy had seen his sister alive again before. He hugged her very tightly, to which she complained that he would crush all her bones. Jack came up behind the guy. He was surrounded by his orcs. The guy couldn't help but look at him with envy. Mike noticed him and prepared to protect his sister. He thought that he was going to be attacked again, but he didn't have the strength to fight even now. The guy extended his hand and introduced himself. He declared that he was declaring a final peace with humans. Mike was surprised by such a statement, so he immediately shook his opponent's hand. Jack helped him up. The game notified that this floor had been completed due to the end of the war. This time, the inscription appeared under a peaceful sky, which was illuminated by the dawn. The sun was trying to break through the clouds. Eventually, it did so and illuminated the former battlefield. The soldiers began to rise from the ground. There was genuine joy on their faces. They rejoiced that the war was finally over. The game notified again that the floor had been completed. Everyone present looked at this sign. Mike decided to look at the task checklist. On a large virtual sheet of paper were written all the achievements that the guy had received for this floor. The game notified him that he had received the sacred skill of killing demons. Mike was confused as to what this meant, since he had most likely received this skill by killing a demon. Signs began to appear above all the players. The guy looked around. Everyone present was looking at the achievement. Julia called Mike and noticed that something was wrong. The girl said that he had disappeared. At that moment, the guy was in an unknown place. He was among strange yellow stars in a black space. In the eternal darkness, someone called out to him. The guy turned around and was surprised. It was a man in a white coat who claimed to be dantalian. Judging by her figure, it was a girl. She was several hundred times larger than the guy in size. The girl asked the guy again, which caused him confusion. She asked her interlocutor if he was ready to reach the top of the tower. The girl asked if he felt qualified to reach the top of the tower. Mike was still in shock from smoking. The girl was several hundred times larger than him. Mike thought that killing the demon and getting this skill had led him here. The guy immediately thought that this could be a hidden path unlocked by killing the demon. Most likely, the developers of the game hid the exit in this curse. The guy said that he did not think it was necessary to have qualifications. He said that he would break through and rise at any cost, no matter what. Dantalian replied that Mike had said this and woken her up. In front of the guy, behind the girl, was a large model of the planet Earth. He asked the girl if this Earth was real. The girl replied that she was Dantalian's system and gate. Some strange timer appeared near the Earth. The girl pointed her hand right at the model. The number began to change. The guy's gaze was riveted by the approaching continent. In some city, all the capsules were sealed. They were all glowing red. The sensors and devices used to track vital signs were slowed down. The guy watched as the girl deftly changed the rules of the game. He noticed that the counter had stopped, but the girl replied that all she could do now was slow it down. But the guy had to do something. Mike asked her to wait and tell him how he could get out of here. The stranger replied that he already knew the answer to this question. He just needed to climb to the very top of this tower. The girl said that he would find all the answers there. Mike was very puzzled by such a statement. The guy again realized that everything again rested on the top of the tower. A moment later, Mike woke up on the ground. Julia came up to him and asked what had happened to him. The guy asked the girl again because he did not understand what had happened. The girl grabbed him by the collar and pulled him towards her. She said that she was very surprised when the guy suddenly disappeared. Julia asked him what kind of strange joke he had pulled again. After a few seconds of thought, the boy noticed that he was dragged away. The girl hugged him, pressing his face to her chest. She said that she thought that Mike was forced to fight that demon again. The boy turned to the girl. The sister said that she did not want to interfere with them, there were many people watching. She asked what happened to him and why the connection with the game was completely interrupted for about 5 minutes. The boy noticed and did not dare to answer. Suddenly, his gaze was riveted by a golden card that glowed in his left hand. It included the divine skill of a demon hunter. Everyone present was very surprised to see this card, a hidden card obtained by killing a demon. According to the girl, it was a decree that the boy could climb to the top of this tower. This time it was in Mike's hands. The warriors who saw his fights on the brink of death saw hope. They knelt down. The boy immediately understood that he was obeyed. Jack asked only one question. He wondered if he would be able to kill the demons of this world if he followed him. Mike didn't know what to say. He sighed nervously and decided to stand up. The guy said that he didn't care who he was for, a person, an avenger, or a savior. He proudly raised one finger up. Mike said that his main goal was to just get to the top of this tower. He wanted to return to Earth with his family. At the moment, that's all that mattered to him. The guy said that he just didn't care about anything except this tower. He looked purposeful and charismatic. Mike said that he was going to wake up. Chloe crushed the glass in her hand out of rage when she saw this. The girl said that she had arranged everything for the demon, and he still couldn't cope. She considered herself a fool for not trusting such an idiot. Chloe said that right now she should retreat and erase all her memories. Before he found out, someone's low silhouette was standing behind Jane. The girl noticed his gaze and looked back. The man behind her asked how she was doing. He said her name with a smirk. The girl turned around nervously. She was surprised by the sudden visit. The special wine she had made with divine power had an irresistible effect. Fred thanked her for the gift, but he had some objections. He said that a good boy should not drink alcohol. With a confident movement of his hand, he knocked over the glass the girl had made for him. The glass vessel shattered on the floor. Fred asked if a bad adult who breaks the rules of the game should be punished. Jane didn't understand why the guy was speaking so terribly because she was wrong and she admitted it. The girl promised that she wouldn't do it again. She reminded the interlocutor that they once had fun. The girl, with fear in eyes, asked him to forgive her this time. Her scream was heard throughout the cafeteria. The guy got blood on his cheek and he decided to peel it off. After tasting the girl's blood, he said that it was also tasteless. Fred squatted down and began to look at the screen where Mike was shown. He noticed the guy and thought that it was time for him too. He wondered if this person was different from the others. The black dot grows. It gets bigger and takes the shape of an eye. For a while, it gains color. This time it is a full-fledged eye. In the beginning, there were demons. They existed everywhere. They ruled this world. They tempted and seduced people, gradually grew. Soon they became infinitely present in the entire universe through different dimensions. Many wars happened then. The silhouette of the guy was still young. One of these demons was Fred. He entered the portal of this universe. Touching it with his foot, he felt an unforgettable sensation. This guy had the ability to overcome dimensions. In addition, he was free. He had no face, no feelings. He loved to rule and could make anyone obey him. With just one finger, Fred had an unknown power for this world. He was extremely strong even for a demon, but nevertheless, he was alone. His attention was drawn to the small planet Earth. After 1,000 years of wandering through countless universes, Fred arrives on Earth. A ball rolled to his feet. In one of these universes, he met Dantalian. The guy held his ball in his hand. His new acquaintance had changing abilities and sometimes was an old man with white hair. Other days, an elderly gentleman. He was also beautiful in spirit, and yet he was different from other demons. Dantalian didn't just collect souls, he knew how to play with them. Fred enjoyed playing Dantalian. He was involved in the process every time. And so that tower was created. The Tower of Dimensions. It was built thanks to the guy's abilities. Due to the great publicity, 72 demons gathered for this project, for fun in their immortal life and even greater powers. But the playground needed toys. In the end, the demons divided Fred's power among themselves. They created doors named after them in their own dimensions. It was in these dimensions that they brought people to the tower. After all this, the name of the tower appeared. A screen on which demons could track all the actions of the players. People were more immersed in the process. Some of them began to look closely at the capsules through which one could get into such a tower. Many people had to be killed, and then the countdown was created. The guy sat with his legs crossed. He waited for the countdown to reach an even amount. There was still a little left. Finally, the circle completed its full 300 million rotations. The demon was overjoyed. He snapped his fingers. The floor in the room where the screens were began to digitalize. This process began to spread beyond the borders of his city. It swallowed the entire planet, capturing more people. The TV was broadcasting breaking news. The girl said that the virtual game was experiencing a fatal glitch which led to the death of users. At the moment, there are 300 million of them. Transcendents are lonely creatures. Demon continued to watch the events. It was inevitable that this demon could confidently get an answer from 72 demons. Mike's sister asked Julia what her name was. The girl was very confused. The interlocutor asked her question again. She wanted to know a specific answer, what happened between this girl and her brother. That moment, the crisis befell Julia. Mike said that they had, but the sister did not believe him. The guys were all having a snack around the fire. The boy stood and looked at the harmony that had finally found peace. The players needed time to truly celebrate their first victory in this tower. The sister told Mike that everyone had been working non-stop, so they should take a day off. She noted that her brother should do the same. The boy looked at his sister in surprise. A guy and a girl came up and called out to them. The guy came closer and offered to try it, because they had brought the biggest one. Mike asked what it was, to which the girl replied that it was a special dish prepared according to orcish recipes with mushrooms that often appear here. The girl replied that it seemed to her that the food had just moved. Without thinking, she decided to bite and try it. After thinking for a few seconds, she replied that it was basically delicious. Mike looked into the distance. Clara joined him as a broadcast manager and flew to the boy with tears in her eyes. The sister was also happy to see her. Clara apologized as soon as they met, which caused confusion in the girl. The interlocutor said that she was very guilty before her for not coming earlier. She also began to apologize for not taking better care of her. Clara burst into tears and said that it was in vain that she did not come in person. There was sincere happiness in the girl's eyes. She was grateful to her for taking care of her since childhood, like her own family. The girl also hugged her. She said that she was grateful to Clara for protecting her with support this time too. Tears began to well up in the eyes of the interlocutors. In the end, in order not to completely burst into tears, Clara decided to shift all the blame onto the guy. She said that Mike was very shameless and did not even know what gratitude was, as expected. The girl replied that her interlocutor was the same as she was in childhood. Mike asked Julia why she seemed happier to see her than he was. The girl continued to stand silently. Suddenly, the guy's sister came up to her and said that her name was Julia. She continued to look at her with a displeased look. The girl could not understand why she had displeased the interlocutor. Michael's sister noticed that Julia had become a member of the singles team and his girlfriend. She had long noticed from the girl's actions that she cared about the guy. The interlocutor came even closer to try to enter into a dialogue. The girl said that, of course, she understood that if they went through difficult trials together, then their relationship could deepen. But she demanded something more. In fact, she was a fan of Clara. Clara, Michael's sister, said that she could not accept this in any case and accidentally tripped over a stone. The girl fell and landed face first on Julia's chest. They also felt exactly the same as her brother's cheeks. The girl moved away from the chest with a surprised face. Julia asked the interlocutor if she was okay. The girl continued to stand rooted to the spot. After a few moments, she turned around and thought that maybe the close relationship that had started as a colleague was not bad. She went back to the guys to finish her meal. Mike looked at her. Eventually, the guy sat down on a log and decided to make himself a day of rest, looking at the happy and jubilant survivors. There was silence and goodwill among the companies. Some guys were just sitting by the fire and warming themselves. Julia sat alone and looked at the guys. She was sincerely happy that all this fighting was finally over. The girl offered her brother to try the meal, which he was not going to do. Julia remembered the guy's words, how he said that his only goal was to climb to the top of the tower. She continued to look into the distance. The girl put the mug of drink on the table. She poured more and began to drink. The moon was especially bright that night. The orcs drank one drink after another. They were glad that they could enjoy it endlessly. One of them asked who drank his alcohol. Mike was talking to his sister when he suddenly saw a vortex. The guy looked back and was horrified. There was a huge blue hurricane behind him. The girl did not understand what was happening and why this typhoon appeared here. Orc said that this was the same 400-year-old secret bomber liquor that he left. Julia drank it in one gulp. The girl looked into the distance and was horrified. She assumed that it could have been an injection of wind magic. The hurricane began to approach closer and closer. Mike told the guys that he would probably go. The sister asked them to wait for her. The girl initially did not understand where he was going. When she saw that the guy was heading towards the hurricane, she was surprised. The guys watched the guy's fearlessness. A few moments later, Mike completely disappeared into the hurricane. Thunder roared. Mike proudly carried the drunk Julia out of there. The guy said that he would take the girl to the barracks and return a little later. He fluffed her pillows and put her to bed. Julia continued to lie there and toss and turn. Mike chuckled when he saw her like that. He noticed that the girl had drunk so much that she had become a completely different person. The guy thought that the girl had accumulated a lot of fatigue over all this time, and she needed to be given time to rest. He turned away from the bed and prepared to go. The girl's hand quickly grabbed his fist. The lighthouse was surprised and turned around. He looked at Julia. It seemed that the girl was sleeping and repeating his name. She opened her eyes and asked him not to leave. The girl was holding his hand. Mike looked at her with bewilderment. Julia did not let go of his hand. The guy swallowed saliva. He asked again. The girl instantly came to her senses and said that it was a misunderstanding, because they had not had such a good time for a long time and she seemed to have drunk a little. Julia said that she was so drunk that she lost control. She said that she had become wild and simply did not realize it. Mike sat down next to her on the bed. The girl was surprised that he canceled this. The guy said that everyone has their own goal. According to him, it was because of this goal that each of them entered this tower. He asked the girl to answer him one question. Mike was interested in what brought her to this tower. Julia looked at the interlocutor. She turned away and thought. The girl began to remember the reason. A bright sunny day. Bamboo grows under this light. Little Julia takes a breath in her mouth. She uses the art of wind, developing the wind. Her fan allows her to knock down the bamboo, and she is happy about it. The girl showed the master that she finally did it. Julia said that she had a master before she came here. The woman patted the student on the head. The master was the one who knew the wind best. She was the greatest among the wind masters. The girl said that her name was Laura. All the wind art that the girl uses was passed on by her master. But one day, the girl looked at the purple storm in surprise. In his city that day, a dimensional portal appeared. The best masters of the city gathered there. They put their hands to close it. It was an impenetrable seal that did not allow anyone to enter. The mighty warriors tried to close the portal, but nothing worked. An unknown pressure of force and energy threw them back. The old master said that the demonic energy inside the portal was blocking their seal. It was a strange force that they had never encountered before and martial arts were useless here. Laura came out in front of them all and ordered them not to come closer. They tried to dissuade her from this heroism. The girl's master entered the portal to seal it. The little girl Julia looked at this. Her beloved master never returned from there. The portal still continues to exist. Julia said that she went there to find her master. The girl began to remember the recent day. When she saw the guy save this child and stay with her, she felt guilty. Julia said that she lost sight of her mission because of Mike. The girl apologized for telling too much and said that she had enough. The guy interrupted her, said that he was ready to listen to everything completely. He insisted that the reason he met his sister so quickly was because the girl was helping him. Mike said that by this law she would also meet the one she was looking for. He praised the girl for being very strong. Julia reminded the guy that she had taken an oath to the wind and agreed that she would live only for him. But she had someone else. She asked the guy who she was to him. Mike was very puzzled by such a question. He was even surprised by the girl's courage. It was obvious that she was very worried, and this answer was very important to her. Julia began to slowly move her hands towards the guy's hand. She came as close as possible to hear the answer. Mike called her by name. At that moment, the guy's sister burst into the room and showed him a huge caterpillar. Julia pushed Mike off the bed with one movement of her hands. The girl was surprised that her interlocutor finally woke up. She asked what they were doing here together. Julia decided to get out of it and asked if they could eat the caterpillar together. The girl said yes. The interlocutor went up to the guy's sister and started trying the meal. Mike slowly got up from the bed, rubbing the bump. He looked up and thought. The sky above the tent was elegantly clear. The next morning, light crept up to the doors. A black crow pecked at the branches that the guys had scattered yesterday to light a fire. The bird took one of them and looked into the distance. The crow flew away in an instant, leaving the stick on the ground. The guys got up and got ready. Julia prepared her fan behind her back. Mike stretched his muscular back. He asked the guys if everyone was ready. The guy asked the others to follow him. There were 3 doors behind him. A guy in a red suit was sitting on the throne. Dantalian was waiting for them to arrive. The demon was glad that he was finally ready. The girl on the side asked him if he was delighted. The real demon Gremory. The foot stepped on the ground. Michael heard the sounds that were calling him. Mary looked at the guy carefully, quickly running towards him. The heroine asked Mike to take her with him. The hero, looking at his sister, told her no. Mike confidently answered Mary that she was staying here. The guy looked ahead, saying that this concerned everyone else. Mike looked at the other guys, answering that there was a death trap beyond this point. The other heroes looked at the guy with incomprehension. People listened attentively to Mike, who answered that no one would dare to move from the spot. The main character looked attentively at all the other guys. Mary screamed loudly that she did not agree with this. The heroine ran up to the guy, answering that she had difficulty getting here, risking her life, and now Mike was just leaving her. Mary continued screaming loudly, saying that she would also go with him. Mike answered fearfully that she should stay here. The boy asked his sister to stay alive with displeasure. Mike smiled, saying that he should return to her. The sister looked at her brother in surprise, who said that the floor was now empty without demons, but no one knew what they could be hiding upstairs. The guys looked at this whole picture and heard Mike asking the heroine to stay in this place. The brother left, answering that they could get lucky and other players would join them. The sister looked at Mike, asking him not to die. The heroine shouted loudly to her brother that he should survive. A smile appeared on Mike's face. The hero left, answering that he understood. The sister looked at her brother, who told her not to worry. Clara and Julia smiled at Mary, answering that they would be next to the boy. The heroes began to slowly leave. One of the guys stopped and threw something to Mary. The heroine thought with incomprehension about what it was. The heroine was very surprised. The guy smiled at the girl one last time, telling her to take it. The doors were closing. Tears were running down the girl's face. The heroine wiped them away, wondering what had just happened. The heroine was holding a small man in her hands. The system window said that the entrance was now to the rest floor. The guy smiled, answering that he had not felt such fresh air for a long time. The hero turned back to the others. The guy was asking Mike and Julia what was wrong with them. The guy was asking the guys with bewilderment what had happened to them. The girl was clasping her hands. The heroine looked away with a sad look, answering that nothing had happened to her. The hero continued to look at her in surprise. The guy laughed and answered that Mike had ruined everything as always. The door was opening slightly. The guys were entering the store. Mike looked ahead confidently, answering that no one else had gone that far. There was a huge glass on the table. There was a girl standing behind the bar. The heroine smiled, answering that one player had already passed through this place. Mike and Clara did not understand what it was. Julia looked away. The guy was thinking about who it could be. Clara loudly asked about the fact that there was someone in this place who passed faster than them. Mike angrily asked who it was. There was a smile on the girl's face. Her finger pointed to the side. The heroine pointed to one place. The door ahead was brightly lit. Mike understood that the girl wanted him to come and see it all himself. The guys decided to go through together. The hand pulled the handle. The heroes entered the door. Julia took out her weapon. The guy screamed in confusion and asked what kind of light it was. Mike looked ahead in surprise. His eyes were scared. The system window said that the transition to the next floor had begun. The guys covered their faces. Julia looked at the floor. Her eyes looked at the wind in surprise. Peace. The heroine looked ahead. The girl turned around at something. Opposite her stood another girl. Next to the guy stood some leg. The hero asked in confusion if this was some kind of joke. The man calmly looked ahead. Opposite the hero stood a man. Mike closed his eyes. The guy suddenly opened his eyes. Mike looked at the beautiful city. Buses drove slowly. People calmly went about their business. Everyone was doing their own thing. The traffic light was green. Everyone was crossing the road. Mike looked away in surprise. The hero opened his mouth in confusion, saying that he was on the ground. The system window told the guy to tell the truth. Someone touched Mike's shoulder. The girl asked the hero in confusion why he was standing there and not going anywhere. The hero apologized. The guy looked after the girl. The heroine giggled sweetly with her friend. Mike was very surprised by something. His feet were on the asphalt. The guy looked around. Mike looked at his reflection, not believing that it was so realistic. The hero did not believe that this was really possible. Clara looked around in surprise, realizing that the Earth could be recreated exactly as it was an hour before Dantalian's mistake. Something appeared in the sky. The system window showed the hero to execute the developers. Mike looked around at the girl in surprise. Photos of various people appeared on the system window. The main character thought about the task in surprise, not understanding how to complete it. Mike turned to Clara, asking if this was really the list of developers. The heroine answered that they had no photos. But with all this, the rest of the information coincided with what was written on the internet. The heroine called the hero in confusion. Mike was surprised to hear the girl say that this was really the list of developers. The guy was clenching his teeth. The hero remembered people, different people who were doing things. Mike was angry that everything looked so realistic and he needed to kill someone. The street, people were walking calmly. Clara and Mike looked around. One of the people in the crowd was very different. The heroine looked away in surprise. Clara pointed to the side, answering Mike that this was one of the developers on the list. The hero calmly walked in the crowd. Mike clenched his teeth. His leg rushed quickly. The developers were close. His body was next to the guy. Suddenly, the hero turned around. A fist was flying at him. Mike punched the guy hard. The hero asked Mike in fear what was wrong with him and what had happened to him. Mike thought in bewilderment that he couldn't kill him. The fist was in the air. A laser passed by the guy. A sword passed and hit something. The weapon was in a wooden head. Mike thought in surprise that it was just a wooden doll. The hero looked away, not understanding who could have attacked her. The street was quiet. Who was putting the guy's hands behind his back? The eyes looked at something in surprise. The heroine opened her mouth. The girl held a sword next to the guy, asking if he was a real player. The weapon cut the hero's face. The girl asked him if he was fake. A long time ago there was a player who passed through this place. Mike looked away, realizing that it was another player. The heroine screamed that time was running out and she needed to give an answer. The weapon dug deeper into his face. Mike began to blush from the pain. The hand was tightly gripping the girl's hand. The heroine looked at him in surprise. The guy was sitting on the girl, putting the weapon away. The heroine was lying below, looking at the guy. Mike was shouting loudly that he was also a player. The girl's face was angry. Her legs were hitting Mike in the stomach. The heroine stood up, answering that the guy was very rude. Mike angrily asked the girl how she got here. The girl contemptuously answered the guy that he looked normal, but clearly did not understand games or women. The heroine approached the wooden head. The knife was removed from the wooden head. The girl held the weapon tightly. The heroine turned to the guy, saying that she was the first dantalian player. Another person was shining in the crowd. The man was reading a book. Suddenly, the hero began to look at something in surprise. The system window began to say that the 6th developer was killed. After some time, the 25th developer was killed. More time passed and it was said that the 32nd developer was also killed. There were guys on the street who continued to glow brightly. The leg ran. The girl jumped on the guys, doing a somersault. The legs continued to run quickly. The system window said that the 24th and 25th developers were killed. The girl looked away. There were numbers written in the notebook. The heroine studied them carefully. The girl covered her eyes. Suddenly, the heroine began to notice something. She looked into the darkness, asking not to follow her and not to follow her like a dog. Legs came out of the darkness. Mike calmly answered that he did not want to interrupt her. The heroine answered with disdain that he had simply been following her all this time. Clara looked away, answering that this girl was up to something and it seemed that she knew exactly the location of the developers, and then chose the most optimal route. The girl sighed, telling the guy not to get in her way and just wait calmly. Mike was standing near the heroine. The guy was asking the girl about her knowledge of this stage. The hero was looking at the heroine, answering that she wanted to get out of this fake place as soon as possible and return to the real one. The hero was calmly asking the girl to work together. The system window showed that Mike was offering the heroine to create a group. The girl was looking at the guy's hand. The heroine was thinking about the real world. The girl quickly hit the guy, answering that it was too close. The heroine was looking at Mike, answering that this night was fake. The hand was clenched tightly. The heroine turned to the guy, offering him to eat it. Mike was looking at this food. In his hands was a candy bar. The mouth was chewing on the bar. Night City. The heroine was looking at the city, answering that the taste of chocolate bars was so realistic, unlike the targets, which were clumsy mannequins. The girl was smiling, asking the guy if this was strange. Mike was standing behind the heroine. The hero looked ahead in surprise, asking the girl what she had in mind under the fake night. The heroine looked away. The girl calmly answered Mike that he would find out soon. The clock showed the time. The clock was filling with red. The city was lit up in red. There were people and closed objects in the sky. One of the heroes screamed loudly in pain. Mike and the girl looked at it in fear. The hero thought with incomprehension about what it was. Mike immediately remembered the day when the news was shown. The hero clenched his teeth. The guy was surprised, realizing that this was the time when Dantalian's error occurred. The girl calmly answered that this was it. The blood on Mike's face disappeared. His whole face was clean. The clock showed the time count. There were 19 minutes left. The rockets were filling with red pixels. Everything was starting to turn red. The whole world was rewinding 1 hour back. The heroine calmly answered that now would be the time an hour before Dantalian's error. The girl calmly answered that this stage repeats this night. The legs went back down. The heroine looked at Mike, answering that she thought she was being punished like this. The girl screamed, answering that her father created the game. The heroine screamed discontentedly that she hated her father. The guy looked at the frozen body. The hero screamed loudly, looking at the body. The guy looked at the ice, answering that this could not be the same him. A wooden man lay in the snow. The hero smiled, answering that he knew it was a fake. The hero fell into the snow. He used up all his mana and had 1 charge of mana left in his pocket. His hands folded into palms. Pixels passed through the area. Someone's leg stood near the hero's body. The guy looked away. The girl looked at the hero with a smile on her face, asking if he missed him. The hero continued to lie calmly. Louise, sitting above Sebastian, said no. Smiling, she added that they had been together all this time. He looked at her silently. He then remembered saying that the truth of their world was that this place was a game she had created. Could he then come out? The girl replied with a smile that of course, the tower welcomed all challenges. Taking a step forward, she added that there was one condition: the arc raptor was broken. Putting her hand in her pocket, she smiled, and then took out a blue star and said that he would accept it. Narrowing her eyes, she continued to say that she had watched his journey with great interest, even in places hidden from the eyes of demons. Coming closer, she poked him with her finger, said that he, poor thing, had come a long time since they last saw each other. He looked terrible. Sebastian replied that if she knew, then some mana potions from his back pocket. He furrowed his brows and added that how did she get to this stage? It was impossible for even a demon to enter another demon's stage. Louise looked down and chuckled as she replied that he was witty. How did he know so much? Looking ahead, she added that she didn't enter, she just borrowed it for a while. Like her Benjamin's ancient doll, the main material of this stage was a wooden doll. She glanced at the frozen broken doll, and then, coming closer, she added that this was the true stage. She always had a strange habit of revealing the truth to players, the truth of this dimension tower. Sebastian looked at her in surprise, and she continued to say that his ancestors opened the dimension gates in exchange for the steam engine technology from her. She imagined a train in her mind, adding that the dimension that received the technology developed exponentially, and those who received the technology tried to close the gates immediately. But it was too late. An image of a purple black hole appeared in her mind. She said that his hometown was soon opened to the dimension and swallowed by the tower. She imagined ice dragons destroying people. Looking ahead in surprise, she heard Sebastian answer that he did not care about the past anymore. Trying to stand up, he answered that he wanted to know what they knew, the top of this tower. Frowning, he shouted loudly that he wanted to see the top. Louise, smiling, answered that yes, that is why she likes him. Taking out a blue crystal from her pocket, she answered that with the human body, there are limits to understanding this dimension. She put it to her lips, and then continued to speak. Looking ahead, she said that she will expand his ability. Sebastian looked ahead in surprise, asking that she can expand his ability. The girl, without thinking for a second, put the blue crystal in his mouth, answering that she had a request in return. Approaching, she whispered something. She continued to say something for a few seconds. After a few moments, Sebastian's face turned pale, and the blue crystal fell out of his mouth. He shouted loudly across the room, "We are transferred to the city." The girl is standing on the railing. Lowering her head, she says that her father, after which she remembers how she ran out of the room. She remembers how she looked ahead in fear. Then, looking around, she shouted why he did not answer her calls, let him come home. What she saw shocked her. She shouted that her mother was having another attack. Their similar capsule appeared in front of her, and then she saw many of them at a screen. She looked ahead silently for a few seconds. She continued to peer at the screen. Lowering her head, the girl said that ever since she was little, her dad was obsessed with developing a virtual reality game, even when her mother suddenly fell ill and couldn't even walk. The protagonist looked at her with a frown, and the girl continued to say that then, 5 years ago, on the day the game was released to the world, her dad disappeared without a trace. Lowering her head, she continued to say that with her mom and nothing left, she lived here. The only place her dad left was the game. Swinging her sword, she remembered how she destroyed the monster. That day, a man in a red coat appeared in front of her. He said that she survived. All the answers she was looking for were up there. He smiled and stretched his arms out to the sides, adding that she should climb to the top of the tower and conquer everything. Suddenly, the girl rushed towards him. She put her sword to his neck, and then, looking at him, she told him to answer her one question. She asked if her father was alive, frowning. She stood on the edge of the railing and told the protagonist that she had finally reached this point. But no matter how many times she killed them, she could not pass the stage. She repeated this night countless times. Smiling, she continued to say that this was her final stop. She was a little sorry. Clenching her fist, she asked him what he thought about it. And then, pushing off the railing slightly, she flew down. Smiling, looking ahead, she added that it would all end if she died here. A second later, Mike rushed towards her. Looking ahead with fear, he shouted for her to wait. Then he quickly climbed onto the railing. At the last second, he grabbed her hand. She hung over the abyss for a few seconds. Looking ahead, he told her not to talk like she had been through enough in the world. No matter how lousy reality was, the real thing was better than a fake. He frowned and shouted menacingly that it was better to be alive than to die. The girl looked at him silently for a few seconds. Then suddenly the building exploded beneath them. The protagonist looked around and asked what the explosion was. The girl smiled and said that he would take responsibility for it. Mike looked ahead for a few seconds, puzzled. Then suddenly she grabbed him by the collar, and then pulled him towards her. A moment later they were already in the air. The protagonist, looking ahead in fear, shouted what she was doing. Smiling, the girl replied that he was serious, he hadn't even learned how to land in the game. Then they fell down, calmly getting to their feet, and then they looked ahead. A strange substance appeared in front of them and several system messages that Developer 23 and other developers had appeared, and an unknown person was in front of them. The huge monster began to rise to its feet. Then suddenly something cut the air. Mike had a katana in his hands. He frowned and looked ahead. And the girl, lowering her head, turned to him. A system message appeared in front of her that she had teamed up with the protagonist. Turning back, she asked if she should look at his skills. The monster's hand shook, after which his leg also trembled. He looked menacingly at his opponents. Mike, grabbing a katana, shouted what it was, to which the girl replied that this bunch of wooden dolls of developers who were not killed last night, an incredibly careless demon and very rude. Turning around, the protagonist thought that she killed the developers alone, to which the girl smiled and frowned. Looking at the giant monster, she asked that it was quite large. after which the developer's fist quickly began to approach them. He hit the ground, causing a strong energy wave that threw them back. They landed on their feet. Mike raised his head in surprise. He saw powerful energy strikes flying at them, but he and his ally were able to dodge them. Explosions began to occur throughout the city. The protagonist, dashing back, shouted where his weak spot was, to which the girl shouted that the main developers were wooden dolls attached to his head and shoulders, after which they saw their opponent. The girl, looking menacingly ahead, added that he should aim there. Then the monster grabbed the car, after which he swung to strike. A second later, he threw the car at them. They looked ahead in silence for a few seconds. A powerful explosion occurred in the city. The girl and Mike dashed forward, dodging the explosion, after which the protagonist swung his sword. He made a powerful leap forward, and then tried to cut the tentacles. With a powerful swing, he and his ally destroyed two of the monster's legs. The girl, turning around, shouted for him to help her. Mike frowned and replied okay. She stood on his hands, and then, looking around, she saw the system message that the leaves of the great mechanism are quickly wound up. The recovery time is 12 hours. She gets the buff of the first station's fast winding. A moment later, her body was covered in a blue aura and she jumped up, after which she put two swords in front of her, and then she nailed the monster to the floor. The skull of one of the developers began to split. Strong energy began to flow from it. The other developers looked menacingly in front of them. Out of nowhere, the mouth of the monster appeared. The girl watched as the monster turned into a huge jaw with teeth. She looked in fear. Then a bloody sword appeared from the monster's mouth and pierced him through. She watched it silently. The protagonist appeared from behind the monster. Smiling, he said that she had lowered her defense. The girl looked at him with displeasure. Taking her swords back, she replied that she had more kills than him. The developer's body began to evaporate. They looked back in confusion. A system message appeared that they had failed to kill the developer. A small fairy appeared and said that the floor was not finished. Mike frowned, thinking that there was something left that they had to find. Suddenly, he looked ahead in fear. Returning, he continued to wonder what that voice was. He looked around, and then he saw a huge building in front of him. He looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. The girl, frowning, said that this was the company that developed the game. Mike went inside. They slowly climbed through the window. Walking through the corridors, the girl said that she knew what he was thinking, but there was no one here. She had explored this place more than anyone else since she entered the floor. She lowered her head down and added that even a small mouse, a red system screen and many capsules appeared in front of them. Someone called the protagonist. Frowning, he thought that he had heard it before. Looking around, he continued to think that this voice was the game system. Looking down, he saw a green glow. The girl, lowering her head, asked what he was doing. Mike moved the floor and saw an even stronger glow underneath. Then he began to bend the metal. Looking at him, the girl shouted that why was he doing this so suddenly and why the floor. At some point, she fell silent, staring ahead, and then asked that this was a virtual reality capsule. A green core and a system message appeared in front of them, saying that it was a prototype of a virtual reality capsule. Looking at it, Mike said that he heard that her father was also a developer. He disappeared 5 years ago. When the game opened, she replied that if the place where he disappeared was not the Earth, but inside the game. And for a few seconds she silently looked ahead. And then with a trembling hand she decided to touch the core. They continued to look down. Blue smoke appeared from there. The capsule opened, but there was no one inside. Frowning, Mike said that it was empty. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes wide and said what it was. Behind them, someone was sitting on a chair. The protagonist began to turn around in fear when he heard someone's voice, that he was glad to see him again. Looking at the red screen, he added the player Mike. The girl silently looked ahead, frowning. Turning around, the protagonist stared ahead. Looking at the man, he asked why he was here. He started to turn around, asking what he didn't know. Smiling, he added that he was the end and the beginning of this game. After that, the room fell silent. Looking ahead, he continued to say that this was the floor of truth, the floor controlled by the demon of truth. Smiling widely, he added that she reveals to players who have reached her level the true spatial labyrinth. Narrowing his eyes, he said that among the people on Earth, there is a right called the right of knowledge. Looking at the players, he continued to say that their dimension Earth is truly an amazing place. Sitting in a chair, he added that without the help of mana or kai, it is rare to find dimensions where technology is so advanced. Looking at the capsules, he continued to say that they have developed a way to capture the human mind using only electricity without resorting to magic, solely with the help of technology. The girl, lowering her head, said that they have created full immersion technology. Kneeling down, she added that more precisely, it was the core technology of virtual games that connected the player's mind to virtual reality. The man smiled and said that it was true. Imagining a person immersed in a virtual world in his mind, he continued to say that it captured the soul and transferred it to the virtual world, It was almost like using spatial movement magic, but without using magic and estuaries. An image of a guy entering another world appeared in his mind. Raising his hand, on which a red tower appeared, he said that by adding a little magic, he used it as a door. Imagining a strong player surrounded by an incredible aura in his mind, he said that a door connecting the earth and the spatial labyrinth. Many images of dragons, monsters, and players appeared in his mind. Spreading his arms, he smiled, saying that this was the story of how he created a spatial door on the ground. He then narrowed his eyes, saying that when the door opened, everything went as usual. Imagining the players in his head, he said that the game had become incredibly popular, with 300 million concurrent users. He ran his finger across the table, creating a blood trail, and said that of course, before he could officially invite them into the post-dimensional labyrinth. Looking at his hand, he added that he had some cleaning to do. Looking in his direction, Mike gritted his teeth, saying that the game's bugs, the deaths of the developers, he wanted to say that he did it all himself. Folding his hands, the man replied that demons. Lowering his head, he continued to say that creatures that could easily do such things. Looking at the players, he addressed them. And then, narrowing his eyes, he said that he used his powers to return them to Earth. The girl and Mike looked ahead in fear, and the man, placing his hands on his knee, added that only if they performed one favor for him. Silence hung in the room. The protagonist stared ahead for a few seconds in silence. Then he furrowed his brows, and then he clenched his teeth. A second later, he called the virtual assistant. Lowering his head, he told her that he couldn't take it anymore. Looking at the man in front of him, he said that the reason they were in this mess was because that bastard had put the entire world in danger. Looking menacingly in front of him, he said that he wasn't going to take it anymore. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his hand and told him to step back. She quickly rushed forward, adding that she would deal with him first. There was a strong aura around her. She took a few steps forward, glaring at him menacingly. Then, she took out a large sword. And a moment later, she rushed forward. She was approaching her opponent at great speed. The man, closing his eyes, laughed. Then, there was a huge explosion. Mike looked at the dark figure in the dust. The girl pierced the man, but it turned out to be an ordinary wooden dummy. The protagonist, looking ahead in fear, heard his voice, saying that they would see each other again next time in the near future. Purple particles began to emanate from the mannequin. Turning around, Mike said that he was also a fake. The girl stepped forward. She stuck her sword into the ground and tried to get up. Mike looked at her, and she added that there was a message written inside the capsule. Touching the text, she said that it was from her father, a note from the developer. Looking at the inscription, she read that one night a demon came and asked to create a door. She imagined her father in her head, who was sitting at the computer, and then continued reading that he could have been deceived by the demon's tricks, but he could not refuse its whispers, which promised to cure his sick wife. A cure for his wife, impossible with earthly medicine, could be possible with the power of the dimension that the demon spoke of. When this command becomes public, he may no longer exist. Mike silently looked ahead, and the girl continued to read that is why he writes codes that can help to pass the game in this developer's note for the last player who will pass this game. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she read the last phrase that it is for his daughter. She continued to look down helplessly. Then she took out her sword and swung it over herself. A second later, she pierced the capsule through and through, and for a few seconds, she silently looked ahead. A strong blue glow began to go from the capsule. It covered the body of the protagonist. The world around them disappeared. A system message appeared that the task of punishing the developers was completed. The floor to find the truth was passed, and they did not look around. Mike looked at his hand and said that the floor was passed, and the girl silently stuck her sword into the knife. Suddenly they saw Sebastian. He was sitting on the floor, his cheek and neck were kissed. Looking ahead, he smiled and said that they came out in one piece. Looking at him, the protagonist asked why he looked like that. We are transported to Louise. She smiles. Approaching Sebastian's lips, she tells him not to be afraid and to open his heart and accept her. Squinting her eyes, she added that like this. And then a second later she kissed him. Sebastian, lowering his head, said that it seemed that his abilities had expanded significantly, but who was next to him? The girl put her hand on Mike's shoulder. Smiling, she said that she was a childhood friend. Frowning, she added that she was a friend who promised to return together. Mike looked at her with displeasure, and Sebastian continued to look in front of him, albeit in his head. Then the protagonist, looking around, said that if you think about it, he saw a purple portal in front of him, from which ominous energy emanated. Julia appears in front of us. She is blinded by a bright flash of light. She looks ahead for a few seconds, and then, looking around, she sees many bamboo thickets. Looking ahead fearfully, she says that this is her hometown. Suddenly, a woman appears behind her, calling her. The woman takes a few steps towards her, and then she smiles. Tears appear in Julia's eyes. Suddenly, a little girl runs past her. The teacher comes down to her and says that she told her that if she goes too far, she will get lost. The girl apologizes, adding that there is a flower growing on that hill that she thinks she likes. She wanted to show it to her. The teacher looks at his little student with a smile. Julia wipes the tears from her eyes, saying that this is a memory from her childhood. 2 system messages appeared, that the stage is to find the truth, the task is to catch the wind. Looking at these system messages, she asks how she can do this. Suddenly, a weak stream of wind appears. Julia looks back, puzzled. Her cheeks turn red, and she asks what kind of wind it is. In the distance, she sees a weak blue wind energy. He points his finger at her to follow him, and then the wind rushes towards the city at great speed. We are transported to the city. The men are training martial arts in a stance. The little girl does the same. They stand on the poles and meditate. Then the girl takes a fan and cuts a stalk of bamboo. The teacher sits down next to her and straightens her hand. Julia watches from behind the bushes. Her cheeks turn red and she thinks about how when she was young, she learned this martial art from her teacher. The wind continues to follow her and the master as it did when she was a child, what he wants to show her. She watches the naked teacher bathe. Her cheeks turn red and she shouts that this is unacceptable. Then the teacher comes down to the girl. Smiling, she braids her hair and says that she will become a great master of the wind. Lowering her head, she adds that between the stalks of grass, beyond the hills to the clear sky, let her wind reach every corner of the world, until then let it not stop. Standing in front of her, she said what she wishes for her. Julia, upset, looked ahead. Suddenly, a flock of birds flew out from behind the bushes. Julia frowned, and then, turning around, she saw a dark, huge silhouette. You wondered what this feeling was. She saw the townspeople running. A huge snake had attacked their village. The teacher put her hand in front of the girl, telling her to hide in a safe place. Then she took a few steps towards the monster. She straightened her fan, and then she stood in a stance. Frowning, she said the art of wind. She used a silver blade, a whirlwind strike. A huge fiery wind was directed towards the snake. It hit the monster at great speed, and literally a second later, the snake turned to ashes. The villagers ran to the teacher, asking if she was injured. Julia smiled widely, thinking that just one blow, the teacher is incredibly strong. Suddenly, she looked ahead in surprise. She saw a bleeding wound in the teacher's side, which she was hiding with her hand. Stepping aside, the teacher said goodbye to the villagers. Looking at her, she wondered where she was going with such a serious wound. The teacher walked through the forest for a long time, leaving a bleeding trail. Julia watched her from behind the bushes. Blood quickly flowed from her stomach. Then suddenly the teacher fell to the floor. Looking at her, Julia was frightened, and she opened her eyes wide. Someone came out from behind the bushes. A girl in a green dress appeared. She looked at the teacher. Then she said menacingly that she returned to her again. Is the power that she gave her not enough? The teacher, trembling with pain, turned to her. Trying to get up, she said that more and more powerful demons are appearing in the world. Her power is no longer enough. Lowering her head, she added that she needed more, much more power. Lowering her head, she added that it was to protect this world. Then she kissed the foot of the girl standing in front of her. She smiled. Her eyes sparkled, and a snake appeared on her neck, and then she added okay. Then she snapped her fingers. A gate appeared behind her. Julia, looking at it, thought that this was a dimensional gate. She was the reason for the opening of the gate in the sky. The teacher looked at the girl in front of her. She smiled widely, and then the teacher opened her eyes in fear. The gate began to open, dark energy appeared from it. A second later, a purple portal appeared, from which a huge force came out. Dark energy penetrated the city, and loud screams were heard in the city. Julia, raising her head, said that the sky was filled with demonic wind. Suddenly, the wind rushed past her. It began to possess her teacher, and she was able to get to her feet. She smiled, her eyes filled with purple light. Julia looked ahead in fear. She watched as her teacher was possessed by demonic energy. Julia opened her fan and simply looked ahead. Her teacher was hanging in the air, her eyes filled with demonic energy. Looking menacingly ahead, she whispered people, she will protect them. Then she waved her fan, destroying everything in her path. Julia covered herself from her blow, thinking that the teacher's mind was captured by the wind of the labyrinth of dimensions. She does not hear herself. And such a teacher, she thought that first she needs to get to the forest, where she can stop the wind that enslaved the teacher. Suddenly, her master frowned, and then she stood in a stance. She waved her fan. Julia looked at her in fear. The teacher stood still. Suddenly, purple waves began to emanate from her. They destroyed the forest around her. Julia jumped on the fan. Looking down, she thought that it was cutting down the entire forest. It became stronger than before. The teacher, surrounded by demonic energy, walked forward, and Julia continued to think that the evil wind coming from the dimensional gate gave the teacher strength. Suddenly, the master stopped. She raised her head up. Julia looked ahead in fear. She saw how the master directed a huge dark stream of wind towards her. At the last second, Julia put the fan in front of her and protected herself from the blow, but the energy continued to come out with great force. A moment later, Julia fell down at great speed, her body was covered in wounds, and she coughed up blood. Suddenly, the spokes that held her hair fell apart. She looked ahead with a lifeless look. Squinting her eyes, she thought she had become strong enough, but as expected, she still couldn't surpass her master now. Looking ahead, the image of her master was blurry. She thought that her journey with the wind ended here. After a moment, she closed her eyes and fell unconscious. Suddenly, she opened her eyes slightly, hearing someone calling her. She saw her master in front of her, who said that her wind was incredibly bright. The master smiled widely, looking at her. Then, suddenly, Julia grabbed the knitting needles. Trying to get up, she said that it was strong, but only she. Rising to her feet, she added that only her wind could save her master. Frowning, she looked menacingly ahead. The master looked at her in confusion. Then, she used demonic wind, directed at her student. A moment later, the master opened her mouth, her eyes turned pale. Her whole body became phantom, and she screamed loudly. Julia watched as a strong hurricane appeared in front of her. Gritting her teeth, she thought that after the teacher's body was captured by the wind, she herself became the wind. Frowning, she looked ahead for a few seconds, and then, pushing off the ground, she took a step forward. Leaning on her fan, she walked towards the wind, thinking that this was a furious whirlwind that destroyed everything in its path. Looking at it, she continued to think that inside it she felt a trace of the teacher's wind, her heart. Julia continued to walk slowly towards the hurricane, thinking that she would reach it. Then she swung her fan, making a dash forward. Gritting her teeth, she entered the flow of wind, and then she swung with all her might and sent a strong charge towards the hurricane. He was approaching his target at great speed. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred, destroying the hurricane. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.